We're going to call the Celebration Community Development District to order. Today is Tuesday, the 25th, and the time is 5 p.m. Present, we have Tom Tuzen,
Yes.
David Hume,
Here.
Greg Filak,
In the bathroom.
he's here,
Giving signs.
Jack McLaughlin.
Here.
Okay, and we do have all staff and audience present. You'll stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay.
I had to raise the on his.
No. Before you call approval of the meeting agenda, Premier's here. They'd like to go through their report and speak under business matters. So if we can add them in under business matters, that would be great.
That's fine. And you probably can do that, first.
Okay.
Okay, any approval of the meeting agenda?
So move.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Public comment period. Well, yes, you are.
That works.
Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to stop in. I couldn't come last month. I was out of the state, I think. So just want to let you know that I'll see if I checked things. We did have a resident reach out, Angel was aware of, and Green Square that had some concerns about efficacy. So we did, kind of researched it. One thing our GIS found was that there were a number of people in that area that were on the no spray list. So not to say that was technically the reason why there was an issue, but we kind of looked at, well, the trucks will turn off at those no spray lists and they're pick up after them. We have 20 people in, in that area, they're like, oh, don't spray me, then, you would skip over a lot of the area. So what they looked at was the recently sold homes versus when the person added themselves to the no spray list. So if they added the request in 2005, but then the home, that person's probably not even there.
Right.
And so see, if we could adjust some of those people from the no spray list, I think that makes it. So, so take a look at it and.
You're gonna ask the question.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
probably. I gotta ask the really dumb question. I've been here for 5 years and I didn't know we had no spare. So, and I asked because.
Yeah, we do.
Green Square has about 10 houses and 3 of the houses approached me because they live 2 blocks down and they said, why are you not spraying our square? And they realized that there was a neighbor that had requested that. So can you talk to me a little bit how? And maybe it's a question for you and maybe it's a question for you.
Sure.
How do we make a determination that we decide not to spray because somebody requests? I thought it was just this is a thing, especially from a health and safety perspective.
Since I've been here, I've only had it come up one time.
Okay.
And we had a conversation, I don't even know how long ago. But I didn't believe it was like an entire street. I think the only thing they could do, because we have no real rule about no spray or not, but
Right.
I think the one that came up was, she was saying it was allergy or something. So what they did was they would go spray, come to that particular home, not spray, and then come back on after. So it's not the entire street that's not getting sprayed. It literally is.
I mean, this
That
one is
home.
literally Green Square is about the size of the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So again, I'm just,
20 homes and maybe 5 or 6 or something like that. It was something like that. So she went address by address and said, when was the request made? When was, if the home was sold recently, so it's probably not the same person living there anymore. And then, what we'll do in the future is try to reevaluate every couple of years and take a look at that because, we don't need notices when somebody moves.
Right.
So we're not just.
Right, yeah, that's not the business you're in. So
Yeah, so it's like-
you don't track that.
We don't track that, but public record of, a house being sold says, well, it's probably not the same person that requested me to not buy.
But I guess my question is, at what point do enough people are on a no spray zone to the fact that it's now not effective to actually abate the mosquito issue? I mean, right? I mean.
Now, I don't know that actually is causing an issue there, but we took a look at it for the sake of investigating.
Right.
Hey, is there a reason why, for some reason, where else we spray, everybody says it's fine, and right here they're saying, it's bad. Now, of course, they didn't have a specific day to track where, someone says, well, I was at the park Wednesday night and mosquitoes are terrible. And we can take a look at what the trap data said that night and say, oh, it's really hot. We don't really have a date to go by. So we're just like, well, let's look in general, what could be effective.
Okay.
So, I think it depends on how big the area is, because in a given city, there's going to be people, like usually,
Sure.
you said, if it's a a small cul-de-sac and there's 20 people on it and 10 of them say don't spray me. That might be, so I don't know how big, that route is around Green Square, because it may not just be that cul-de-sac, it may be a cul-de-sac in some neighboring streets.
Green Square itself.
Right.
So.
So,
Well, I mean.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, no, it's just Central Square
Yeah.
itself.
Oh, the square itself is tight,
And the
okay,
houses are just running.
all right, I got it.
part
square.
of whatever route is in that area, so they did take a look at it and said,
Okay.
well, let's see if we can make some adjustments and see if that is the cause of the issue, or it could just be you're getting heavier activity coming from the swamp of that area. It could be either.
Who's monitored, who has this list, there's no spray list, your
We-
list
yeah.
or for our list?
We keep lists,
Yeah.
a copy of it, but
Mm-mm.
when people call our hotline and, express whatever reason they don't want to spray, we do keep track of it, so we can try to respect their wishes as much as we can.
I mean, from a public health perspective, I just look at the county, when the county sprays, they fly a plane, and they're not turning off the plane over a house, they're
Mhm.
flying a plane.
The
From a
board
public
wants to
health
make a
perspective.
policy that we don't accept any no spray things. I mean,
Unless there's some.
That's
from a
what you can
legal
do,
perspective,
but-
Unless there's. Going with the eco-friendly, well, I mean, unless there's like some health effect that's well known, but other than that, there's health effects of not spraying.
Well, first off, we have to admit that whatever we spray, it doesn't just confine itself to our right of ways, it goes onto private property, right, correct?
oh,
All
yeah.
right, well, I would like to stay sensitive, for whatever reason, even if they're unfounded. You know, the individual doesn't want their area sprayed, then
How-
And
how-
And that's
sometimes that
typical,
person
that's,
say,
that's
"Yeah,
what we
we're
do
patio."
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and we'll do that too, somebody's walking, they're gonna cut off,
I
walk,
think,
drive
I think
by
the
front.
issue becomes when you pretty much have like a fairly large area that says we don't want, and then now you're gonna pit neighbor against neighbor, that's when it starts.
I just don't
That's
like
what I'm
creating
kind of-
this precedent of, I
Well,
didn't even know this was a thing. until
They-
right now.
It's been a thing.
It's, yeah, I was gonna say, it's been a thing since way before I got here, and Clark's been here obviously a long time,
Long
so
time.
they get calls directly. We don't even get the calls. I think since I've been here going on 5 years, I've gotten one that I've talked to you about. Other than that, it's a list.
Probably before I-
Yeah, they keep a list.
why don't we cull the list? Why don't we go through and say, hey, as of this date, this. No spray list will be terminated if you'd like to reapply, and we'll be revisiting this every 2 years, maybe. But it's something that we should probably have, because we don't. They go away tomorrow, we want to be able to
Yeah, and-
monitor that list too.
Yeah, and she can send that over. That's not a problem if you want to send that list over.
Yep, and then just notify the residents that this is going away as of date X, whatever you guys think is reasonable. And if you'd like to reapply for the no. Whatever spray list, please contact CDD.
But what? What's.
He said he doesn't want to do that.
Well, yeah, but
My
I,
fear is what's the objective, because the moment you ask, how many residents are on this list, 50 residents? Now there are gonna be 50 people posting on back porch talking
Is it
about
that
no
big?
spray list, and now 50 just
Is it
turned
that
into
big?
500 because the other 450 didn't know this was even a
So
thing.
the alternate is to just leave it as it is.
Or get rid of it altogether.
No,
Okay.
no, well, no, because remember the
This has been in place for.
Yeah.
the argument. For getting rid of the signs, is it really important? Does it really open the can of worms? I think it kind of applies it to, it literally does open a
I
can
don't
of
see that
worms.
us calling a list every 2 years is gonna do anything. You're gonna have the same 50 people applying, but now.
I just, I don't think it's been an issue before. I don't think it's an issue now. I mean, how many are we talking about? How many people on this list?
I don't know how many's on the full list. What they gave me was what I saw was a list of people that were in that general
Okay.
area. But of course, we have
Well,
zones. so-
Maybe we can just get the list.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I
if
wish
it's,
they
if it's like
find
15
what they did
people,
this time
that's no point.
comparing
Right, if
sales.
it's all like, there's 400 people on this list, then it's a bigger issue,
Well,
because now
It's
we're,
impacting.
Her
it's
point-
impacting.
Her point though is that she doesn't even know when to tell them, that people might not want, know they're even on the no spray list right now. I think there needs to be some proactive communication to these people on the list. That either says, we're getting rid of this, or do you want to still stay on it? Because there might have been several.
No, I understand it, but being devil's advocate. I do agree, you tell everybody there, because we didn't know, right?
No, and they
So-
don't call the district. They call
Right,
Clark
right.
directly.
And so now everyone knows, are gonna be on that, and all of a sudden we get like
Yeah.
a third of celebration that says we don't wanna be on it, because we said it's allowable.
the
Now we're gonna come back and say, no, that's
I
not, al-
don't see that happening. I just, if you send out 20 letters that
Why don't
says,
we
hey.
find out how
Well,
many
we
there
find out.
are?
that's what I'm saying, let's find out if
Yeah.
it's 15 or 20. I wouldn't even bother with it.
Just one other question. By chance, do you know the dates that these people have requested? to be
So
re-
yeah, that's the thing. So what she did.
Then
was she
bring
looked
that
at the
to us
dates of
as well.
when they made the request versus if the house was sold recently. So I know their request was made before that house was.
Yeah, so we can figure
but
that out.
person's
All
probably
right,
not.
bring that to us. We'll figure it out and we'll either eliminate them or just.
Just send it over to me and I'll take it from there.
Yeah, I think,
Thank
I think
you.
it's simple enough, and then we can go from there with whatever the data
But
is.
in the meantime, if you do get calls, I would say until the board decides something different, just continue to do what you're doing.
Thank you.
Little did you know.
Look what you did.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I do. Okay, third party reports and presentation. Oh, any comment period? Any other public? No, all right, so we'll close that. Third party reports and presentations, Roa? Anyone on the line?
Nope,
No,
I think Charles.
is Charles on the line?
nobody's on the line.
Said he was back.
That's him. Osceola County Sheriff's Department. Yeah, come on up.
Maybe I can help kind of preface this just a little bit. So I did talk to, so out of our e-bike conversation last month. And I realized Angel said that we were having trouble making a connection. I called Captain Calvis about a week and a half ago or so and asked him to be in tonight, just saying maybe.
Can I?
Yep.
First, I say, is your email address the email we have? Because the email we have, Jack and myself have
tried twice
emailed you
now,
several
no
times and
response.
we don't get a response.
Okay. Kevin Calvis at Osceola.
Whatever's on your card,
Yes.
is that still correct?
Yes.
Okay,
So, I mean, the conversation I know we had at the board was trying to get the sheriff's department from an enforcement perspective. And figuring out what they can and can't do. So that's what I had asked the captain to come and talk about. And I've got a little bit more of the school side of it that I had been tagged with, but
I'd like to set up a meeting with Angel, myself, with Captain Calvis, because we have a whole host of issues that we'd like to discuss with you
Mhm.
and then bring back to the board.
Yes, sir.
So
And I received your emails, a lot of them. From my understanding are about roadways and painting and I don't know if
well, there,
all of them.
there's
No,
that.
mine was an introduction. They
They
asked you, mine was an introduction and they asked you to meet with me
Okay.
Yeah,
and did that twice.
that's okay. So we have a list of things, not only the things you just mentioned, which are part of it. But other than that is the detail, scope of what we would like to see in, for the people who pick up these extra off-duty shifts and all of that. So,
Well, we have a really bigger problem than that. I'm gonna jump over. We have radar signs, okay? And just looking at some of them, I'm just wondering what kind of enforcement action we're getting, because so far in the 1 month that we had detail reports, I got 29 citations for moving violations, okay? That's it. However, there are 5 radar signs. I get some that 61 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. In the 851 building, that's the highest one in that one. 85 miles an hour in 25-mile-an-hour zone on Golf Park. 68,
81.
yep,
yeah,
68
there's some nineties on there.
in North Village on 25-mile-an-hour zone. Let's see, and 90 miles an hour on Celebration Boulevard in a 40-mile-an-hour
What
zone.
are you talking about, sir?
We have radar signs, and I'm just
We
saying,
do.
every sign I've looked at, I kind of went through them by day. And if it was in yellow, that meant that the frequency was greater than 20 miles an hour above the speed limit. I'm saying,
Everybody.
and we only get 29 violations. I mean, what's going on? We're not getting the job done. Our speeds are just crazy. Our stop sign running is crazy. So I'd like to talk to you about that, what we can do. I looked at the detail reports. There's a lot of days that we don't have details for some reason. And there's a day that we had hired Friday and Saturday night additional details. And January 24th, 25th, 26th, nothing, no details at all.
They weren't there or we just didn't get.
Well,
No
that's,
reports.
that's what we need to discern and. I've
And
gotta
also on
get with-
February 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then we did have somebody on January 17th. From 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock, so I assume that was a detail. And another one on January 11th. But I have no information on what he did or what time he's here.
Yeah, so we have to first discern, is it just we're not getting the detail report, or is somebody physically not picking up that shift? I will say, when people don't pick up the shifts, we do get notified and say, hey, sorry, no one was able to pick up that shift. So we typically will know. But again, to Jack's
Are we
point,
getting those from someone Jack cited or no?
no,
So presumably somebody was there.
No, and
Correct.
what I also looked at was the frequency of the details between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning. We haven't had no details that all show up, which is fine. There wasn't a lot of problems there, but from 6 to 12, we had 16 citations written. But the vast majority of the traffic speeding, stuff like that, is from 12 to 6. So we're really not getting the coverage at the times we need it.
And is that, I mean, I understood that was on us as requesting the time. so
We have to put in
how-
the time.
We
Yes.
need to get this nailed down.
That's
a
part
little
of what we
better.
want to meet with about is adjust the times and that kind of stuff.
So, and let me, I don't know if I can add this, but another question I have, especially on Friday and Saturday night, there is a very, very big disconnect. There are no tickets. There are
You
no
talking about
warnings.
specifically on the downtown?
Friday and
details or-
Saturday details on downtown. And when the owner of Town Center asked, you know, skateboards and bikes are not allowed on our sidewalks. They were told, you need to add more signs. Okay. They went ahead and added more signs, and then they were told by deputies, yeah, we can't do anything. You know, and to me, it leads me to, I don't know why we have details, if they're not gonna go ahead and do that. It is private property, they don't allow it. And then it kind of segues in the fact that we've had situations where we wanted to go ahead and trespass people on CCD property. They're not allowed to do that. And deputies came in here and said, oh, we can't trespass anybody. You have to have signs over. So we're supposed to put up 50 signs on what we can and can't do on our promenade, when we've never had this issue before. This just came up and he goes, oh, it's a new rule, but you guys were instructed the wrong way. We've always trespassed people from our property. So I don't understand what has
We
changed.
actually have an
And
agreement.
we were definitely not communicating to that, but we kind of give control over to whoever wants to do anything on our property. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's legally backing. I mean, so I guess there is a lot to talk about because something's not connecting.
Just the basic traffic enforcement I brought up last meeting and yeah, when your sergeants came out. I mean, just parking stuff for me. I mean, it's, and whether it's a detail or even just the regular road deputies coming through. I mean, the parking is. Maybe I'm not understanding like with the lines, you know, people go outside the lines. I would assume that's a no parking zone, but I don't know. I mean, people, whether it's the church or downtown or whatever, I mean, it's all the time. I mean, I think as part of the conversation, I would like to start asking the question. I mean, 5 years ago, we had a dedicated one person that was out here. And the detail thing kind of worked after that. And quite honestly, I mean, we all know that Cliff Akey was sitting there appointing everybody at every shift. And had the time to do that and get that interaction.
Right.
I certainly did not, Jack. I don't know if you do with Angel or what, but I mean, it literally took that level of micromanagement to get the productivity. To make sure that, I mean, Cliff would even call out individual deputies and say, hey, Deputy A is doing great. He's not, and whether he writes a ticket or a warning or just a traffic stop or whatever, but we were seeing the results of the engagement. You got other deputies that, I mean, Cliff would consistently look down and say, hey, over the past 3 months, Deputy so-and-so, you know, did 3 traffic stops in 3 months or whatever, you know, and there was that engagement to say, hey, and this isn't the right job for whoever that is. I would like to, and I've raised this a couple of times, I would like to have a conversation to see if the sheriff's office would be interested in going back to a full-time committed, like what we had with Jerry 5 years ago.
Well, there was problems with that.
There
You
were,
know that, right? I mean, there, you know, and so, and it didn't work out well.
well, and.
Because
I
we
mean,
weren't getting 100% of what we're
Well,
paying for.
so-
But what was the budget for deputies this year?
Safety and security is 175 minus the cameras, so about 150.
Yeah, I thought we did more than that though.
No, it's, I think it's close to 2 because
It
there was 2 increases in the last 2 years.
Because we added on the town, you're right. They got.
No, did we add the downtown or did we take away from the
No, we
downtown?
added.
No, we added it,
Because we added the downtown agreement.
Okay.
but we get extra money.
Yeah.
For that.
So.
You can keep talking, I'll pull it up.
Engage that conversation, I mean.
Well,
Jack will know
well,
the details, but.
we need to meet, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a lot of stuff to talk about, and not only about the traffic itself, but also about, we have problems with e-bikes and scooters and various other things riding all over sidewalks and creating havoc.
Yes, sir. So that's the work. I'll also
Well-
agree with you guys. I can tell you this, the last couple of months it's been a little different because I used to have not only the west side south.
Yeah.
So we had another captain which split the whole side of the county. So now we have somebody taking care of the south, which is sector 3, intersection, Kansas City, Point Center. So now I'm only focusing on the west side of the county, which is 192 all the way over to the 4 Corners.
Right.
So, last week I wasn't at work and I talked to Greg about these e-bikes. Now, I went to Vigo and I talked about the e-bikes and the problems. And we're coming up with a plan as well. Because these, we're able to run radar. The only thing we'll be able to do right now is run radars on e-bikes when detail deputies are working. Besides that, the e-bikes are allowed per Florida statute, they're allowed everywhere where a bike is at. And we won't know that they're on the sidewalks unless. unless it's
Yeah,
state.
let's dig
We're,
into
That's
we're gonna
not-
be digging in that
yeah.
in a few seconds too, because we can, as in quasi municipality, request that there be a
That's why I'm
certain
getting-
enforcement.
Yes, so we could request a county ordinance for us to enforce it, and yes, absolutely.
Right.
We'll be able to do it, and that's a conversation.
But even outside of an ordinance, I mean, if a kid's not wearing a helmet by state law, can you not pull him over because he's not wearing a helmet, or just, is there a general safe movement violation like there would be for a car that?
It's a $10 fine.
If they're under 16,
Yeah.
it's illegal.
Well,
It's illegal.
yes.
Helmet.
And also lights at night, and the
Right.
lights, yes,
But the motors, they can't ride on the sidewalks. They can
Correct.
only walk them on the sidewalks.
Right.
Just like a bike can't be on the sidewalk being good.
well, Florida statute means they would be anywhere with a bike on that. So,
Yeah,
A
correct.
bike's- A bike's considered a motor vehicle though.
No,
Motor
no, it's
vehicle
not.
is
It's
sidewalk.
anything is human powered
If
can
it's
be on the
powered.
sidewalk. And if you don't,
and
pedal
that's a
your
pro- and that's a problem
e-bike,
everybody-
it's-
everybody into with this e-bike. Like,
It's not
we're not.
Orange
the same
County
age.
handles it
So I think,
differently.
I even talked.
do.
to-
So does Hillsborough.
Listen,
Yeah.
we need to do something about, we need to meet with them, because last year, I guess Alex met with you guys and told me the same thing. We couldn't provide a cheat sheet, we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that, and that's why nothing was done.
Can I suggest from our perspective, can we ask
I'll
Jane to
call
be part
Alex.
of that meeting and ask the?
Because
This is not gonna be just you two
Yeah.
along.
There's a
this is gonna be
misunderstanding where
employees as well.
bikes. Motor vehicle, they're not the same, it's different, you got a pedal bike, motorcycle, you got an e-bike, however, e-bikes. They're considered just like bikes, they're allowed anywhere, it's in.
Well,
statute.
right.
To add to that though is there's correct. If everybody was following the law, absolutely. When you have 8 bikes shutting down Celebration Boulevard like they did this weekend,
Mhm. Oh, I didn't.
that's absolutely not allowed. And with how fast people are going, I'm surprised they weren't mowed over, quite honestly, because they are completely, I mean, they don't understand the rules of the road.
But it's a general enforcement thing, because those could just as much been regular bikes, not e-bikes.
They
And
were
you
not.
see-
They were
I
not.
understand, but they have been, is the point, and if you,
They were not, like, I've never had 4 bikes
Blocking the
purposely,
lane?
purposely, let me finish. Purposely block Celebration Boulevard. They're literally across, looking at it, flipping everybody off. I have never had anybody do that before, that can't be defended. So that's some of the stuff we're seeing is above and beyond. People riding on the sidewalks or whatever, they're having fun at this, but again, it's dangerous because. The temperature level for some adults. Something bad's gonna happen. Because, and we've had many people come in here who are very angry. That, their kid was nearly run over, this or that, I mean, these kids are ready to hit somebody. Right or wrong, I'm not saying it's right. But the anger level will rise, and that's what we need to prevent. That's what we need to prevent it. It's not that people can't do this, that, whatever, but just that there are rules in place for everything. So I think that's where we need to get to.
So
Okay.
we budget 200,000 a year for 25 for detail. And then 24,800 for the LPR cameras.
basically 200,000.
Is that an addition or included in?
No, we budget a flat 200,000
Okay.
for security, for
so
details.
someone-
So,
Oh,
so what's the next step?
I
Well-
reached out to the county attorney today to see if they had talked at all about a county ordinance regulating e-bikes. I've not heard back. But I can reach out to Alex Carlo and.
Yes, so I talked to them already, they're aware,
Mhm.
so it's just a matter of all of us getting together and. Come up with a plan on how to.
But what are we asking them to regulate? I have not heard a clean answer. What are we saying? What law are we trying to put in place?
What's the question?
What are we trying
we're not trying to
yeah.
make any.
Well, no, but we're reaching out to the county to ask if the county's putting in an ordinance, the county's doing
Oh,
this.
we're not
on
putting-
request.
No,
Alright, so that-
the
yeah, no,
ordinance
But
is
I'm
already
asking
there.
If they have put one together, or has anyone asked? for one?
We can
And then
ask
the
for one, but
question
my
is-
proposal would be to put no motorized vehicles with seats may operate on CDD sidewalks.
Well, although that's going too far.
And
No,
we-
it's not.
A, we could do that on our own, and B, I agree with you.
We can't do it on our own.
Can't
You have
force
to
it.
be a county or a municipality.
To put an ordinance saying nobody can ride on the sidewalk,
Correct.
they have to enforce it, but why can't we put that ordinance in by
The
ourselves?
statute only gives that power to
Okay.
counties
I
and
I still don't know that I would
municipalities.
support it.
Yeah,
but anyway,
it's,
okay.
it's,
All right, so it would be going to the county to have an ordinance that applies only to the celebration CD.
And this,
All right, well,
this,
well,
this basically agrees with what Pro is doing already with their sidewalks.
That's their
I was at
sidewalks.
Crowe's last meeting and Crowe completely punted on this conversation.
Well, not according to what was in Money Matters, whatever that
Yeah,
is.
for the record, I think their Monday Matters was misworded.
Compared to what was in
To
the,
be kind.
well, and my point is, guys, before we go jumping to, let's get an ordinance, let's have a conversation.
What are we
I need to
trying
know
to
we
do?
have consistency on this board.
That's
That's
right.
what we're asking for.
I understand, and that's why I'd like to get
So that's
together.
where we have to have a beginning. So that's where you're gonna go ahead and discuss it.
Yeah,
Well,
Go ahead and have that.
but can we at least agree what we're just, I mean, I would like to see an enforcement side. I would like to see 30 or 60 days, depending on what they can figure out they can enforce. I'm not sure that I'm hearing. I'm not sure that I'm believing that they can't do no helmets and things like that. I would love to see an enforcement fix. And listen, I talked to one of the principals at one of the schools, I'll leave it unnamed, and he said, I know 10 to 12 of the kids who are probably among the 25 that are causing the problems. So my question to the principal was, take those 12 names, give it to the SRO, have the SRO give it to the details. And if you see one of those 10 kids, you know, hey, treat it as you would anybody else where you've gotten notice that there's a habitual whatever. I don't care what that enforcement is, but there's got to be notice and awareness that it is a small percentage of the kids that are causing this. Before we start
Well,
writing
there-
ordinances, I'd like. to
there
get
is-
enforcement. We haven't had any.
Okay, but there's a flip side to that. It's great that we're gonna target 25, 30 kids. But we don't represent just a small portion of kids. We represent everybody else in our district.
I'm not representing
There've been
25 or 30
multiple,
kids.
there are multiple seniors that have gotten hurt on the side or got sent to the hospital. Okay, and these aren't, the people, they're not equipped, a lot of the kids are riding high speeds, they're really not equipped to handle certain situations. Right? They panic, they don't know what's going on in traffic, there's a lot of these things, right?
Well,
They
I'm
need to
gonna go
be
with the
educated.
opposite of, and I understand everybody's heard the anecdotals. I'm gonna go with the opposite. I have heard that there are adults who are intentionally not getting out of the way. If I'm riding a bicycle and I ring my bell, ding, ding. There are people intentionally not getting out of the way if they see a kid on a bike. Because they're now so inflamed on this e-bike thing. The same video we saw on Celebration Boulevard, guess what? The
But
kid-
you're
the
making,
kids were acting
you're proving
inappropriately,
my
but guess-
point.
But
You're
guess who else
actually
was?
proving my point.
But guess who else
You're-
was?
you're
Was the
proving
adult
my
that's
point.
going by cussing the kids out as they're going by. So to target just the kids on this side of it.
So
It's
that's
not-
We're
why,
not having an enforcement
We're
conversation.
going down the rabbit hole on
right,
this.
so I think you need to meet, go through the sections in
Yep.
terms of what can do. There is no decision that you, or you're gonna go ahead and make. The board will eventually say, okay, these are the particular options that are going on. And we'll have to go ahead and do that. This is exactly what I fear is that people are gonna start reacting. And this is why we need to go ahead and get some sort of semblance under control. It will not be perfect. I don't know if an ordinance is the right, I don't know anything,
Got
okay?
something.
But I also think that something's gonna get done because this is where we're gonna be at. So
Okay.
we schedule the
To
meeting.
be honest with you, like, I think an ordinance is very important, that way it tells a general standard on what to go by for deputies. Because then one deputy's gonna tell you, well, we can't really enforce that, and another deputy's gonna be like, well, yes.
Which is what happens
So,
now.
If you have, you have.
If I have it in black and white, I know what I'm
Black and
doing.
white, exactly, and you'll be added into the ordinances that are attached to our ticket book for, for parking or.
Yeah.
Double parking on, to the curb or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
So,
So the direction is to have Jack, Angel and Jan meet?
Yes.
Okay,
but can we get a date and a time right now since we have communication problems right at this point?
sure.
Good point.
I don't know your schedule. What do you have? What days are light for you, I'll say?
No, you just send me a date and I'll.
Okay,
Not Saturday and Sunday.
are you sure?
I don't know about Sunday.
I'm trying to be respectful.
Saturday's okay.
Are Mondays or Fridays light for you, do you think? You wanna
Mondays
do
are
it
best
Monday
for
or
me.
Friday?
Oh,
Great.
Jack
Jack
likes
likes
Monday.
Mondays are best for me.
Okay, so
I can do it all for one Monday.
how about Monday, the 10th?
Yes.
Are you available, Jack?
Yep.
Jan?
Give me time.
Can I suggest for you, sir, if you can grab Deputy Plaza out of K
Yes.
That's
good?
all, out of K Deputy Plaza. I had a
Do we
discussion
wanna
with
do
him
phone or in person?
So again, as part of the,
Okay. I see what
hey, kind of a
you're
whole of, you know.
Background.
Phone or in
He's
person?
got some good insights specifically on what he's seen there. So
So I can zoom in, I can do whatever you want.
What about the 17th? Can you do the
She
17th?
can do the 10th.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you guys, do you want to do a phone conversation or in person?
I'd be in person with you guys.
Okay,
That'd be best.
can we do it here, Monday, the 10th?
Yes.
What time?
What time?
Name and time.
Want to do it early, like?
Yeah.
10?
I'm here for you. Just let me know the time.
Okay, 10 a.m. Monday, the 10th. I'll send an invite out. Carrie, can you be a part of that?
So you'll cover motorized vehicles and the trespassing clarification?
We're going to
We're
talk
gonna
about
cover a bunch of
traffic,
stuff.
motorized vehicle.
No, I'm just looking at the agenda that we have here. I
Yeah,
just wanna make sure
get
that's
it all.
covered.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do
Can I
appreciate it.
add a couple of things?
Please.
So, sir, and I do apologize for all these detailed stuff and, in the emails, I did, the details. A lot of the details, and I wanna make sure that I could get a schedule to see if they were actually filled. If they were filled and they worked it, you should have a stat sheet or activity sheet.
Right.
A lot of these details, even in Disney, Westgate, they're not getting filled, but we got so many. We got so many. The last couple of weeks, I've had problems everywhere in the west side of the county because there's too many details out there and we just don't have enough bodies. However, details, when they do work it, they know what they're supposed to be doing. I haven't gotten a report about lack of activity or anything like that, because they know what they're supposed to be doing. There's black and white on the detailed description when they sign up. You must enforce traffic laws, you must
Right.
enforce, you must provide, you must write tickets. So they know this. If they're not doing it, then I need to know that way it's addressed. And details are a privilege for us, so
Well,
if they're not
some-
doing their job.
Some people are
So
very
they can't
good
work.
and very conscientious about it. I can give you one particular person and in 2 days has written 19 citations, which I thought was pretty outstanding. But then I get some that have no citations, no written, no verbal. You know.
Yeah, those are actually deputy details that were worked.
Can I ask a question? So if someone hires an Osceola County off duty to say work in Orange County, can you do that? Or do you have jurisdiction there as an off-duty officer
Again,
to like write tickets, any of that stuff?
yes, because we are under mutual agreement with
Okay.
other counties.
Okay, so you guys have jurisdiction in each other's county
Yes.
as an off-duty?
It's contracts and MOU, behind all that.
Okay.
It's Ready, to the sheriffs.
Well, get into the nitty gritty. If somebody writes a speeding ticket and the person challenges it in court, does your deputy have to be down there for it?
If you challenge, yes.
And if we have that person writing from Orange County writing it, what court would it begin?
If they're right in Orange County,
Yeah, wrote
But
it,
they
wrote
wrote
it
it
here.
here on an off, as an off-duty.
I'll say, is an Orange County deputy the work? that-
Yeah, if
Mhm.
we did has,
It has to be,
okay,
because you will have to.
okay, so he's not gonna be happy about doing that.
Well, and it goes back, and I realize there were a lot of problems. I mean, I trust Jack can convey those. I would like, as part of this conversation, if you'd be able to at least do a preliminary temperature check and get outvoted here on this one, maybe the only one. I would at least like to start exploring the idea of getting a full-time person, because what you're saying right now that, hey, people just aren't filling details because there's so many details being requested. Jack, to your point, just by that alone, I don't know that we're gonna get what we need.
Well, the
Unless
question
we
is
start looking at other-
whether Captain Lopez wants to hire additional people for us,
Well,
whether he has
if-
ability for it.
So 60 seconds or less, we had Jerry Weiland he was a committed, the district paid for him, I mean, his salary, his car, everything. The reason it got terminated was because the lawyer came in here under the previous sheriff and said, you can't task him with anything. We said, no, we're not looking to say, give that car a ticket, don't give that car a ticket. It was, no, you can't task him with anything. He's basically free to do what he wants. And then he was getting pulled into stuff outside of Celebration, even though we were getting the bill. So that was a problem. But
That
we,
was one of the items.
that was one.
There was
one
a
of the-
bigger item.
Yes, there were a lot. If there was appetite from the sheriff's department to say, hey, if we were willing to pay to take our $175,000 budget and say, hey, we would like to get back to a committed single community officer who's gonna be here 40 hours a week, and he's our guy, and that's all he does. I would like to know whether or not there's an appetite both from our board and the sheriff's department.
This happened before Sheriff Lopez.
Yeah, that ended in 2019.
I'm not interested at this point.
Yeah, I don't know that yet. I'd like to get the services we're paying for to begin with,
Mhm.
to see if there's consistency over time. And then I'd be open to anything, but I don't think we're getting the services we're paying for. It's a lot of money, and it's been 2 raises after 2 years. And it's hard to go back and tell people we're gonna increase their dues and they're not getting it, right? So that's.
And look, I totally get it.
I listen, I enjoy, I appreciate this
No
conversation.
different. Look. No different than, and now that I'm here, I'm gonna bring this up, no different than Halloween.
Right.
Halloween was a mess. And I try so hard to
Right.
help Greg and Celebration. I try to get as many deputies as I could. We didn't have a personnel.
Right.
We just didn't have it, like, we tried, and not to mention that we have to cover the whole county.
Right,
The majority of the deputies that we had available were put out here. Even with us being short, now this year is gonna be a lot different, honestly, because we're prepping for now.
right.
Because we also understand that we don't want anything happening here, especially with the amount of traffic, you're stuck. You're stuck, so. We're trying to do the best we can to help you guys out. Last year, I tried, I promise you, I give you my word, I tried. And this year, hopefully, it'll be a lot better and a lot smoother than last year. And what I'm trying to say here is. We have to, it's not that we're not coming in here and controlling, that's not it. It's just, our call for service is very busy.
Right.
So, you know, we have, especially on the strip, which is over here in the west side of the county, especially night shift. They're busy, they're from call to call to call, sector 1, sector 2, celebration, section 25, it's either everything.
Right.
You know, sometimes, something crazy happens down south, and we have to provide a deputy just to cover that, because all the deputies are stuck in one.
Right.
So, please, just, the only thing that I'm avoiding you guys or ignoring you guys, I'm not. And now that I'm here on this side of the county, just focusing on the west side, I'll be more involved, and I know I said this when I came here, but going from Point Shannon to 1 and 2, it's tough, let me tell you, so I'm back and forth. And sorry, and I apologize, and I will give it to you personally, and I will come up with all the answers for all the stuff that we have. And especially for those details that we.
I really appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One clarification on this item that I want for the record is the fact that Jack referenced it on the Monday Matters Pro put out. They made the statement that electric bikes should be ridden only on public streets and not on sidewalks. We did not get a clarification of that statement because to my knowledge, they are allowed on CDD sidewalks.
They are, it's just Crow is restricted on their stuff, and I say,
Right.
do
So
we
for the
match,
record,
do
that
we marry up and match with them?
for clarification.
Okay.
And just for the board, I emailed Lauren, but she basically said,
So you stand by the statement.
yes.
Well.
So.
Duly noted.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
All right, move on to the consent agenda minutes,
Move to
January
approve-
28th.
Move to approve it.
Second,
Thanks.
favor?
Wait. Finance item was under that I brought to your attention, Angel.
Yeah, it's some miscoding. There's a couple of items. Hold on.
Please.
So the question Dave brought up, just for everybody, is there's a couple of lines that were already trending over or going to be over on. And that's what he brought up. So I looked into them. There's some stuff that's coded to those lines that should be coded to some other lines. So we're having those recoded.
Okay.
Okay. That's just what we talked about. Were there any other questions?
I mean, just the usual. For legal engineer costs, make sure it goes through you. So that those are
I'm sorry,
engineer and legal costs. To keep those controlled, make sure we go through you first.
okay, so,
Yeah.
yeah, make sure anything legal or engineering comes through me. Don't go straight to the attorney or engineer, because if it's something I can answer for you, I can do that before we rack up her bill or his bill.
Pretty much are. Enough for
How was yours, by the way? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
$1,200.
Yeah.
So just bring it to me, and if I can't answer it, I'll get with legal or engineering.
So, move to approve minutes, all in favor?
Aye.
Financial statements, that's what's where we covered.
That's everything.
Business matters, proposals for root barriers for 70 trees.
You want
Are you gonna
to
bring
put
Premier
Premier in
first?
first,
Oh, I'm so sorry, yes, please, come on up.
make you sit back down,
I know.
wait.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the board for putting your trust in our company. We've had a good first month, I believe, and I want to thank Infomark as well. They've done a sensational job of getting us the information we need to make this transition really smooth. I'm quite pleased. Quite frankly, I looked at a lot of lakes today, drove around. I'm quite pleased with the progress we made. I said in my report that was sent to the board that I was cautiously optimistic about being quicker than that 6 to 8 months that we discussed. I'll be honest, after today, I'm even more optimistic. A lot of the stuff I saw today that was still pending, a lot of the stuff, if you drove to look at these lakes that are in the report today, they look tremendously better. Some of them are almost spotless. So I'm really pleased. It's proof of concept that the treatment protocols we put in place already are working really well.
And I will add to that, because there was 5 lakes that I saw, and I'm like, oh, these are in bad shape, and I think like in 3 to 4 days, it was night and day, it was really, they're all clear.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Being wintertime does help, obviously.
Right.
I would like to see what the lakes do. Obviously, going into summer, water warms up, we're gonna see more growth, but the good news is that our treatments work. So hopefully if we do see more growth, we'll be able to rapidly get right on top of it. My theory has always been if we treat stuff before it allows time. Algae, duckweed, which in some areas, if you go south village, duckweed's more of a problem than the algae. The duckweed's the little tiny green thing you
Right.
see floating. That stuff grows exponentially, right? So if you
Right.
let a little tiny bit keep growing, all of a sudden a little tiny bit becomes a couple acres, right? So for us, it's important whether there's even a little tiny bit, it's always worth spraying it. Some companies would just drive by because it's not worth mixing in the tank, but for us, we're gonna be constantly staying on top of it because we're gonna allow a problem to exponentially grow.
Right.
And shoot ourselves in the foot. So we're really pleased with the result we're seeing. I would, pretty confidently say 3 to 6 months on the cleanup. The only reason I'm saying 6 months right now is simply because we don't know what regrowth we're gonna see, but a lot of the submerged vegetation that I saw, we did our second treatment, as I noted, that was some of the biggest things we wanted to see is how these lakes react once we got some weeds under control. Tremendous difference after the second treatment. I think I put in my report 4 to 6 treatments. A lot of the submerged vegetation I've seen today, a lot of it's done now. So we're well on our way to being in much better shape very quickly. Our main focus has been algae and submerged vegetation, because that's the highest priority. We get most complaints on that though. So we do have to get on top of some of the shoreline weeds, but thankfully there wasn't really anything that was out of bad control. When we took it over, that's one thing Cross Creek did do well at, with some of the basic shoreline weeds. So we're really confident, really pleased with where we're going. Couple items I did want to discuss. Lake LV9, which there's a picture in your report, it's Lake Evelyn.
Right.
There's a small patch of cattails there. My opinion is, and recommendation would be to go ahead and spray them out and get rid of them. I didn't want to go ahead and do that because they've been there for obviously a little bit of time. Wasn't sure if there was some preference to keep them there. Other areas,
Is that the area that's like in the middle, kind of a small?
it's like a little shallow shelf and there's just, probably 50, 60, 70 cattails that are grown out in the shallow area. So it's right off a little sidewalk when you come up to the lake. Like I said, my recommendation is to remove them. They can become monoculture, grow uncontrolled.
Okay.
So my recommendation for remove, but because they've been there for a while, I just want to get confirmation that we're good with that.
Again, we'll always do that, get rid of them.
Yeah, I don't know. Now, Carrie, you drove around with them as well.
Last Friday,
14th, yep.
yeah, I think we did about 2.5, 3 hours. A lot more engagement with Premier than we've had with contractors in the past. they're in here. Dylan, I don't know if everybody knows Dylan. He's monitoring all of our GoGo work orders. So he has all the late ones that we get. He meets with the guys and they come on site, we took this when you're here. Alex and I took some of those when we toured the properties, so. Very happy with the way things are going.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So that's,
And because we don't know what the numbers are either, he made these snaps for me.
All right, so yeah, I get it, I get it. Yeah, I'd be for getting rid of them. I mean, now what's the additional cost on that?
spread out maintenance.
Just spread it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would get rid of
Okay.
them. Anyone else?
Get rid of what?
The cattails and
Cattails.
and Lake
That'll
Evelyn.
be 9.
Yeah.
Do you wanna spray them out, or you wanna,
Manually or what?
depending on what we do with Water Street Canal,
Which is.
we got a company that can
Well,
fork them out?
this is Lake Evelyn though. We're not dredging Lake Evelyn though.
I didn't say you were.
No, but when
Well,
you
it's
spray
not a little
cattails, it's gonna look
swab
nasty
outside.
if you don't get them manually removed.
So if you spray them,
Spray them,
do you
you're gonna
have-
have, they're gonna be
Turn
dead.
brown, and realistically, they do take 6
A
months
while.
to really decay. They do take
Jeez.
a
Yeah.
long time, so there is
So
an unaesthetic look. I would still recommend spraying them to kill the roots, but if we want to remove the dead material, we can certainly look at that.
So spray
You're gonna
and
get
then remove.
complaints, yeah.
so have them spray it, but since we already have the dredge.
If you guys approve that, yeah, we're
Okay.
probably gonna be doing it for free.
Okay.
So,
Ooh,
Should have said that up
Big
front.
talk.
That was on, leave with that, leave with that.
so
Next time,
spray,
quick.
go ahead and
it's on
spray.
you, Salty.
And did you talk through the biomicrobes thing?
Give more.
We have
Yeah,
a
we have
discussion
got-
today, actually.
Yeah, so
Okay.
to that discussion on that point, first I'll wait to see what their initial plan is to, I'm not sure we discussed what they're going to do for you guys. The microbes, I'll be honest, I'm skeptical that it's gonna provide a large benefit, but that is such a small area. I'll include that in the maintenance, so I would not leave that on the side, we can put it in. The reason why I say I'm not sure we're gonna see benefit in that one, usually when you look at the microbes or bacteria, it's more so for algae growth. At least in my experience, I haven't seen algae every time I've inspected that thing, it's more duckweed. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you're gonna get a large benefit, to be honest.
So not there, okay. I know we were covering that separately, but
But yeah, you know, we could definitely trial it out, that's, you know, $8 worth of
don't do it
bacteria.
there if it's not gonna do any good, so.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, and to that point, right, you know, right now, we haven't been here long enough to see what lakes are gonna have those recurring issues, right? So I mentioned in the report, you know, we are gonna apply dyes, bacteria, some of those proactive measures where we see that constant regrowth. Whether it's from nutrients, whatever it is, right? We'll start seeing those, but right now, we haven't had any regrowth yet to speak of, so once we see that, we'll start applying those and see what kind of results we get, you know, report back. But, you know, the big thing for us is making sure we have a good treatment protocol in place. We did come in the first week with, you know, we had a mix of 3 different active ingredients. That's where we're a little different. A lot of companies come in, they throw one active ingredient. We found that there's synergistic effects sometimes with mixing certain active ingredients
Right.
where you get better control. We started with 2 different mixes. One had two of the ingredients, and one had 3. We definitely saw the benefit of having 3. So this second round of algae treatments, you can only spray it every 2 weeks. We did with that, and it's noticeable difference. So using all 3 active ingredients together, showing really good results. Really pleased with what we're seeing. Some of the things that are lingering, LV3, for example, which was I think before we came in, that was one of the lakes that there was a complaint. I think late January when we came in, the lake was, I think it's like 3 acres, and it was completely covered with duckweed. That one, it's today, it still had about 10, 15 feet on the one side, and I retreated it today. But you know, ones like that, sometimes when you have just such a bulk, it does take multiple treatments. But we are seeing those results pretty much all around. It's just a matter of seeing where that regrowth is, taking some of those practical measures and staying on top of it. Other than that, the only other thing is, the aeration. I did talk with Terry and Russ about that. We weren't really 100% sure when the last maintenance was done, so we're gonna put that on the schedule for March, go through all the systems, make sure everything's up to snuff, operating as it should, and, you know, if any repairs are needed, I'll have that for you at the next board meeting.
Are any of those still under warranty or are those all done? Aerators and all stuff,
They're not under warranty.
under 1 year.
It depends on the part, and you know, for all of the vendors you have, I think I've seen mostly Aquamaster and Vertex. I am a distributor. So if there is anything under warranty, I always cross check the serial number before just to make sure, and you know, I don't want to charge you guys for something that shouldn't cover.
How long will it take you to go through all of them?
It's single day.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, single day, you know, typically it's, you know, you vacuum them out, you check pressures, you make sure everything's running smoothly, check that they're diffusing properly. I have seen few small things just from how they're bubbling on some of the diffusers where I can tell that there's either a blown head or, a break in the PVC. So, there probably will be some minor repairs. From what I see, I don't think there's gonna be anything massive for you guys, but some minor, just maintenance repairs probably would be recommended.
Okay.
Last question I had was, I thought from our last meeting, we had said, Mark, I know you were gonna go through the pond restoration as far as one of the capital project. Was that in conjunction with them or was that by yourself? I can't remember. We were tackling that.
By ourselves.
Okay. Okay. Are you seeing anything on we gotten a couple of comments from previous vendors of sludge at the bottom and having to get chemical treatments and denitritization and all that? Are you, now that you've gotten testing, are you?
So, it's to that point, right? Every pond in Florida that has any sort of age to it, gonna have muck in the bottom.
Right.
Not a surprise. The question is, are you seeing negative effects? Right? I can't answer that today just simply because we gotta see what the regrowth looks like. 90% of the nutrients in a pond that are introduced, whether it's, runoff from fertilizer and any of that, it all eventually settles in that muck. And, there's sometimes where the muck actually sequestered takes a long time and then something happens, whether it's a shift in temperature and that muck will release all that nutrient, right? Haven't been here long enough to answer the question whether we're having true issues or not, haven't seen regrowth. The telltale sign is, are you seeing algae where we spray it, get good results, we see it die, but all of a sudden there's a new bloom right after we sprayed it. That's kind of the telltale sign, how quickly stuff is occurring, how much there's regrowth. And then to that point, you guys have built into your contract to be 10 water quality tests a year. Once we have more data of, okay, well, these are the 10 ponds that really are showing issues, we'll be able to get hard data, not just be guessing of, hey, you know what, the lake has X amount of phosphorus, X amount of nitrogen, and these are recommended steps based on what we think. Sometimes, quite honestly, is it worth your investment if we're getting good results and you're only seeing 2 or 3 algae blooms a year? Probably not, but we gotta get some hard data behind it first.
I think we're seeing, Russ, it's kind of consistently the ponds. It's not a random shotgun blast. It's the same ponds every year that we.
Pretty
get
much
those.
seems like the same pond,
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm open to historical input. I've lived here for a while, I've seen the ponds that have been your major issue. I'm sure there's some ponds that consistently get the same complaints.
Yeah.
I have a general idea in my head of which ponds I'm kind of thinking right off the bat, but until I have more time, it's a matter of, and realistically, the best time to do our testing is gonna be summertime anyway, so by that time, we're gonna have a really good idea of what.
So you're saying you're gonna need to get to the full summer before you can get it on?
Not full summer, a couple months, I would say, honestly, I would expect we should probably be testing in June, July, well. Probably have the conversation, maybe a June board meeting to discuss, hey, these are the lakes I'm proposing. Cause I wanna make sure you guys have buy-in and we all have a good understanding of, hey, what kind of things to do. I may have lakes that maybe have more visibility near the town center or something that you prefer to see those ones tested. So, I want to come in with a good list of what I would recommend and then get feedback and, we can go from there.
So the only challenge, and I appreciate the good expectations, and the challenge with that is how it fits up against our budget cycle, because we get our budget signed in May or June.
Our preliminary budget.
No, our final budget is done.
Oh, our final budget is it's I think we do it at your July because Osceola County's deadline is August 31st. So we adopt your final budget in your July meeting.
Okay.
And your preliminary at your May meeting.
So realizing he still needs to go through and do everything he just described. If you guys can figure out, is there a way to put in a little bit of a wedge number to figure out roughly, if he assumed X number of ponds, he was gonna have to do some advanced treatment. I don't want to wait a
April.
whole nother budget cycle. if it comes
April,
back.
if you can get me those numbers by April,
Okay.
that'd be great.
Yeah, so what I'll do in theory, right, is when you look at to the point of muck, usually in Florida, 99% of the time when you do nutrient testing, which is what we'd be looking at when you're talking about the regrowth. It's, you're looking at phosphorus and nitrogen, 99% of the time it's phosphorus. Well, just to say that has a lot of high phosphorus, so you see more fun. With that being said, when you look at phosphorus, the way it's essentially done is we're able to do a calculation based on the volume of your water, the reading of parts per billion, and say you have X amount of elemental phosphorus in your water body. And we know exactly there's this much product that we need to use to bind that phosphorus up. Right, so I can, essentially create a number of, hey, we know what we need based on that data. And you know, if the board's interested too, I have a very good relationship with C-Pro. I recommend using the product they use. C-Pro, I'm always gonna involve them, whether the board wants to be involved with conversations or not, because if I involve them and have a role in playing in what the recommended rate is and what we're gonna do, they also guarantee it and back it as a manufacturer saying, you know, if we tell you we're gonna get this lake to 50 parts per billion. If it doesn't get to 50 parts per billion, they're giving you more product for free until it does. So there's, you know, it's rare in our industry that you get a guarantee, but that's one time where it's valuable to have it behind you. But to that point, what I was mentioning with CPRO is the technical rep is more than willing to attend board meetings, provide information on behalf of them. Happy to, you know, invite them to board meetings, but would like to have that conversation.
Okay. Be good.
Last month, we had a resident request for fish stocking. Is that something for him or is that somebody different?
He would be the one.
So, do you know which lake they were looking at, and was it purposeful for, you know, we look at fisheries?
It was one of those where they caught bass previously and now they're not. So where'd they go?
Well, thanks for being so specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. I'm glad you have that map.
I
I'm just asking, which one, any idea?
It's the one across from the assisted living.
Okay, 'cause that's the one I was gonna bring up.
Okay, I really
I'm
don't
assuming
know.
that's what, I know that's been brought up.
Talking about on Boulevard? Yeah, I see him.
Do we know which one that is?
Well,
That's right.
So the request was for
Here.
fishing,
Yeah,
not for
it's right there.
control.
Everybody see it on
Just-
Boulevard?
Because he wasn't catching bass fish
My
anymore.
first recommendation is to change the lure first.
Yeah.
Good point.
I think that should be our response.
But
We don't typically stock fish for fishing. You stock them because they serve a purpose. Some of them eat algae, larvae.
That was my point. If, let's say you wanted bass for that. That might not be the
We don't
best fish.
stock bass anyway, right?
yeah, we can, it's for fisheries, but to your
Yeah.
point, right, there's, as far as for your condition your lakes, there's no benefit, it's a fisheries thing.
Yeah.
Certainly can, if you do stock bass, you typically want to stock some kind of minnows of food source form for them to be able to, you know, to be prevalent. You know, LB2 is one of the lakes that has been really bad for submerged vegetation, so.
LB2.
The one you pointed to?
The one you put.
Oh, that's it, okay. Got that one covered.
So you'd want fish that are
Yeah.
gonna eat
That's the one I
vegetation,
think.
not bass.
Yeah, and I hate to bring up, but if you're
You shouldn't.
promoting fishing,
Fishing.
you need a fishing policy to make sure people have licenses.
Yeah, we
they
don't have a
fall
fishing
in, it's stormwater.
Yeah.
It's a very big issue.
Everybody wants to stock their own fish.
Yeah, and
To allow
But he-
fishing, because
so-
the ponds are not, they're not set up to be fishing.
I've got a deal killer though. Maybe more important than that one. He also wants a crosswalk to go from the assisted living to the pond. I'm like, okay. Deal breaker. Deal
You're
breaker.
kidding me.
And I
Why would I get you on that? It's not funny.
I was gonna ask for salmon.
And I will add, you know, just from my experience, when you do one pond, I've been part of a other CDD with.
Everybody
lakes,
wants
they're all of a
fish.
sudden, everybody's gonna want fish in their pond, so.
Not me. So those fish kill days are wonderful.
So, it, you know, I can certainly help with that if that's where you wanna go, but again, just caution, I've seen that happen.
Let's get a proposal.
Do we really want to go? Because I said, if we do promote fishing, we need a fishing policy in all our ponds.
No, this is
We've
more
had
or
people-
less for one or two residents too.
That's it.
And you have people fall in ponds and can't get out because they're not designed for wading, they're designed as stormwater ponds.
And also, I mean, the
think-
fish you
Then
wanna
again,
stock
we've had
are,
high school
for
have fishing
vegetation.
Competitions in our lake downtown.
We used to years.
Well, that's, yeah, but on the
In
lake
Rhinelander.
downtown, it's, there's fences and there's, you know.
I'm not motivated on any number that's greater than 0, so.
but if you do, it needs to be a proposal for the right fish to be put in. If it's going in ponds, it needs to be ones that eat vegetation and
Yeah,
larvae
I mean, you
and
know,
all that
that
stuff.
might be part of the recipe for some of the submerged long term, right? Is we gotta make a consideration when we see how the submerged reacts too, is the one that Angel was referencing is triploid grass carp. They do a great job naturally without us having to spray, just simply eating some of the submerged vegetation.
Yep.
Orlando as a whole has a lot of slender spike.
We've
rush.
stocked a lot of ponds with those.
Have
Yeah,
you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen a handful with them, so.
But they're not big fish.
oh, they get big.
5 feet.
Didn't realize it came with a salad.
They get really big.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
problem to that point though is when they get big,
Yeah.
they actually slow down eating.
Yeah.
So it. you
How's
have-
that possible? You think the bigger they are, the more they eat?
When they're the 9-inch ones, they're voracious, they're trying to grow. As they age, they get sluggish, they pretty much become slow moving
Yes,
torpedoes.
they get old and sluggish, Tom, you hear that?
Yeah.
You know,
That'd
it's
be
gonna be a
a-
long
Yeah,
meeting for
yeah.
you. Wait till we get to your section. Get him, Jack.
I'm saying, let's stay away from fish, okay?
I have no more questions.
All right, no more, I don't have any more questions.
Yeah, one last comment before he goes. Shell's not here, but when Alex sent the report, Shell sent me about a dozen questions. I answered most of them, and a couple of them I said, you're gonna opportunity to ask Alex. Well, he's not here.
He's not here, so,
But the conversation we had this morning was Alex is like, board member, ever want to go out with me, tour the pond,
Yeah.
spend time with me, just ask.
okay.
He's more than willing. to do
I do appreciate your work. It's, I've driven around and
It makes a big difference.
it does, it really does. I did hear that you had a resident complaint while you were there and then the pond was clear. But that's not the best scenario, right? I'm not happy. Oh. You know?
Yeah, we've heard mixed reviews, some people were a little upset to see people buying their house and. I think we had 3 different residents say, well, we've never seen anybody here, I was like, well, that could have been part of
The
your
part of the
problem.
problem, right?
But a majority of the feedback we've gotten from residents, very happy, seen improvement, so we're pleased with where we're going. Just gotta keep it up and, stay on top of it, that's the name of the game, it's why it's called maintenance.
That's right.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Dave's proposal for root barriers for 70 trees.
You got them.
Make sure his name is on that one.
Did you look at all of them?
There's 2 of them.
Supposed to be a foot per foot, but
Yeah.
I figure out what you wanna do after that.
I figured it out per tree.
Yeah.
And just put it divided by 71 or whatever. it was.
I mean, listen, guys, I mean, this is the initial number that Russ had said, and maybe it was just. I don't know, I'm trying to marry this against the initial, it was like 5,000 to 7,000 you were saying when you were estimating with labor.
4,000 or something.
Yeah, I mean,
I think.
I look at the United one and we take 22,152 divided by 71, that's $300 a tree. What's the cost per sidewalk, Ken? Give me a swag. Well, we have to.
600 and, what is it?
600.
650, I thought, 648? Okay,
You just told me this is a no-brainer.
Now, remember, all those are, elm trees too.
What's the
It
difference?
says, oh,
It's night and day between, to me anyway, that and doing an
No.
oak tree.
We got oak trees.
these are 71 oak trees.
They're gonna do it for oak trees.
So a lot of the tree proposals that we've been working on is installing are,
I think there was only about 5 oak trees.
yeah, there's not too many oaks. There's not too many. oaks.
Uh,
The majority,
agenda's for elms.
yeah. it's
No.
a lot
It
of-
says, oh,
71 oak trees, right on your proposal.
71 oak trees.
That's for the elms.
great job.
Sure.
Good job. Nice.
We
Yeah,
talked
Russ-
as former
Russ-
employers.
I didn't
I know,
but I
what
knew
the
that's-
hell?
Yeah, it's just a misprint, because Russ had sent over a side on it.
So the price is good then?
Yeah, the price is the same, it's
Okay.
just they're elm trees, they were all like for like on the.
Alright.
Because I do know the oak trees are
Yeah, they all
considerably more
say elm.
expensive,
yeah.
Well,
because there's considerable drilling involved.
Well,
It's
it's
no,
existing
yeah.
oaks, right? if you
But
went
this
out
is
to the
different,
existing-
yeah, it doesn't matter what tree, you're just. Putting in the root barrier regardless of what tree you put in.
Right, this is for new, that price would be for a new tree, they were like, hey, let's go out.
Right, if you're putting in a new tree, right, but what I'm talking about is an existing tree.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
a whole
yeah.
different price, cause you're talking about the oak tree roots on
But-
25-year-old
what-
trees.
I think we missed the point of that exercise.
Plastic.
Fiberglass,
Why?
plastic.
My understanding here was, my expectation from last meeting was this was
Fiberglass,
retrofitting
plastic.
existing trees.
Right,
No.
No, I thought, no, you all decided we weren't gonna do that.
No, that's what we asked for.
To,
Well, no,
to
I-
retrofit?
Yes.
I
asked
don't
for
recall.
something different. Well, no, I'm very curious about that too, but what I asked for is that we got a proposal for all these trees. And then he told us, well, that's not coming with root barriers, but we got a policy that says every new tree is supposed to get a root barrier if you're.
Anything in Island Village, we shouldn't even be paying for.
Well, I know, but my thing was, how come we are exempting ourselves from root barriers?
When did we exempt it?
Well, this
Can
is
I
what-
interject real quick? If it's like an existing oak tree, we could replace the sidewalk panels 4 times over and it'll be cheaper than putting root barrier in.
Correct.
Okay.
But we
So-
discussed that in the
That's
meeting.
right, no, we've discussed that. That's
No,
clear.
and that's why I was shocked to see a $300 price.
That's for a new tree.
And it's also moving the tree over too, if we're
Correct.
replacing one. It's not gonna be in the exact same spot, it's gonna be,
Alright.
go
But
with six,
so,
7 feet.
what this is a proposal for new trees that we're putting in, 71 elms.
Well, there's a variety.
Variety.
Not all.
All right, we're getting,
There's all over the
so,
place.
Those are the hurricane trees that we're replacing.
yes,
Right,
right,
correct. There's
so.
another proposal for additional.
We've
trees that
got
are all-
71 new trees going in, and we're exempting ourselves, like, we don't have to put a root barrier.
We're not exempting ourselves, we're talking about this.
No, well, we were up until now, and I asked for a proposal.
Well, that's how it works, yeah.
No.
Who's on first?
So,
I'm just giving him a hard time, because he
That-
has to
Michelle
get
was
earlier.
smart today.
It was.
all right, so, why aren't we doing this, is the question.
Because we never have, and I'm not saying that's the right answer.
Okay, so maybe it's the
For
right answer.
30 years, we've never installed root barriers.
Well, We just passed a new.
And that's why you have the
Well, on
proposals to
battery.
decide which way you want to go.
That's not picking.
All right, so,
So
I-
vote
so we
on
do
this,
it.
you want.
So which way do you want to go?
Which kind of the barriers do you want?
In what areas are we placing these trees?
all over.
All over?
Yeah.
All over.
They're hurricane.
It
well,
won't even
possibly
be
you're-
area
you're-
specific.
Specifically the elms, where are the elms going?
Spring Park Loop,
Spring Park Loop.
If- if you-
One there.
do the proposal.
Yeah, there's,
And there's
it's one of the
plastic
items.
and
Unless,
fiberglass.
unless you're telling me that this is gonna do us no good, because they're never going to impact the sidewalk, which I haven't heard yet.
Because basically, the elm trees don't impact the sidewalk.
The elm trees are not a threat. It's the only the oaks.
Doing it.
So you're putting them on
So
elm
why
trees
would-
that
Yeah.
make no
We're
difference.
talking two different proposals, though. So there's a proposal on your agenda for Spring Park Loop that Russ had asked separate of, for just trees, okay? The proposal we provided for root barrier were for the 71 there were 71 hurricane trees, correct? That are already going in right now. So that's what that price, the root barrier price in the agenda package that you're talking about is for the 71 hurricane replacement trees that we're currently doing.
Yeah, and that's a variety of trees.
That's a variety.
So,
Any of those trees that would damage the sidewalk.
There are some oaks in there.
so why are we not just doing for the oaks and forget the elms?
Yeah, you could.
We can, yeah, we can adjust the proposal however we see fit. or
Yeah,
however you see
I'd
fit,
go along
sorry.
with the oaks.
Well, whatever's gonna damage sidewalks, and we'll leave that to
Probably
your,
oaks and sycamores.
okay, oaks, sycamores, whatever.
Sycamores, yeah.
Great. So let's vote for applying root
Which,
barriers.
which kind of root barriers? There's 4 different
Plastics,
proposals.
fiberglass.
And the sizes.
All right, let's
And the
speak to
size.
the,
So what we will do is we will go back. And we'll honor obviously the price isn't gonna change, but let us refine the number, the quantity. So if you say, hey, we'll approve this proposal based on, I think it was 12 linear feet each direction. So 24 linear feet, I think that was sidewalk and roadway, correct, Joel?
Mhm.
What we'll do is we'll revise the pricing based off of the trees that we believe should have them, right? Oaks,
Any hardwood.
sycamores.
So that,
Yeah.
the unit pricing isn't changing, you're just
No.
changing the quantity.
so,
And
so,
I don't
Which will
think,
change the
you don't
price.
need to come back because
No,
you're,
right.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
you approve it as is.
Proposal and send it back with the same
Yeah, you have
pricing,
conditional
just less
approval.
solid.
so
One
And
of
then-
Which kind?
Yeah, which one
That
and,
was my question.
and
which-
what size?
It's, well, you got plastic or fiberglass.
What's
you
the
have cloth.
recommendation?
What's your recommendation?
Not cloth.
Not cloth.
Oh, no.
Fiberglass is great.
Fiberglass, that's your recommendation? Okay.
Fiberglass.
Which
what kind of
size?
protection we get out of that?
They're 24 by 24. would be the other suggestion.
Yeah, that's. the-
Because what happens is these
They don't
roots hit
have
these
a
bio
fiberglass
barriers,
outside.
they either go up or they go down. So, you have 2 feet that you're putting in the ground.
On a
And Once it
24 by
hits that,
24.
now it's, depending on where that root's out, it's gotta typically deflect down. Because you're chasing water more than anything else, so now you got, most of these shallower root trees like oaks. The more above ground, so once it hits that, it's typically not gonna go over, it's gonna start going down, so now you have 24 inches to go down, which.
There's not a
I'm not
24
gonna tell you
inch.
how-
There's a
There's 20 or 28
For fiberglass.
for fiberglass.
The 24 is.
There's no
the
24.
plastic.
Either the 20 or the 28, whichever one you want.
Oh,
220,
you are
221,
such a
whatever.
not a help.
There's so many.
For somebody getting the wrong berries to begin with. this is
Right?
amazing.
You better be out
All
here
right, so-
cutting the extra 4
so-
inches.
That's right.
28.
So Brett, first off, is there a difference in price between the 28 as far as
Yeah.
digging?
28, that's 20, there's a difference, yeah.
How much?
6 versus.
question, do we want to do the curbside,
The street side.
street side? We're not doing that now on village.
No, just,
The
So then-
sidewalk.
just the
side.
sidewalk
If the
side.
county wants to jump in, the county can do it on.
So that'll revise the pricing as well, because now you're at 24 feet, will be just 12 feet along sidewalk.
Pretty
So-
low on
28.
some.
Great.
Jesus
Do
Christ.
28, one
Are you going
side
by
by
the 20?
sidewalk, only for the trees that are hardwood that'll impact.
28 fiberglass, 12 feet along
28
sidewalk.
fiberglass.
Yes, yes.
What's the per cost on that?
We don't know.
It's gonna change.
Yeah,
Well, the
it's
per
changed.
cost is
Tomorrow we
26.
talk.
No.
What do you think?
What is it?
26,582 divided by 7.
But that's including the roadside.
Yeah, that's.
Divide that by 2.
Yeah, it'd be in half, cause it's
26,582.
Okay, hold on, we got 5 conversations going on.
Do the math and tell me what it is.
Hold on.
Like 200 and something.
Get my abacus, stand by.
All right, so the proposal is
He has
that
that.
we revise it to apply
Know
to
what it
just
is.
the hardwood trees, sycamores and oaks. And we're gonna do, sidewalk side only,
200.
28-inch fiberglass.
And this
Alright,
is
is that your
moving
motion?
forward
Yes.
for every new tree that we put in that affects sidewalks.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, what is it per?
186.20, I'm 187.20.
All right, so that's your motion?
Yes.
One eighty-seven
it.
twenty,
yep.
each root bearing.
Got it.
20 feet long.
I took off my extra $10.
20 feet long.
Okay, we just had a change. What? From the engineer just
Instead of
gave
6 feet
it.
off the center, mark would like to see 10 feet off the
That's what
center,
we're doing on Island Village.
or 20.
You go 6 feet from an oak tree, go look at any tree.
You go right around it.
Oh, okay, I defer to them.
So you gotta
You
modify your
gotta
motion
change the
now.
motion.
I don't know what he's saying.
It's not 28
Tell me what
feet.
he's saying.
Barrier boy doesn't know what we're talking about
Is the root barrier?
Yeah.
Price it at 12 foot, so he wants to go an
20
extra 8.
Oh my goodness.
See, he had it, he didn't.
28
figure out
inch
what
by
this-
12,
Okay.
20 feet.
By 20 feet along the side.
So we're back at the same unit price, take the 28 divided by 71, because that was a 12 foot, it's a 10 foot, make it a 12 foot column.
Okay.
So 26,582 divided by 71 is.
Brett, you know what you gotta do? Okay, there.
374.
You gotta make the motion.
374 what?
39,
You made your motion.
374.39 each root barrier.
it's 12 feet.
Fiberglass, 28 inch by 20.
66.
David, make the motion so we can get out of here.
Yeah, all right, so gonna amend the motion?
Well, hold on,
That
hold on.
number's
Boss.
not right.
Yeah,
We'll get the number.
All right, can we just get a conditional approval,
Yes.
whatever
Yes.
number
Yeah,
it
we
is?
already said yes.
Yeah.
I'll email.
I make that motion, whatever that is.
Dave, second,
Second.
She's got it.
Jack, all in favor?
Aye.
What are we voting?
All right, it's done. Move on.
You can't do any more meetings, Brett. You do not make the Brett smooth.
You wanted root barriers?
Your proposal's not even right. It says elm trees supposed to be oaks.
Shoots and ladders over here.
Come on.
All right, move on.
Yes,
See, I'm glad you're here.
jeez.
All right, let me ask you, and I swear this is not a smart ass question.
Wow, there we go.
Right away.
But you brace yourself. Okay, so you can do that for new oak trees that we're putting in where a hurricane got blown over.
Yeah, because we're removing the tree from the existing, right? We grind.
Right.
We're gonna run into some old root pressure.
Okay.
But we're not putting that tree in the exact same spot. We have to move it. Okay, because we're not extracting all that old grinding stuff.
So that's, okay, that's the difference, but thank you, that's all I need, I was trying to figure out why we couldn't.
We knew that.
And I think the only watch out too, we noted in the proposal, is like, we don't know where the homeowner's irrigation lines are.
Yeah, there are.
So there's going to be some
Understood.
damage,
We
there's
know.
going to be some additional costs.
When you're gonna move the tree, it's by default, there's gonna be an issue.
When you're gonna repair it
Yeah, but it's gonna be additional pricing. to it.
for you?
For us.
For you guys.
Why for us? If you broke it,
It's not,
you repair stuff, right?
you know, some of it's,
You know?
it's,
So we can call, okay, so there's a company called Groundhound, that's private, it's not 811, and they will.
Angel had her Wheaties this morning.
They will give it a hard nose.
No, I'm pretty sure you just pull it and whatever breaks you fix.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he's saying it's gonna be at our cost, and I'm saying he should eat it.
it typically is. though.
No, we're, don't.
It typically is. And it-
We're in item, we're in the second item, we got 52 days.
And that's minor cost.
Okay, all right,
Moving
all
on.
right. So we're done with root barriers, moving on to overall landscaping plan.
Sure.
Can I begin before you start? The,
That's a fact.
Jan, we're having a meeting, Jesus.
So overall landscaping plan?
Yeah, the only thing is, can we? I don't wanna speak for everyone here, but the entrance. Part of the thing, yeah, let's not consider that.
That's fine.
I just didn't want to distract as we're
Yeah.
talking about these things, cause it's too much. You know what I'm talking
We
about.
can change it
Gotcha.
to whatever you want. We're
All right.
just
I
showing,
know.
yeah, we're just showing.
No, I got it. Okay.
We're bragging a little bit.
So we're not voting on 7B? I thought you ordered.
No, we're on 70 right now.
No, you just said skipping something.
Yard work.
Okay.
Yeah, that, in that item,
It's in that package.
right.
Just like we
How about
provided
you
the
look at the,
rendering for
uh,
Water Street.
You didn't catch that beforehand?
I did, but I just wanted, this is more clarification for you, since you're like, you skipped them.
I skipped.
I'll give you proof later.
Looks like. It's a great idea.
Let's go to the videotape.
Okay.
All right.
No, we had 7.
And to that point,
Yeah, that's-
that rendering.
Well, Jan, you were early. Go ahead,
That
sorry.
rendering for Wolf Center Drive was just more of, we told our design team that and Water Street just to come out and kind of.
I mean, I like the idea, but more palm trees and more trees there.
Yeah, no,
we just don't,
yeah, that all can, we could change. it
I just want
whenever.
green grass there and I don't have that. That's,
Talk about
that's
that.
right. We'll get there.
Getting there. 15 more items, so.
Okay. So did anybody have questions on any of these locations? I know you were talking about the grass near,
Yeah, and
East Park Drive brick wall. That's what you're talking about? No, that's,
no, it's North Village Brick Wall.
okay.
That's worse, okay.
Now, I do know grass is expensive and hard to get, by the way. So do these plans cover like all of Celebration?
We went out and I know when we talked about Wednesday, Tuesday, right? We were
Right.
man, just you get so tied up on Wednesday, Tuesdays. So we looked at bigger focal areas that this would make it more an impact.
Cause I was looking at also for alleyways and on all those areas that,
Yeah, we could probably revisit some of that and touch up more on the alleyways. A lot of the alleyways though, it's not a lot of irrigation. It's mostly like Baheo or a couple of plants here. and
no, I agree. I just, for me, an easy win is if we're missing some bushes there, it's just nice to fill them in and move on, right? Cause they're not really, that's not a lot of money.
Listen, maintenance liaison, is this news? You did the. first
No,
meeting,
no,
or-
I've seen these. I just asking some questions.
No, all right.
That's quite-
I'm relying on you that
Are we
you saw
missing
me
the
in the forest,
costs?
so I was getting nervous.
Um,
The what?
Proposal should be attached to that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There was, right?
Cause we gave a map as well that.
I saw it in the map.
identified, like location.
Well, maybe
Don't
they
see
don't.
dollar numbers on
I
that.
don't see a dollar number.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see the dollar number either.
yeah, I see the breakdown, but not.
Schedule.
Says it's free. Yeah.
The total, the unit cost, there's nothing and total is nothing. Does everybody's look like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have totals.
Yeah,
All
there's
all
there's
dashes.
no numbers.
That's not us.
That's Design Studio. What is that?
That
And
line
yours
is over.
doesn't have any numbers.
Is that the new phase for Island Village landscape plans?
Yes.
Well,
Okay,
in ULS, it's just pictures, the various.
Yeah.
there's no, yeah, there's no pricing.
That's, we didn't provide that. I don't know.
What page we on to now?
Yeah, there's no-
Proposals that were.
The big pictures are here, but there's no.
I don't have dollars, so it's nothing I
pictures
can.
of that.
Yeah,
Or renderings.
Yeah, there's,
Okay.
yeah, pictures and then there's maps.
The pictures is the side of it we did.
Yeah.
Correct.
Attached the maps that identify the location. We also
Yep.
in the same email attached all the proposals. I guess those were not put in. the-
okay, yeah, the proposals did not make it in here.
Okay,
That's not yours, okay.
well, not that we can vote on, right? Cause we don't see it.
There's nothing to look at.
Well, who put the Island Village stuff in?
Who is TDC? Is that a vendor? I don't understand why we got it.
That looks like landscape plans, or like schedule value.
That's
Landscape
different.
plans.
Yeah, and this is from the Design Studio that they did.
It says client anatomy in top left.
Oh, the overall landscaping plan. So she must have thought to include the Island Village one too. That's why so you don't need to look at this. It's just an overall Island Village. I don't know why, but I think that's where she got the
All right, so we're
confusion.
just looking at United, but the costs,
Look at that.
No prices.
there's no pricing.
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, that's why my response looks great.
So what is the
Let's go with it,
pricing?
yeah.
Do you have the pricing
Or which one?
For everything?
for everything? Everything that you proposed?
Yeah, I got all the prices.
All
All right, let's go through them.
Well, I
No,
can't give you a number.
What? For which one?
What's your question?
Well,
No,
I don't
what-
know until I see a number.
Oh.
I mean, all right, you're telling us to vote on a proposal.
No, I'm not. We might, no, wait, hold on. I'm not telling you to vote on anything.
Mm-mm.
Because we don't have the numbers in front of us for us to go ahead and vote, because we kind of look at it. So I'm completely fine with talking about it and pushing it to next month. But I still want to know the numbers since everyone's here,
Yeah,
right? You see what I'm saying? I mean, I still want to know.
But I know we have to, we had stuff to fund this bill next month.
Yeah, because we'd have to look at it and, I mean, if it's not in the board
It
package.
needs to be noticed. in the agenda.
That's what I'm saying, but I still would like to know what the dollar amount is.
Well, we go, so why don't you go like,
Yeah.
The map, the 106 Acadia vibe or,
Yeah, so that's, we're removing the viburnum off the easement between two houses.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
been approved.
Yeah,
So that one, we stick that schedule in you guys for that one that will be done in March.
Okay.
That was 67-75.
Yeah, that's a huge area.
The median, in front of, Evander, is the test subject that we're.
yeah, that's already been approved.
Yep, so we're gonna be doing that.
Okay,
The stuff that's not been approved.
yeah, that's what we want to go over.
We've got, your install on North Village, Red Wall and Tree.
But wait a minute, hold on. So is it? I don't mean to confuse you, because I think we might be confused.
Okay, so I've submitted it like 4 or 5 of those. that-
So we're not talking about the enhancement opportunities. We're talking about something different.
You talking about the renderings?
Yeah, the enhancement opportunities.
Yeah, I'm talking about the stuff.
Yeah, so some of those have already been, that's what I was saying, like, when we did the whole village by village, those renderings, we did not put prices, that was just.
I was just saying, hey, this is what we can do if you guys ever wanna.
But the pictures in the reports, that's what I said in my.
Yeah, so
email.
all the opportunities, all the.
Some of those have already been approved by Russ.
So go to
prior
agenda page
that.
65.
And Tom.
So can we just start Aquila entrance, give us a price, or if it's already been approved?
Will it enter?
Yep, start
Yep.
there.
So, yeah,
All right, Oak Pond install.
Already been
Approved.
Oh, Old Blush,
approved.
East Park Drive brick wall.
You just said it was approved, but I don't.
East part.
That was North Village.
that's North Village.
No,
Yeah, so how much is East Park Drive brick wall install?
that is, opportunity number.
10,800.
Yeah,
What is it?
hold on, opportunity number is 15061, I'm sorry, 150,615.
Correct, and the amount?
17,680.
680, okay,
You know, these proposals back here.
But yeah, again,
Number
I've
7J.
submitted like 4 or 5
That's why.
proposals.
approve that.
For that location.
That's the
Back and
difference,
forth.
that number's different.
We decided to go with Todd. not
10,800.
what is it?
10,800.
150,615.
so,
Yeah.
Okay,
so wait, hold on a second. So Jack is saying that those proposals are under 7J.
There's some proposals here in 7J.
there are some proposals back there. I don't know if they correlate with this, but
You want to just run through 7A first and see if
Yes.
they're approved or not, let's get to this one. Skip.
Okay, you'll keep going.
right circle,
I don't think that's been
No,
approved yet.
that's not gonna.
okay, how much?
It hasn't been-
No, this is
7J is an estimate.
No, okay.
Trees.
So that's 3,955.
I would like to hold off. on
Okay, hold on. North Village Viburnums,
That was between the two houses. That's an area that's supposed to be removed.
So that's 2,460.
okay? Wild and Tapestry,
Hold on a
that.
second.
Hold on.
what?
That's that easement that we have between the two houses. You're gonna
That's
remove the trees.
700.
What'd you say?
That's different.
That's
Let's.
The one you just said was the viburnum.
Mhm.
North Village Viburnums.
All right, it's not
That's not the one to get rid of it.
like 6,700 or something. How much was it?
North Village Viburnum, how much is that?
150,641.
So
Yeah.
that's 2,000,
No.
the 641 is 2,460.
Okay.
All right, next is Wild and Tapestry,
It's just in village.
80 by Burnham, 67.
Oh.
that's
That's
next,
different, yeah.
yeah,
Killing you.
Wild and Tapestry,
That's 14,640.
okay? Acadia Viburnum,
That's the one that you guys have already approved.
Okay.
6,700.
so that's approved. Renderings of monuments, y'all wanna wait for that, right?
Those look and just.
I get a sugar high.
Okay.
I get that.
And then Banks Rose install,
That's already been
oh,
done.
that's done.
That's done.
Um,
Before and after.
before and after Lake Evelyn's done,
So they're done.
Oak Shadows and Indigo.
That's $1,333.91.
Okay. White Moss and Nash,
That's $1,410.
okay. Test median's been approved. Okay.
Get that tapestry.
Oh, I'm sorry, yep, that's 880, sorry.
But that's labeled, it's labeled white moss and ash, we've got this white moss and ash.
That's been approved, I know
Yeah, the white moss and Nash is 1,410, I might have missed that.
Yeah, I have that. Nope, you got it. That was right.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we pruned that, weed treatment, root barrier, opportunity. Pine straw needed, and that's it. Right? Perfect.
Now do we want to go to 7J?
Well, 7J is just trees. That's all that is. It's proposals for Spring Park Loop elm trees. So
Do-
out of these,
So, okay, so hold on. So on the agenda, we have overall landscaping plan. Are we jumping to J?
no, I think you need to stick with this. You just got all the pricing. Do
Right.
y'all want to approve anything? You don't. You know what's already been approved, and then you have pricing for the rest.
So we do have any pricing, but we don't have the pricing in the agenda. Right?
It doesn't matter. Why would that matter? That doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
No, you can still vote on it.
Sorry,
you
silly
want to.
question, there was a lot of stuff that was already approved.
Mhm.
It's already, it's
We
already,
never approved it.
no. but
Right,
it's
because
already-
we
it's
have a
already-
budget.
We have the budget.
Right,
Yeah.
but is this not within the budget? Is that why we're approving this now?
These are enhancements, these are.
Yeah. They're just enhancements. Some of them, we've approved different things according to budget. And Russ, do you know?
We got it, budget.
Yeah,
If it's within the budget and the guidance we've given Tom and staff is it's within the budget, it's prioritization, then you guys go do it.
Yep.
To do it.
we were asked to put it back on the agenda, so we did.
Oh, well,
Okay.
then
So.
We're good?
If we're good with that, then.
stop asking.
Okay.
Whoa. gosh.
Whoa.
Man, this is
Hey,
the.
it's spicy today.
Throw him another Snickers.
So why don't?
He needs sweet.
Okay, so all these are approved.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't say anything, because it's gonna confuse
Yeah.
everybody.
Don't do
That's
it.
what's happening. It happens to be.
Can
More
we go back to
confusion.
the oak trees first?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Now, before they leave, you've got Jay.
Okay, so let's go to J and then we'll continue. So
These
this,
trees do not need root barriers because they're elm trees.
Great, thanks.
all right, so this is for the Spring Park Loop elm trees.
Correct.
Um,
Sure it's
price as
elm.
the Hurricane tree replacements.
so way back when the hurricane hit Spring Park Loop. And took half the trees down, really, they probably should have taken all the trees down and planted them with the other elm trees.
But these are hurricane, but these are not FEMA reimbursable because these didn't get knocked over. This is us saying.
You don't, you're not, FEMA doesn't reimburse tree
Right, it's just for cleanup, but.
removals.
But when Carrie, Russ and I went to inspect these. They're either dead on the core, leaning the wrong way, most of the branches, they have to get replaced. And if you go along Spring Park
Pretty
Loop,
much a mess.
it looks horrible. They need to be replaced. There's just really no way around them. And you know what? These trees aren't getting knocked down. So
Get rid of all the old ones and bring in the.
bring in the new ones. So that's the
I'm
motion.
fine with it. My only question is against our budget. I don't even remember in our budget, did we have replacement of trees for?
We do.
and Stuff?
Yep.
How does this fit within that? Against what we've already spent?
Where are you at with trees? You know?
I could find out in about 30 seconds.
No, I can look.
I'll whistle the effort in the meantime.
Um, As of January, and I don't know what you've approved since then, but I can give you through January 31st. Oh, is it Russ? Thanks.
Okay, he's walking over there, so I do want him in time.
14 seconds left.
Jack started that puppy a while ago.
Oh,
Tree removal and replacement, we budget 100,000. we've year to date used 21,000, except for what he's gonna tell us in a minute. That was as of January 31st.
But that wouldn't include the stuff, the hurricane trees are currently doing.
No.
You haven't
Nope.
endorsed that yet.
That is correct. Anything outstanding?
Is that the number he's giving?
I think.
Did he make it?
Yeah, he has track of against his budget, so he can give you a better accurate number.
Yeah, plenty of time.
Well,
We're talking about-
Tree removal and replacement as of this year, there's $100,000 in the budget.
That is correct.
We've used about 1, 2, 3, 4, less than $5,000.
That's
all
not correct.
Got
That is-
halfway there.
That is not correct.
Can we?
I'm gonna,
That's not correct.
that's what I'm gonna
Oh, I
do.
think she's going to.
Oh.
Hurricane
It is
replacement
spicy.
trees. Are.
It's hanging out,
under
you
disaster
guys.
relief.
Okay, then we need to have them recategorized,
Oh, that's
Russ,
what we do.
because we've got
I got the end of that
33,000
pages.
in there being used since as of January, 33.
Dan, why are you
Some of the
between
tree
these two?
trimming,
Why are
Yeah.
you between the two of them?
And the good thing too is.
Mom and
for
Dad.
Tree
Just
trimming.
people apart, like,
I think
It's
I've
what?
got, oh, I don't think I've got $35,000 left over so far. All the palms are done. We did more than oak trees and stuff than what was on the schedule. Crepe myrtles are done, so we got,
Is that including the 71, whatever trees?
uh-uh.
That's not in there. Okay.
So I'm sorry.
So there's a $35,000 sitting
So
right
tree
there.
trimming, we are done for the fiscal year.
Unless you want me to do some more oak trees and stuff with that, or put that towards what we're
There's-
discussing right now.
There's
For
another,
landscape.
there's another round of palm tree trimming when we get into the August timeframe. There is another one, because we. still want
September,
to-
November is when they'll flower.
So we're good on budget for tree trimming
Yep.
and
All right.
replacements.
So we can absorb $46,000 additional, we'll still be within budget, you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
And 17 for the removal.
But that's, I'm trying to add all the numbers here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not worried.
I don't know,
No,
wasn't there
I wanna
like
get rid of-
46?
I wanna get rid of these trees, let's go.
Yeah, these trees
This
are,
is the,
they're bad.
this one?
I'll make a motion.
Named Elements.
All right. All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Done,
Wait.
move on.
What are we
You got that,
voting?
Angel?
What are we voting?
The
on?
46,309.64?
And the 17,250.
On the prior page.
Okay,
Would you like this?
yeah, page 17, 250, and what was the other one? 40,
Page
sure.
46, 309, 64.
64. Who made the motion?
Like, Greg, we're not changing.
Greg made the motion.
Not only did we
James
make a
seconded.
motion, we passed it. We're waiting
We
for
passed
you.
it, man. We just already.
Where are you?
moving
Where
on.
are you?
Okay,
Now, but it's a different variety.
All right,
Not the one-
all right, so
Done.
I think we're
Are
done.
they aesthetically consistent with what's?
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
they're better,
Carry on.
personally.
are those the ones out back?
They're deciduous.
I was gonna take a field trip just so you all could see the trees out back, so when we get complaints, you all can
I
back
feel
it
like this
up.
room is 5 minutes of fresh air and a field trip anyway.
Yeah.
Those will be the.
First thing Angel said.
Yeah.
Yes.
I said, why are you have all these
So
dead
any-
trees piled up?
So anything else did you have to offer, or do you safely want to run out?
I mean, are they aware of the task median that we're doing? Do we need to go into that discussion on why we're?
We
doing it?
can, just to describe what we're looking at.
So, yeah, so what,
Because, Dave thought we were replacing the entire boulevard, and
Not
he
yet.
didn't read the proposal.
but maybe,
Yeah.
talk about that, so.
I heard maybe.
Well, we
Well-
don't provide a price before, right? The
Okay.
reason we provided that to district staff based on the direction of the landscape meetings we've had. So in October of 23, prior to benchmark being awarded and going out to bid, we had major issues on the boulevard, right? There was a lot of concerns, there was a lot of sod replacement that took place. We went out and did an evaluation ourselves, and at that time, and we found there's large portions of medians and surrounding boulevard areas that have crabgrass, carpet grass, common Bermuda. It's just not St. Augustine, right? And it's not necessarily any specific vendor's fault. It's just 25-year-old turf that's got golf courses mingled in, it's got, weeds that are not controllable. Like crabgrass, there's not really much, there's nothing on the market right now. We can go out and just say, hey, we're putting this down, it's gonna kill crabgrass and will grow St. Augustine back over the top. That we can legally apply. Now, homeowners are different, right? So I'm not gonna get into that. So what we did is we went basically the entire Celebration Boulevard, we put together a section, I'm gonna dip into the Osceola County, a sector map, basically, where it talks about this section, pricing goes with it. But there's a step process to it, right? So what you're gonna see on that test meeting in front of the Banner Square is we're gonna go out and we're gonna spray with a non-selective herbicide. 2 applications, so we get a good kill, right? What it will, I'm gonna put a little caveat in there, common Bermuda. I'm not gonna bore you with the studies, but there's like a 98% kill on this common Bermuda when we do these applications, so that 2%. Guys, I can't, but it'll have
Right.
18-inch root depths and stuff, it may come back, but it's gonna take a long time. What we're really trying to get rid of is the crabgrass, so right now you can drive the boulevard and like, man, it looks so much greener than it did 2 months ago. That crabgrass, due to warmer temperatures that we had and the rainfall, is starting to push back out, it's greening up. So those applications are gonna kill the crabgrass, we're gonna come in, strip it bare. Put in a soil amendment called Command, and it basically is gonna help. Enrich the soil, probably the best way to put it for you all. We're gonna pull soil samples, I already talked to Carrie about that, we're gonna check for different CEC rates, compaction and stuff like that. But when we put this soil amendment in called Command, we're gonna till it in, roll, and then we would put new sod. Okay? So you're gonna see. I don't know, the next 30 to 45 days, that median, it's sooner than 30 to 45 days, hopefully we'll be done in 30 to 45 days, because we have to spray and then let it sit for 7 to 14 days to retreat. It's gonna look rough. The yellow, it's yellower than Tom's green shirt, it's gonna be.
That ugly.
That's
Wow.
Well, they used to be white until this meeting.
Yeah, it was.
It's
soiled
gonna-
up.
It's gonna look like straw, like it's gonna look like hay, right? And that's what we want it to do, because we're getting a good kill. We're testing it to see how this is gonna respond, because again, you have 25-year-old-ish turf in some of these areas. There's large portions of these areas that do not have any weed cover, or do not have any St. Augustine, so when we go in and we kill it out. It's just not matching, you can see what the prior vendor put in. Right as they were leaving and we started there, that sod hasn't done very well, so we know there's issues within the soil. That proposal is fairly large, it's not in your agenda, I'm just gonna shoot off the hip, I think it was close to the $800,000 range, if I'm not mistaken.
How big a project did you
It's
talking
called Celebration Boulevard. I wanna say it was
800,000.
like-
Okay,
How many acres, it was like
Oh, it's
40 acres of turf.
73
Okay.
semis.
okay, that's,
Are we, let's be specific though, are we talking just the median, or are we talking
No,
the
it's the
verge?
median and then in between sidewalk.
Okay,
and
that's
road, all the way
use
down.
those two.
Alright,
Both
All the way down.
sides
Now,
and the
again,
median.
that's more for, it's just a discussion to start having, because. What we're gonna see in the very near future, and what you're gonna see again next fall, right, is this, as we get that cold weather, that crabgrass goes dormant. And then your boulevard looks like, crap, and then we start, oh, well, this looks like crap, and that look like. It's just gonna be a constant, hey, it's summertime, it's green grass, the weeds are growing that we can't control, all of a sudden they go dormant, and it looks like.
well, let me pose a question to the board, which we might not be able to answer right now, but do we want to treat the medians where the public is zipping by at 90 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour? Differently than the verges where they're stopped in an intersection, number one, or number two, where they're walking.
Find your question a little bit better, I'm not sure. what
You-
you're-
You're
What?
trying to say
I think
ignore,
it's a
ignore the
priority between
median.
the sidewalk and
Not
the
only
road.
priority, do we treat the medians differently if I'm zooming past it 40 miles an hour, and not looking at
Let
it?
me rephrase your question, am I willing to spend $800,000 on the center meetings on Celebration Boulevard?
That's what I'm getting at. I'm
No,
I
channeling my inner.
I disagree, you
I was
know,
trying to cut through.
You say 80,000 or 800?
800.
yeah, but that's,
Well, on the
we're
bright
not gonna
side,
do
it
that
wasn't just the
tomorrow.
meeting.
No,
It was the whole.
But I'm-
boulevard.
it'd be good if they don't waste their time on something.
I know, but let's make everything look nice. Let's not just go
You can make a
piecemeal.
median look nice without spending 800.
I walked the median in North Village and it
Well, we
doesn't
put it
look
this way.
nice.
Can you tell by driving by whether that's crabgrass or St. Augustine?
Yes.
Yes.
At 40 miles an hour.
Let me
Yes.
ask a
Speed
question a
limit's
different
there.
way. Angel, how many complaints other than from the four of us sitting at this table have you gotten about the center grass and the medians?
Me personally,
Well, staff.
0.
Staff.
I don't know about them.
How many, wait a minute, let me rephrase that question. After I tell everybody, how many complaints are we gonna go ahead and get in on Celebration Boulevard?
After I tell them.
Differently, you're priming the pump, huh?
Absolutely. Listen.
Yeah,
we
I don't
we
know about
have to- we don't have to
tickets.
agree,
I'd
but-
have
but-
to run a
But
report.
if you walk the boulevard, okay, and I walked the boulevard,
Walk
halfway
where?
up, there's sidewalks.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
walk
on
the
the
road
road,
is legal.
Well.
Unless you're riding an electric bike, you do whatever the hell
You
you
walk
want.
all over the place.
You park and you walk. And if you look at it, there isn't any grass in some areas, right? There's just a lot of weeds. There's no grass in some
So
areas.
anything along the trail system, the sidewalk, absolutely 100%. But I'm not walking on the median.
So your eyes only focus on this side and not that. See, I don't understand. Either, I mean, you can't. So when you go ahead and inspect your house, they only look the front, not the back.
That's not it. Nobody's speeding 45 miles per hour past my house when they're inspecting it. I'm just
So-
saying
so
the
there's-
medians get treated differently.
Okay,
That's what I'm proposing.
I don't see that, so I don't agree.
Okay.
Well,
You agree?
I see everything the same way.
So how we
It
got
doesn't
here,
look good.
we had this discussion internally, and that's where this proof of concept, I guess, on this one area. We know it's a big investment, and we talked about, let's do the one area and see what it looks like.
Well, and I was gonna suggest, if I were at all gonna spend that six-figure level of money on a landscaping thing, I wouldn't be doing just a bunch of grass. I'd be doing flowers, I'd be doing something. For me to go back to the
wouldn't be
community.
doing
I think you need to keep low maintenance.
That's flowers.
For
not low
$800,000?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to Joel's point, 73
Yeah.
semi trucks, it's not just a
Oh,
small area, it's a.
Guys, I'm not
big-
saying it's an unfair price, I'm just.
No, I'm just for.
If I'm gonna dump nearly $1 million, I'm gonna have a hard time going to I mean, we just increased our budget $700,000 last year, which is a 14% increase, so we can tackle sidewalks. We're now talking doing basically the same order of magnitude, so we can make not so nice green grass and the green grass. on the
That's
boulevard.
absolutely. not
Well,
true.
I think what,
That's-
and Brad
that's
is
not
saying
true.
something like, as time progresses and the turf continues to decline, it's gonna get worse. That wild Bermuda will eventually overtake everything, and when you are driving, you will notice.
I think the other
That's that's what I wanna see.
I think the other watch out too is this, if you're like, and again, I'm just giving my honest opinion here, is if you do. The sidewalk side of it, say the verge side of it, and you don't do the medians, well, we still have to mow with the same machine. Right, so now we're taking, which the crabgrass seed unfortunately is viable. Now I gotta go. I gotta go back to the shop, clean my decks off, come back out and start mowing that, we mow it all at the same time, so you're gonna see. Obviously, the diligence would be very challenging for us to say, okay, we're gonna mow the medians and then go back to the shop and change mowers or clean it out, then come back out and finish mowing, like, we mow it all at the same time, but. What I'm getting at is you're gonna see what you mow on the median, now transfer back over to what you just invested on the verge. So what we're getting at is it doesn't have to be a one-stop shop, like where you do it all at one time. We put it together in sections too, to where you're like, hey, this year we want to budget X number of dollars, next year we want to budget following number of dollars, and slowly work down the boulevard. If that's something the board is interested in, again, we're not saying it's gonna be all or nothing, but I think that is something that you're gonna continue to see, like Joel said, and I've said earlier, you can't stop it. And it's gonna continue to, the crabgrass is gonna continue to take over all the units, so if that's the case, then I would say shut the irrigation off to them. And let it just be weeds and save the money on the irrigation repairs and the cost and the maintenance. Mow it like it's a lake bank and then maintain your verges that way.
Keep it Florida friendly.
Well,
Wow.
So that's a good.
Florida
I would like to
friendly.
see it as stages, we'll do maybe 1/5 of the stuff we do this year. And then
And that's
move
all been
on,
proposed,
because
you
Yeah.
have it,
How-
they've seen it.
Right, and would it be possible to see something to your point, which would be like an unirrigated Bahia and move that?
We could, yeah, I mean, we could change the medians to unirrigated hay, but again, certain
It's
times.
gonna
of
look
year,
worse.
it's Really bad.
Mhm.
When we get to that winter time,
4-month period
Gonna look
where it's
bad.
gonna be
it goes wrong.
It does.
Well, if you look at like some of your lake banks right now, versus look at them in the summertime when they're getting steady rainfall, the lake banks look different.
We would essentially treat it like a lake bank. We're not irrigating turf on our lake banks either, so we just consider it a kind of a back of house.
It's not a lake bank.
It's
You
such
see
high.
You see lake banks as you drive
Yeah,
down
but
too.
Lake Bank is buried behind somebody's house, that's not.
No, you see it, go by the. See lakes all over.
No, I don't agree.
All right, well.
Yeah, it's
Disagree.
just discussion.
That's fine.
Again, there's. You know,
I'm not gonna invite you to Thanksgiving dinner, man, if these are the discussion topics you bring.
I'm not inviting Dave to Thanksgiving dinner. I'll let him go in the back roads where they have the Bahia, but it's all brown and shitty.
So are we?
You guys made the bill.
Are we going to one median?
Yeah,
We've
let's-
already approved,
let's see what we got.
What is the one median cost?
10,000.
It's
Yeah.
14,383.
Right now, that is near Vander. It's
the worst.
oh my goodness.
All right, so you're going to wipe it out and you're gonna put what on top of it?
Command soil, it's a soil amendment.
All right.
Called command.
You're
We're
here
gonna
for
till
this.
that in.
Right, I
and
got you,
roll
but
it, Resod with St. Augustine.
St. Augustine is gonna be irrigated.
Correct.
All right, so can we also have an unirrigated Bahia area that we can compare to?
We get another. You can do whatever you want. If another median, you do unirrigated Bahia.
Well, we all want
All right, so Brandon, in this test area, you are gonna clean the decks off of these lawnmowers so they don't contaminate from the other weeded areas, right?
Well, that's my question, just from a
You have
practice
to.
standpoint, you're telling me that if we're gonna do this over like a number 5-year period.
Yeah.
For the next 5 years, we're gonna have cross contamination because I treated one, I didn't treat another.
Well,
Now that someone
it's-
I just dumped into there, I'm gonna end up,
Yeah,
gonna go back.
It'll be larger lengths of stuff that it won't be that much across content.
So am I hearing that we want to do it all now?
They got
No,
weeds
I
all
don't
over.
want to do it.
I don't, I'm just,
There are large sections of Celebration that there's no more St. Augustine. There's like, if you go into Aquila Loop, and you go to the dead, or where it ties into the loop and you have the HOA park right in front of you, there's a park to your right, which is CDD. That park's constantly underwater. You go there right now, there's tons of sedge, there's 2 tabobuia trees that are all falling over, Russ knows about them. Native, like that area, there's no more St. Augustine there, so it's just years and years of just.
Neglect.
And I don't wanna say neglect, I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong, it's just aging landscape, like at the end of the day. Celebration 25 years ago looks nothing like it does right now.
Well,
Guys,
that's,
I'll tell you, I don't support it for this reason, because if 14,000 turns to eventually 800,000, I realize we want to do a test bed. But the sidewalk piece alone that we have all acknowledged we have to address from a liability perspective. I would much rather take 14,000 or 800,000 or whatever the magic number is and put it towards the sidewalks, which are costing us money, as opposed to this, which is costing us aesthetics. So I don't even want to do the test bed, to be honest.
well, I hate to say, I walk down North Village all the time. I see yards that have turned completely to weeds. And I see lack of crow enforcement in these areas. We look like
I
crap,
live next to it, I hear you.
okay? And we gotta stop it at some point in time or else it's not gonna be worth living here.
I'm gonna use the B word, that's a bagel, but it's not a bagel.
I don't know what that means.
Fine.
You know, you gotta stop that.
Why?
You can't get a bond to replace grass.
To do maintenance?
Right.
Well,
You can't get a bond. to
It's
do
maintenance. It's
No.
maintenance. You're trying to tell me almost $1 million maintenance issue?
That's not gonna be,
That's a tough capital improvement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's just grass. It's just grass. That doesn't, I can't get a bond for grass.
no, I'm probably supportive of it though.
So we're not
Trying to
gonna
find a more
do-
economical way to do it, but I agree with you. You want it to look nice.
we gotta look nicer, else nobody.
I mean,
wanna
that's why,
live
that's
here.
why everybody moved here. It's almost like. You know, unfortunately, we've all agreed on this, okay? I mean, we're the suckers up here. Right? We're all the suckers up here. Because we've lived here for a very long time, right? We've lived here for a very long time. And we unfortunately have the horrible position. To make changes to
30 years.
to fix of this, right? It's not a great position for anybody.
I'm trying to prioritize and triage the neglect, that's what I'm saying, and for me, I don't dispute that this is something that needs to be addressed. But in the grand order of things, if I got $5 million in sidewalks, which are a liability, which are costing us more money.
Correct.
Every dollar's going to that before it's going to this. And I'm not saying this isn't on the list. I'm just
No,
saying-
I get that. I get that. And the budget's gonna reflect that what we didn't do last year. Is we didn't give enough to the discretionary part of the sidewalk repairs as opposed to the project we had, because we've had a lot of different things that will definitely come up. What, we got fly? You got too much candy over there. It's the fish. They always. Flies are always like fish. So. So the question is, then what do you want to do in the meeting? Do we want to at least go ahead and test?
Let's
see
do
if this
the
works?
test. I'd like to see what. it
that's
looks
already
like.
been approved,
Yeah,
like
Right,
that's
so
going.
Let's go ahead and see that.
That ship has
Oh, I
sailed.
thought this was a question.
No,
No.
Mm-mm.
no.
The test median's already been approved.
But this is something that we're gonna have to look at, and I agree with you. I mean, and maybe we do like one section, we're not. The goal here is not gonna do this overnight. We're not gonna go ahead and do this in a year or 2 years. We might say, just like the ponds, we'll pick 2 ponds, 3 ponds, whatever. We're gonna, these other things are gonna have to do good little. The majority of our money is gonna go to the
I have no doubt that
liability.
they're gonna do it and it's gonna look awesome.
I know,
No doubt. I can tell you that right now and say $14,000.
Right.
I just now, what do I do with the other 700 and whatever else we're talking?
I know, I know.
So.
Okay.
Carry on.
That was all I had.
Isn't that enough? I mean,
That's
really.
it.
It's now Thanksgiving.
Okay, yeah. Well,
Right, you're becoming more.
yeah, it's a little more jokes. Thank you, guys.
Yes, daily.
Joel and John will put together a schedule and work with Russ on all the stuff that was approved in the SOC and when we start rolling. So at least you guys have
Okay.
some understanding of.
All right.
that's-
Did you introduce John? Cause
I'm
I
sure the last.
Hi, John.
meeting-
wasn't here. Okay.
I don't see
So
John, I
who is
just see
that?
the top of his head. He's right behind the podium.
I keep looking
I
around.
can't, yeah, no, he's looking the other way.
All right, well, good. So we're done with 7B now?
Yes.
Yes, so now we're moving on to.
C,
To,
parking. And curb
see,
paint.
parking, curb, painting issues, memorandum regarding enforcement.
This is the continuation from last month. Yeah, this should be short.
No, it's not. I got other things.
He was being positive.
We're gonna debate that. Sandy.
This was the discussion where we had someone request like Evelyn curb painting. In response to the request for curb painting, the county came back and said, well, what does the board recommend? Because we had a policy adopted in 2020. that-
They had a policy.
Yeah, they had a policy that they said the CDD adopted. We have found nothing in the CDD records. I talked to Cliff, who was the county liaison for quite a few years, who said absolutely not. And my recollection is the board always said, we do not want to be telling the county what to do when it comes to traffic safety, because we don't have traffic engineers. We don't want that responsibility. We don't have it under the statute. So the question is, how do we respond back to the county? Do we tell them this was
Well, to be
never
clear, for the
adopted?
record, though, I mean, this was in the development agreement as an optional authority that could be granted to the district. This is. come out of
Well,
thin air.
they acknowledged that part,
Right.
that part is in there, and they said it was not fully adopted.
Right.
But they kind of picked a little piece of it and then said
What,
for
to
any
their
other,
advantage.
that
Well, picked-
they
yeah.
said the CDD should paint striping on the curbs, where they
So
got that
it's not
from.
whether approved or not, we should paint striping.
We should paint striping, and then anything else, we should recommend if a resident calls, they will go to the CDD and say, what do you think?
Well,
Which is not,
But those are two different things.
we got,
there's a lot of things they've put in here.
Number one, are we voting for this particular sign movement? Are we voting?
That's a
We're
different
not
thing.
on
Not
sign.
that they're not on sign.
It is a sign.
No, it's parking curb.
That.
The
there's a-
painting, it's
there's a-
curb
okay,
painting.
Go to the agenda.
I know, but we're not there in that one.
We're on this. We're at
That's
7B.
Right, parking curb, what do you have?
They're about 3 lines down or something.
There was a
Did you get the
picture.
revised one?
Parking, curb, painting
Yeah,
issues.
the first thing
That's
there
what
is a
we're doing.
request to move a parking sign. So I'm curious of what we're voting on here.
I see what-
Memorandum regarding enforcement, is that what it is?
There's the parking curb, there's Lake Evelyn, where Tom had written,
Yeah, and
To
then
the county.
Castile Street,
and then there was also another one from Henry Salinas in,
yeah.
what started.
I don't recognize that one.
Yes.
The
What
county
is the
traffic no
proposal
parking
here?
sign.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
In response to the first email, the Lake Evelyn,
That's
that's
the
when they
one.
sent back the no parking policy. I don't know what the Castile Street sign is.
So they're saying they wouldn't paint it because there's a no parking policy.
They want the CDD to take the responsibility to tell them, yes, this should be painted, or yes, you should do this, county.
They don't wanna paint
And-
anything.
And aside from not painting, they don't want to basically make any decisions for celebration. They want the CDD to say, yes, the resident wants this, we recommend.
You get a thorn in the side and say, rather than sitting here debating a parking side or a curb, we need to figure out what we're doing with this policy in general.
That's what
'Cause
we're
I'm-
doing.
well, that's-
No,
That's-
but we're trying to figure out whether there was a parking sign.
Oh, yeah,
I
that
don't
doesn't
care
matter.
about whether or not.
Yeah,
parking
that's-
signs- I'm trying to figure out whether or not we want to be involved, so we should be involved.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
That's the
too.
question.
There's some stuff at the beginning of this agenda. I just wasn't sure what it's there for.
Yeah, I don't know why that one is there.
So,
But the Lake Evelyn is what started the county coming back saying, oh, by the way, there was a policy that we had back in 2020 and the CDD's responsibilities under it, and we don't see that we've ever agreed to this.
So
And the
I-
CDD always said, no, we don't agree to this.
Well, no, we didn't really do that 6, 7 years ago, but.
But I think there's merit to it. So I'll kick off the discussion to say that, I think as a CDD, as a celebration CDD, we want to have a say on what the county does inside of our, boundary. So if they're gonna come in and start putting up signs willy-nilly, I think we should need to be advise and consent, or whatever the terminology is.
So I don't jump on this. I think we definitely want to have a say. If they want to go ahead and put signs, I think we approve or not approve, because what happens is they stick a regular sign in the ground, and financially, we have to go ahead and pay for that. No, we got to pay for
Pay
it.
for the small pole.
Right, and they're technically, the county's actually spending our money, they're taking away our vote to spend money every time they do that. So I think we should have a say and say yes or no,
Well,
or that's one piece to it.
Now, do you discriminate whether it's within their right of way or our right of way? So if they want to start painting curbs, it's their curbs, not our curbs. If they want to start putting signs, it's our verbiage, not their verbiage.
Right.
before I throw an opinion, let me ask you a question. Jan,
Yeah,
is it unique to Celebration in the development agreement, language like this that gives us the option to exercise an authority to do, is that
it's,
typical of all
no,
CDDs?
it's only Celebration.
So we are,
Nobody else has anything like this.
which is shocking to nobody here, I'm sure. So we're kind of blazing a new trail here, the fact that this was ever here to begin with, so.
Exactly.
A 22nd, as I remember the history of it, this came about 2017, 2018, when there was conversation about fire lanes and all this stuff. The CDD jumped in and said, no, we don't want that. And that was where I think, as I understood it, the conversation started of us saying, okay, we want to, the district wanted to have consent, approval, somewhere in the conversation, but we didn't want to ultimately be responsible. We wanted to be asked and advise the process, but we didn't want to authorize or actually execute the process or be responsible for it. So what I hear the county said was, they're looking at a binary thing. You can either turn on this thing in the development order, which is an option to the district, or you cannot turn it on. And the county read, oh, you want to turn it on. And I think the problem is right now is the county's looking and saying it's a binary thing, guys, one or the other. Are we talking about putting a third option on the table of, hey, we'd like to negotiate some other language into the development agreement? Is that what we're saying? Guys, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
I
baseline
don't
where
think
we're at.
the development is more for the parking and the easements. I don't think the development agreement goes into striping roads, and if somebody says you should have an extra stop sign here.
Well, from what I am hearing from the county's perspective is they're operating under the assumption that we've exercised the authority in the development agreement that it says we can put up parking meters, we can dictate side of road parking spots or remove parking spots or signage.
No, all they're saying is the CDD can control and administer parking lanes and shoulders. I don't think they're saying anything else. That's just, that's the only thing in development
So
agreement. is the
parking lanes and shoulders.
And I'm sorry, but that's my understanding is the county's under the impression we have fully exercised the authority
Mhm.
under the development agreement to take this stuff on. And what we're saying is, yeah, we never signed it, it's an administrative matter, and B,
That was never approved.
Yeah.
even though we never approved it, we really, historically, we really haven't wanted to go that far, we've been kind of wanting to stick our toe in the water, but not jump all the way in. Okay.
Well, I also think that the reality is that the whole. Doing the one side, the whole fire truck thing and everything else. I think they wanted to stop it, but they also, at the same time, didn't want to.
They wanted to stop it, but they didn't want to be responsible for it in
But
case something happened.
that's my point, they
Yes.
wanted both things.
Call it what it is.
Right,
Yeah.
and so you technically can't have both. It's either one or the other.
Yeah, do we want to designate and install no parking zones without county review and approval? That isn't something we've ever done before.
Without county approval.
That
That's what's in the
was what
development
they said was recommended, and they
No,
came
that's
back
not
and
the
said, no.
development.
No parking zones and sign requests will be reviewed and approved by the county. They should
So
come from the CCDD to the county, because they basically don't want the residents to call directly.
And
which-
well, but the bottom line is, it's not about whether we want control about it.
Mhm.
Or the county doesn't want control about it, that's not the
Mhm.
issue.
Okay.
They don't want to spend a dime to do anything, that is the bottom line, so if we go ahead and say, look, we recommend, go ahead and paint there,
Mhm.
great, go ahead, because they don't want to do it, that's the whole point of it. They don't want to spend a dime on this stuff. When things get painted around town, once in a while, Russ looks the other way and has somebody go ahead and paint a curb, and you guys have been doing it for years. And but that's a county responsibility, so they don't really want to do.
In my
any of
knowledge,
this.
they've never painted one ounce of paint.
And that's what they say in here as part of the policy.
Regardless of that.
What do we wanna do?
Yeah, what do we
Yeah,
wanna do?
because here's what I want to avoid, which is Mr. and Mrs. Smith calling up the county and saying, I want this particular sign in front of my house that does X, Y, and Z. And the county, on their own regard, without notifying us, puts that sign in.
In our verge.
Yes,
And then we have no
They
say.
done that?
I'm just giving a hypothetical.
But I'm saying, what happens if we say no and a kid gets run over there? Then we have the liability and we didn't have any traffic study done or anything
No.
to prove.
But what if we
it.
say, but what if we say yes and the kid gets run over there?
But
Then
that's not,
it's not-
that's not what I'm getting at. We have at this point, no defined memorandum of understanding or that dictates the protocol that the county handles any sort of request from residents inside the city.
Yeah, they're saying there is none, but what do we want, is the
Well,
question.
that should,
They're saying that the CDD should
You know,
basically take all the.
I'll break it down very simply. My take on this, we got one of two options. Either number one, we completely back out of this. We got no say on it and say, county, it's your stuff.
Mhm.
Or we go all in on this and we hire a traffic engineer, we go the other way. I don't see a middle ground on
Hold
this.
on.
From a liability perspective. I
where
don't
is
see
the
how you-
traffic engineer coming from?
We don't, yeah, I mean, if we say yes to a sign or no to a sign, we don't have traffic specialists like the county does. That's why the county.
This is
the
a
roads,
bigger
the
worry.
county does, it, which
I-
is why this has came
I
up
don't
years
see where
ago.
a sign.
This is why we
Yeah.
stayed out of this, because of the liability perspective. If we make a decision on a road and changing something, and somebody gets hurt because we said.
Shouldn't get involved where it doesn't.
Now, wait, Greg, they're only, all they're doing is giving you ability to say, you can't park here. Okay,
What does that have to do with the traffic engineer?
there's no traffic engineer required. I'll
don't
give you
get
an
it.
even greater thought. Okay, if you look at their agreement, they said the county grants the developer or the district the right to control and regulate the availability for parking of roads. The rights include, but are not limited to prohibiting parking in certain areas, restricting the type of parking. So my question, because statute 720.3075 says homeowners association can no longer prohibit commercial vehicles from parking on their road.
If only us that can do it.
But we can do that right now, is prohibit commercial vehicles overnight parking and celebration. And I'd be willing to do that right now.
And I'm not in disagreement with you, Jack. My concern is from a liability perspective.
There's
Are
no
we-
liability there. You just prohibited it.
If we get a resident requesting something and we say, no, we don't like that idea, county, they requested this, we don't think it's a good idea.
What I'm saying is,
Basically, you serve what they're supposed to do under statute.
if we go all in on this idea, we can't pick and choose, hey, the low liability ones, which are just a parking thing, okay, we'll take that, but if a high liability one comes up where we need to
We
do
get
traffic study, we can't waive that, we've now assumed the whole thing.
All right, tell me what this, in what world do we need a traffic study for any? What is,
So-
where is this coming
The
from?
roads have already been engineered and.
We're not putting up
approved by
speed
the
limit
county.
signs.
But what happens when somebody comes up and says you wanna change the speed limit? Now
We can't do that. The roads have already been designated.
County roads.
We
Yeah,
can't.
we can't do that.
If somebody wants, an injured child or deaf child area or something, and we say, no, there's too many signs, I mean, do we really want to be in that business of
Yes.
controlling?
I absolutely do want to be in that business because I don't trust the county to say no when somebody wants to put a dumb sign in. And I don't want
But
to
there's a
advocate that
But there's a
authority.
uniform manual of traffic signage that they have to meet those requirements, and their traffic folks
Well,
will
I'm
look to
glad
see
you-
if they meet.
Well,
it.
then we can't.
So hold on, then I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get to this picture.
Uh-oh.
I mean, the county and the state all use the uniform manual, whatever, and the federal requirements for signage.
I guess the question is, so,
Yeah, I mean,
since the development agreement only contemplates us doing parking and side of shoulder stuff, we're not, and I think what I'm hearing
they've
is.
kind of picked and, it looks like they picked and chose what they wanted to put in this policy. Like they say, you can have control of that, you paint the curbs yellow. And we'll put up no parking signs. So it looks like they're saying only parking.
they say
that the
they'll
city
enforce
can
it.
do.
Okay, so what I
And they
think
say
I'm
they
hearing
will
though,
enforce.
if we say as a board. We make a general statement, we're only gonna handle parking stuff, we're not gonna handle moving, we're not gonna change speed limit signs, we're not
You
gonna
can't
change stop
change
signs.
them.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
So if we're only talking about parking stuff, to me, that seems like a low liability thing that Jan in the
Mhm.
legal world.
Yeah,
Would sovereign immunity not cover us that we're doing something, because we're only taking a parking
up
thing.
to so yeah, parking is probably not a big deal because there was a development plan that was approved by the
Right.
county.
I'm trying to find a way of doing this without traffic
Yeah.
studies and everything else.
I
I
mean,
don't see a need for traffic
We should
study.
write the policy in a way that we're not gonna get into traffic studyable types of signage.
Yeah,
I
don't
mean,
see
if
that.
it's limited to the no parking zones and painting curbs, I mean, that's fine.
So,
Just leave it the way it is.
Mhm.
right, but then the question I have is then who paints the curb?
We do.
Same people that have been for 30 years.
Yep.
Well, they haven't been, right?
No, I mean, us.
It's,
Sure,
yeah, they,
but-
Rest is saying we haven't.
Yeah,
We
been.
pretty much
they say,
tried to
the
stop painting curbs.
they say the CCDD is the curb painters. And always has been.
But,
Well, let me ask a question. We're not painting any new curves. We're just repainting the old curves.
The
are we?
request was to paint a new curb. The
One
request was
curb.
the Lake Evelyn guy
Lake Evelyn
wanted to
wants to
paint a
do-
new curb.
Yeah, wanted to pay.
So why can't we paint it?
And we asked the county, would you paint the curb? And they came back and said, we need you to recommend if you paint the curb, blah, blah, blah. And then they came back and said, oh, by the way, here's the policy and you paint the
Well,
curb.
So-
we're the ones that live here. Let's paint the curb.
I've never
County
seen
doesn't
anyone
care.
park there where they're crabbing about it. I'm not saying they don't, but I've never seen.
have you been here doing fireworks? Well, that's when they park there.
But I'm also to say, guys,
So we're gonna paint it just for one night?
Well,
of the
that's,
year?
no, well, no, it's when they have all the
but I'm
events.
also gonna say, guys,
But
it's already written in the traffic code. It's an enforcement thing. You don't need to paint the curb yellow to enforce the fact that somebody's parked within 25 feet of an intersection. You don't need to paint it. I just need the sheriff to come out and enforce it.
There you go.
Mhm.
I don't need to paint it.
Yeah.
Now, if I paint one, I gotta paint all of them.
No, you
That's
don't.
the
I don't
point.
have to, but
Yeah.
why am I doing just this one?
This is
It's
just,
not really solving anything. It's just making the curb yellow. They're still not
No,
enforcing it.
I think the response of that homeowner would be, we're gonna have Jack talk to the detail and they'll make that a priority.
And when you see somebody parked out there, call the sheriff's department and have them
here's,
come ticket it.
here's your problem though. We don't have a lot of parking availability that in front of houses that is not within 20 feet of a curb of an intersection. It's just not there. And the deputies realize that they don't ticket. Same thing with 20 feet of an alley. So you want to get into that one, we're gonna say, hey, from now on, if you're more than less than 20 feet from an intersection, we're gonna ticket you.
All right, so
Golly.
beyond the particulars, going back to
Yeah, logic.
what is our protocol? We don't have one with the county right now. Or let's put it this way, we need one because I'm hearing things like the county is going to the chairman of the CDD for a decision, which
Mhm.
totally seems completely bonkers. No offense to our chairman of the CDD.
Well, bonkers sometimes is in my household, yes.
Yeah, but that's not,
That
that should
doesn't-
never be the protocol.
No,
If they
it
get a
can't.
request, you go ask the chairman to make a
Yes, they
decision
want
on
the-
behalf of the board.
Exactly, that's
Yeah.
why we brought it up, because.
Right.
I had a
They said an
couple of
email.
chairman, and I kept pushing back to them saying, hey, guys, you enforce, it's signed what you.
It,
think you're
it
supposed to
started
do.
with Cliff, because I think Cliff
Mhm.
was very interactive
Yes.
with them on a very, very
Right.
granular level. So I'm thinking that's where the term chairman came in from when he was, and then it just carried over.
But he was adamant that this was not approved. He said,
Yeah,
yes,
he was.
we talked about this, it was something, but it was never approved by
Yeah,
the
but
board, this.
Dave Tomek approved it and said, you're
Well,
good.
Well.
But,
all right,
and
so-
I
don't
think, I
get
guess that the
County
question
manager
is,
then.
the question is, what do we wanna do? Just
Are
write
we in
back-
general consensus? I like the idea, and I'm gonna make a broad stroke statement. I like the idea of us exercising authority in the development agreement, as long as it's not getting into any moving stuff that becomes a higher risk. If we're talking side of shoulder parking and signage and stuff like that, signage is not related to moving. So no stop signs, no speed signs, things like that, but hey, no parking area, things like that. 100%, I think we should be exercising that authority. We should take that to all of town.
I don't have a problem with that. It's common sense stuff.
So if that's the case, Jan, then I would say if you got consensus of the board, can you look through?
But if you do that, then they're gonna say, well, if you want no parking, then you should be responsible for painting curbs and no parking signs.
Well,
and
they're telling us that
everything
now anyway.
Womp womp.
Technically, we are responsible
Yeah.
if
Well,
we
that's what
want
I'm
it
saying.
done.
They're telling us that now
Yeah.
anyway, so
Yeah.
let's just exercise the authority. We realize we gotta put it in our budget. We realize, to Tom's point, they're not gonna do it if we try to push it. If we say no to this whole thing and hey,
Yeah.
we're totally backing out, they're still not gonna do any of it.
All right. Still, we need to establish a protocol with the county. Because the one we got right now doesn't seem,
Well, my
Good,
suggestion
right.
would be if the general consensus of the four of us here is we want to be in this business, however we want to specifically bring this for Jan, my suggestion was gonna be have Jan take those ideas back, and look back as to what's in the current development agreement and say, makes sense, nope, gotta take this one out, line that out.
and this memorandum,
Yeah, take their memorandum and say,
Yeah.
this is what makes sense, that doesn't make sense.
have her take a draft back based on our consensus. That she can bring back to us and say, hey, this is what we think you should present to the county, that the county can now. Figure out whether or not they want to sign this with.
But I think it's broader than this, though. This is just handling parking. I think
Yeah,
I wanna
this just
know,
handles parking.
I wanna know anytime the county plans on putting anything inside the right of way.
We can write that in there, even if it's a speed limit sign.
Or
We-
maybe
we
a
don't
toll sign.
control it, but we'd like to be notified.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what, by notified, do we have the ability to say, no, we don't want that neon green sign in the middle of our.
You're not gonna pay
See,
me.
Again, I mean, they're gonna refer back to the, whatever it's
They're gonna
called, the
go to the-
manual on
They're gonna go to
uniform
the DOT
traffic control, and
standards.
this is the color that we have to do it, and this is the location we have.
And
to
let's
do
not
it.
kid ourselves, from a practical standpoint, they're not gonna come out here and say, we just found $1 million in our budget. We wanna put
You know,
speed limits on
what,
it."
what you're asking of them, you better ask FDOT, because they just put all these 417
Yeah.
signs
Yeah,
up,
that's what I
And
was.
there's
referring
nothing-
to.
which
yeah,
is
they're-
just totally wrong.
But it's,
Their property.
they're allowed to do it,
You
and,
can't do a thing about it,
yeah,
Their property.
not their property.
They're right
It's-
away.
it's
They-
their-
Part of it was theirs,
it's their
a lot of
poles,
it's our
it's their, yeah.
property.
So property, but, whatever.
But
Yeah, this is basically just parking, all parking signs will be furnished and maintained by the county except for the curb paint. And they'll purchase, if we want non-standard posts, we will purchase them and give them to
And
them.
you'd like to be notified of any additional
can't we
signs
get-
that are gonna be
yeah.
installed.
Any
Can we
signs
just?
in the-
Because At the high school, I mean, that's a mess, all them signs down there.
They all should be taken off.
Are we acquiescing?
And we should be able to take them out.
Anything we're gonna ask for, we're gonna have to pay for 100%. I don't see the count.
If we ask for
Poles
it,
and paint, yeah.
that's not.
It's different if we ask for it. What I'm saying
The
is that if
county's
the
gonna pay
county,
for everything except for curb paint, according, and our poles.
Poles and paint, the only thing we pay for.
I would like to be
Well,
able to,
that's-
I would like to get noticed as a CDD. Prior to any installation by the county
Additional signs.
of signs or markings in the right of way.
Okay, so that's thing number one. I agree with that one. Thing number two is. If we, for anything we control, so we're talking about side of road parking, things like that, if we wanna put in a bunch of no parking signs somewhere. Are we in agreement that we're gonna pay for the poles and the paint? Does the county traditionally provide the signs?
They just said.
Yeah, they say all parking, no parking signage and pavement markings except for curb paint. will be
Then we're
used.
just,
DOT signs.
it's-
Yeah.
if we reach to that point, we're just turning on that part of the development agreement.
Well, what I'm asking right now
Yeah,
is, let's
it's-
turn on that part of the development agreement. Let's finalize this and be done. Isn't that what we're talking about, is turning on this part?
I
of the
would rather
development
do
agreement?
that if you wanna put up a no parking sign. I can have a sign to put up right now.
Well, then we would go to the county and say, hey, I would like to put up a sign.
Mhm.
I've exercised the authority as the CDD to put up a sign.
Yeah.
Please give me a sign, I'll buy a pole and I'll put it in.
Yeah.
I've
whenever.
done
The
that
county
before.
installs, yeah, the county.
Well,
installs
should we
that
reach
uh,
to that point? I don't think we're at that point now, right? Are you trying to put a no parking sign somewhere or?
Well, we're getting requests for, I'm trying to figure out.
No, no,
Yeah,
that
what
was,
is
this
it
whole
from the
thing
policy?
started with Lake Evelyn wanting to paint the curb yellow. That's how it
Yeah,
started.
that's how
Right.
it started.
That's how that.
I'm not
request
looking to
came.
do anything, but as requests come in from the community, I'm trying to set a policy so that we can say,
Exactly.
we're doing this, the county's doing that, or we're not doing anything and the county's doing that.
Great.
What's the general policy independent of any one particular
So the
request?
county gets a call to paint something, the county needs to notify the CDD at our next meeting, we're gonna review that request and vote yes or no on it. Is that-
Related to parking.
Related to parking.
Well, the county's not gonna come in on anything on parking. Parking's all gonna come to us.
No, anything that they do,
Holy
any sign.
macaroni.
What if
No,
it's a-
the county's gonna put the signs in. All, no parking zones and sign requests are gonna be reviewed and approved by the county.
Okay.
County has ultimate responsibility. We can request it and say, yes, we wanna put a sign here. Can you do it? They'll pay for it. Russ will give them the right color pole and they'll put it in.
Okay, great. Then we got free labor out of it too. I'm okay with that. But we're dictating the signs where they're going and where they're
Free
not.
labor.
Mhm, for no parking, yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's the whole point of having too many signs. They're put, that was the whole thing, where there's too many signs.
Yeah.
Does this also give us the authority to remove any no parking signs or other signage?
does.
Not, doesn't
It
say
I
that.
mean, we're controlling the parking areas.
It
I would
does,
assume
we
that
have the
means-
right to regulate.
If I got the right to regulate, I can.
So if we're, an example is, I don't know how
We
we.
have the right to designate and install no parking zones without county review. The county has historically been fulfilling it. There's nothing about removing signs.
Well, it says the right to control and regulate.
Control is removed.
That's their recommended policy, but when it gets to their actual guidelines, I mean, we can put that in there. That's-
So how do,
I would like clear amended language in there.
yeah, and the reason I'm asking is, there's a few signs around the K8, but it's mostly the high school.
Mhm.
They put in no stopping, no parking signs up and down the Ridge Boulevard.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of them. And that technically, those are the regular signs, they're not the green poles, been there for like 4 years.
Mhm.
Either we remove them or,
We get the red poles.
no, I want them to pay for it, they put the poles in.
But we're supposed, and
That
under
was
this,
before the policy.
but under this agreement, we're supposed to be, my
We
understanding.
didn't approve those signs, that's the thing, we didn't approve those signs.
Okay.
They approved it, they stuck them in the ground.
And
Because of the
according,
school request.
yeah, according to this, they should have come to us and we gave them polls and.
And we should.
And we should have agreed with it or not agreed with it.
Well, I.
Yeah, they
I-
say
if
they're
you
gonna
think
be
you can Go to the
reviewed.
county and ask for poles that are Celebration Green.
No, I want those signs removed, I'd rather have them removed, because. You know, the no stopping, no parking is an enforcement issue. Putting signs up and down, I mean, there's a lot of
I
signs.
mean, they're gonna do it unless they say, unless there's an imminent threat or safety hazard, so they'll just probably say it's safe.
Well, and they did it
Just
for,
here.
at the high school, they did it
School
for
did
a
it.
reason. I mean, you do that.
I know, my kids went to the high school, it still didn't stop anybody from doing that.
Yeah.
It still doesn't,
I'm gonna get with the county, and see if we can pull about half of the signs up.
I don't think we need them,
I know
because
we don't now that everything's,
the way
developed
the
right
way
there.
they've developed their system, you don't need it anymore. So anyways, all right, but I just,
Okay,
I'm just curious to know if there's existing signs don't meet. Is there like a grandfathering thing, or can we get them to put,
we can ask, there's nothing in here.
I get it. All right, we can
Yeah,
ask.
I mean, we can
All
say if we're doing this, we also should be able to remove no parking signs, put the request in and they can.
okay,
Their property. Yeah, but we can't remove any
Well-
sign that's on our property.
But I'm also gonna, regardless of the way it got there, and I agree, it was not the right way to do, it, we should have been notified. There is a safety issue that's there that they should, and I agree, Tom, it's an enforcement thing. But it all, and hey, guys, you should have peppered them all over the place, but the last thing I wanna do is move a bunch of signs and all of a sudden we're creating. Now I am worried about Jan's thing of creating a safety issue, because now it's on a moving street, that's not a shoulder, like on Celebration Avenue where I've really got a parking
All
area.
right,
We're talking in a travel lane.
I think we need to have a summit with the county. Because it's branch in many different directions.
yeah.
Okay. We wanna meet
So it'd be a
with-
request with the
Request a
county on
meeting.
how to handle county or citizen requests for improvements within the right of way.
Well, but I agree with you 100%. What's the consensus of the board? If the tasker is for Jan to draft something up so that we can at least review it first. And then we can do the summit with
That's
the
just,
county.
I think we need to talk this with the county first. I don't think we know what the draft yet.
That we need to say that we can't find this was ever approved. We told it wasn't, but we want to go through and figure out how we make this work for both the county.
Yeah,
and
that's-
CC.
I think just kind of setting the conditions first with the county, because
What do we want? It's our consensus.
We need
We don't know
we
yet.
need a black and white letter of agreement with I mean, we have not agreed to this and
I agree with you, but when you're saying of a policy of when a citizen contacts,
I would say meet with
we're gonna go have a meeting and what, whoever goes to the meeting, there's gonna be one board member who's gonna go to the meeting along with Angel and or Jan. What is that one board member representing on behalf of the board to the county of what we want? That's what I'm saying. Before we meet, we need to decide as a group.
Obviously.
With Henry Salinas.
Yeah,
Statements, I know that.
no, but he's saying he wants to come to
So-
the county first. I wanna first understand what this board wants.
Right, we would have to have that.
Why don't I take bullet points of what they proposed and what I think you all said and just kind of send bullet points and have you all look at it, and then for the next meeting, we can.
Yeah,
clean
because
those up.
otherwise you just have a workshop on this, because this is gonna take this obviously is gonna take longer than we want.
I don't think it's that much.
No, I don't,
Yeah,
I don't, but
think-
we can't keep talking about this all
Yeah,
night, so,
we can, yeah. let me
so
do
let's
some
do
bullet
that,
points
and then we'll have something for the next meeting.
Okay,
but just to confirm.
So
that we
bullet
don't
points
have
for
to-
March?
yes.
Is there a curb getting painted as of now?
No.
On Lake
no,
Ellen?
no.
No,
Is there
No.
a sign being moved in
No.
Spring Lake?
no,
no.
All right, so none of those things that were in the agenda are to be done either.
yeah, no
Sign that
action,
we're-
No action on
Like
those.
Evelyn.
Sign removal is the next.
Or no, Lake, Spring Lake.
no action.
That's what it was, Spring Lake.
I
Whatever.
thought that was like,
And
I thought that was like, okay.
Those two pictures, whatever.
Okay, got it.
All right, that's great.
Okay,
She's kicking the desk now.
this is the next one, it's gonna be fun.
The next
Oh, geez. Oh, this one kind of rolled into.
But
You have any more
literally.
research? They ate the television.
All right,
All right,
what's next? 7D.
7D, all right, good thing we're going to Z tonight. Sign removals, Dave, I think this one's yours. Yep, time's up.
Where do I find that?
Page
7D.
133.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Okay, for the board's consideration.
These are signs you're requesting to remove.
I have found signs, each one is representative, there's more than one of some of them, and the request, and we can go one by one, but is to eliminate them.
So can I, before we get into that, can I get clarification from Jan? Want us all to hear it in terms of, you know, the whole,
Yeah, I found a signage agreement that Disney had, an
Okay.
agreement. And I think things like the locations, the arrows pointing to different directions, we may not be able to remove until they're done with development. There were a bunch of criteria in there about signs.
I could not find that reference.
I just came across it while I was looking for something else, and I can send it to.
I thought you did send it to them.
I thought I did too, but
I sent it out.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
sent it to me,
No,
I
you,
sent it
yeah,
out.
I thought I sent
Fair.
it, but we didn't put it in the agenda because it was an agreement.
Dave's just gonna take a song and then we're gonna make it.
you check your email? Oh, never mind.
I do, but if somebody can point this out, I could not find that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I will, if you can't find it, I'll send it back to
We'll
you.
vote on this next one.
But that is specific
But,
to
but
the,
I think that,
Also, I was right. I
What?
told you, it's, I don't know. I told you.
you did bring that up.
I brought that
last
up, but
meeting.
nobody listened. Only been here for 2021.
And like the one with the guy crossing, I don't know if that's a county sign or
Which crossing one?
Okay, you want-
pay 137. It's a guy crossing the street ahead. Oh, and that one looks like a traffic safety sign.
Oh, that's for the crosswalk ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we can remove that one.
No,
that
Yeah,
is the
that's a
question.
traffic
Why?
sign, and because that looks like that was put in because of the crosswalk as a notification of the crosswalk ahead.
I don't think I'd remove the crosswalk signs. Not that anybody pays attention to.
Well, exactly, I'm
It's
trying to
this,
get
no, right?
rid of signs that are dumb or misleading.
I understand, but that's a safety sign.
But that's what I want,
Yeah.
something definitive.
Signage and.
Now, yeah, somebody says, hey, per this
Yeah.
statute, for this county code, we
Okay.
can't touch it, then great.
Okay,
Um,
but yeah, that one I would just hesitate and need county to okay it.
so on page 138, you have boardwalks, maybe slippery at any time. There's a history behind those, isn't there?
I don't know, that one's before my time.
All right, so. Cause I think there was some,
There was a bike accident at some point.
yeah, and there was some other people just slipping on the wood thing and it just, people were running or
Was
whatever.
that your accident, Craig?
Hmm?
The bike accident on the boardwalk?
But the board decided from a legal perspective to put that on all the boardwalks. To reduce liability, because literally the argument was, well, there was no sign to tell us it was, I know,
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
I
that,
just want to
that's
know.
what
I
happened.
would like to revisit that.
I'm okay with that, I'm just, I. But I think that's something for Jan to come on, I mean, is there? Does this help us at all? To have a sign on the boardwalk that's.
It's a warning. I mean, it's something you can use. It's probably not gonna limit your damages
Well,
completely,
me-
but it definitely doesn't hurt. I mean, it's something to say, hey, you undertook the risk and we even pointed it out.
All right, well, no, does it really,
Remove the signs now, since we already had them up?
well, let me ask you a question.
Good.
Two questions, Russ. First off, it's not on a celebration pole. It's on a piece of 2x4. The other question is, do we have the same sign at every boardwalk
What kind of
entrance?
celebration pole you want, Jack?
Do we have the same sign at every boardwalk entrance?
Yes, I wanna say yes.
I'm gonna say no.
Well, there might be one or two, but, well, we don't have them going over like, in the back of the big lake.
Well,
Because it doesn't get wet, it's not covered with the oak trees over.
I don't know if I've ever seen that sign except for one place.
Oh, no, I've seen them all over.
Have you?
Come over to East Village. I know it's hard for you to leave North Village.
Come to the dark side, Jack.
Well, we don't have
You'll
any
see 'em.
boardwalks in North Village. Thank you.
You have a golf course. I don't have a golf course.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
every one of these signs has history. The ones around the post office, I'm not saying I agree with it or not, to Tom's point. They were put up about 6 years ago because people downtown wanted to be able to stop by the post office for 15 minutes to drop off a package. You remove the signs, what's gonna happen? Somebody's gonna park there for 3 hours. Is that what we're looking for?
Does that happen now? Does it get enforced?
Well, you
we
can't,
want-
they're not enforceable. They're not enforceable.
Right. But,
So-
but does it cause some people to move along? Yes. Are there other people who sit there for 3 hours? Yes.
Yeah, debate if you, I'm just saying, none of these pass the smell test for me. And if you want to pick and choose, that's fine, I voted, I just.
The NEP signs I'm good with, that, go on.
Yeah, you don't have
We
to.
don't, we don't do exclusive NEP parking, none of that stuff's enforceable. Well, in front of
You
Jack's
get to
house,
pick and
Jack
choose.
parks his NEP.
Well, I think the,
If we pull the resident parking signs in front of the Campus Street townhouses, I guarantee our next meeting is gonna look like an LA riot in here with the people that live in those townhouses.
it's fun.
But what did we accomplish? Other than the fact we cleaned up a few signs, what did we do? Was there a problem that we were trying to solve, other than the fact there were 3 or 4 signs sitting? I get it that they're not enforceable, I got it.
Well, they're fake signs, we're living a lie.
I don't, yeah.
Brother,
Fake
we
news.
fix the fake signs things in our lives.
Actually, what I'm
Who's gonna
going,
park there if they're not a resident?
Teachers. The reason they
School,
went up there
school.
is because it's right across the street from the school, and they're trying to reserve it from having teachers park there, because the teachers don't wanna park all the way in the
Well,
parking lot of the gym.
Yeah, but not only that,
That's-
it's an overflow
Hey,
parking
so
for
the teachers are
downtown.
gonna park on that
listen,
side.
well, this ties right back to our previous discussion where we had a parking policy, couldn't we? And that could be part of it, until we have that in our parking policy, I don't want a sign there that, it's pretty much, you know, lying, it's an integrity issue.
It's fake
Because
news.
It's fake,
Just
It's
kidding.
an integrity issue.
yeah.
It's fake.
Yeah,
Fake
but if you
fake
look-
sign,
the
fake
people
news.
who live there are going to.
Yeah, you
Sure, they'd
can't
be
use
upset.
the sign on page 133, you can't get rid of. That's a Lexington sign, the skateboard.
No, that's in our problem.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Dave, I love the idea of this. I would go the opposite, until we get a until we get a policy of whatever we're gonna do. I would leave all this in place, that way we can sit here and have a workshop and we can delineate whatever we want under whatever policy we got. To start then saying, now that we've got a fixed policy with the county, goes, stays, goes, stays. If we do this in advance of that, it just doesn't make sense to me. I got it, some of these signs I look at and I shrug my shoulders and say they're stupid, but.
Well, and they were put in when all there was Central Village.
You know, I go along with Greg said, let's just have a workshop and say, this signs, this is our parking policies.
Because listen, to be honest with you,
Yeah,
if we're gonna do this, I will absolutely throw signs into the pile here of stuff that we should be removing, because there's.
You mean like these?
No, that's a different
No,
side.
different
We'll keep bringing them.
Okay.
We
Who
have
made
signed
that?
ourselves to death over 30 years that it's, you know, I'm surprised we don't have signs that say, please keep breathing. As you walk around the sidewalk.
No, that's in North Florida.
you know,
Sorry, Jack.
no, I'm just looking at Gary sent me something that said boardwalk signs are like no diving in the pool.
Yeah.
This doesn't work.
Right, get rid of the sign, it doesn't work.
And you don't need it, it doesn't work.
Make sure you talk into
find-
that, make sure it's on.
You can probably.
Yeah,
find all
make
sorts
sure
of
it's
reasons to Kick it down, kick the can down the road if you want, but
No, but I think
I don't think we need
a defined policy, so we can just say, yes, this doesn't mean a sign policy,
Workshop.
it's gone.
Workshop.
I'm workshopped out, man.
Yeah, you got a lot of workshops.
Yeah, we
Just have to be.
Yeah.
This will be next year, don't worry about it.
Oh, next year's workshop.
No, I wouldn't, I don't think that's fair to say.
no,
I don't think that's fair to do.
Okay, so are y'all gonna vote on this? Or are you passing?
I'm ready to, Liz, I'll make a motion.
Okay, what's your motion?
Remove all the signs that are in this, whatever. I
To
put in.
remove all in the package.
Correct,
And I would say that the county needs to okay the one for the crosswalk, because.
all right, with that caveat.
In the package, except crosswalk. Right? Are you good with that?
Yeah, unless it's illegal or we're prohibited against by some other.
Yeah, but then you also have the developer sign down there below that crosswalk one.
Got a motion.
Yeah, you can't get rid of the
So-
developer.
Have to
Yeah.
look at the.
Motion to remove all signs in the package except crosswalk and any other legality issues
That, yeah, we're contractually obligated.
that Jan says.
Thanks. I get to figure
So-
out what this 800-page agreement meant. In
Legal
1977.
issues.
There-
Okay, so
there goes
that's
the
by
legal.
Dave. Second,
So before that, I have a question. When would we?
you
have
need a
this?
second before you can do a question.
Then I can't.
Okay.
Don't answer.
No second?
Dave needs it.
All right, fails for a lack of second.
All right, so can I ask a question now?
Yeah.
No, you need a motion.
No, I'm gonna give you a motion. You're not gonna like it. No, I got a question is like, when can we have a workshop? I know we have we've got a lot of budget workshops.
You've got a budget workshop on March 11th. You need to, which is gonna be under my report. That's the one workshop we have scheduled. We need to schedule a hurricane protocol workshop. We need to schedule a
Should be able to decide a hurricane also.
What's a hurricane?
You can do,
I don't mind.
you
we
can
could
do it together. You can, I mean, I'm gonna ask for dates under my thing to do, to schedule the hurricane. We talked about having a workshop and essentially, Jack, you're exactly right. What it is to go, this is what we do.
What time's our budget workshop on the 11th?
5. All meetings moving forward are at 5. So it's to memorialize the process we already do for hurricanes and some additional information.
Can we do it at the budget workshop then?
No,
No. That is a lot.
y'all need your entire budget workshop to do the budget.
What do we do on April 8th? What workshop is that?
April 8th.
Yeah,
Let me see. We may have already scheduled one. Hold on.
I got nothing on April 8th.
I got CDD workshop for some reason now.
I do too.
I do not.
What date is this?
April 8th.
But nobody else was invited. Maybe that was something we were holding
Yep, CD board workshop, it's on the calendar.
Secret.
from 6 to 9.
Oh, it says 5.
We moved it to 5.
That's 5.
I don't have the updated one.
Yeah, that's, and if it's on here, it's on the.
Oh, I do.
website.
It's at 5. I'm sorry.
That's another.
Do you subscribe?
You have any idea what we're doing?
There is, you can go on the website and subscribe to all the meetings. That's how I
But
get it
let
out
me,
there.
let
Don't
me-
change Things again. Brandon doesn't
See.
send it to me.
Right.
No, you have to go to the website.
no, Brenda doesn't send it out to anybody. She
Can-
sends out individual invites for every meeting, but what he's talking about is if you subscribe on the website, it'll download all the meetings for
So
you.
the 8th is another budget workshop.
Yeah, let me
Yeah,
ask,
No,
hold on, let me ask,
March is a budget workshop. The 8th.
Brenda.
We traditionally have a budget workshop every month until we get up to.
We typically do, so that could be what it is, but I just want to make sure.
Please stand by.
It calls before you.
Hey, I have you on speaker. We have the first budget workshop, which is March 11th. What is it, the April 8th? Is that also budget?
I think we did March and April, and I don't remember about May.
In May, we're approving it, so that makes sense. And those are the only workshops we have scheduled currently.
I think so.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
I don't miss you.
Bye. Okay, yes. So those are the two, which, like Greg said, we typically schedule out. Starting in March, we do April, and we've actually done one in May before
we
before we finalize going
Well,
into that
what
meeting, if
happens
we need to.
Every time we do it in May, it's because we missed one of them beforehand.
Could be.
That's what it's, that's why we get one of
You
them.
can cancel one last year. didn't we?
Yeah, there's a March, April.
So if we do March and
sometimes
April,
this Or whatever. we've got.
and we wrap it up, we don't need to do one, but we can always schedule one for May
I
if
think
you
when we
need
did
to.
this, we just kind of said, hey, let's do the first two and see. What happens.
Yeah.
So we do need to do a hurricane. And then if you want to combine signs into that, I think
think so.
that's doable, if you want to do that, but I wouldn't combine anything into your budget
You're
workshops.
saying a May workshop.
May 13th.
Or you can do an additional workshop in March or April if you don't want to kick it that far.
Well, I think before we do the sign thing, we need to get a response back from the county regarding the parking issues.
What are we expecting back from the county before we do? the
What
workshop?
authorization, like where we stand on that?
That if they'll give us the parking authority.
I mean, if we got the authority, then we know where to go for.
I mean, they already
They've
think we
already,
have it.
exactly, so I don't
But we
think.
need to get you need to formalize this thing.
No, I agree, but
Why
what
don't
I'm
we do
saying
it
is,
in May?
we're trying to figure out, my suggestion is, let's take the workshop first. Figure out what we want to formalize in there, and then we'll go back to the county and say, this part we agree with, this we'd like to add on or delete or whatever else.
So when will we have that workshop?
Well, that's what we're saying is May,
Oh,
I think.
May 13th.
So whatever you want to do, we can do workshops anytime you want. Or we can schedule a meeting. If you want to vote on it, then you need to schedule a meeting. Unless you want to do a workshop, talk about it, and then go into the following meeting and vote on it. But so either way, you can schedule a meeting or you can schedule a workshop. And if you're talking about May,
May 13th.
you've got what did you say, May 13th?
13th.
That's the second.
Yeah, I don't have anything May 13th.
I'm okay on that.
Okay,
I guess I'll be in-
Michelle says it's fine.
So do you want to do May 13th at 5?
yeah,
Yeah.
well, Look. I don't. Not to get into another philosophical argument, but I don't understand why we have workshops instead of just making
So-
meetings so we can vote on it.
Right, so the difference is, you're exactly right, you can do either one. There's nothing that says you gotta do one or the other. So the difference is with workshops, it's basically just certain topics. Mostly usually one, maybe two, and it gives you that entire time to talk about it and nothing else on the agenda to really work it out. So then you go into your next meeting, you can make motions and it streamlines the conversation. Can you turn that workshop into a meeting and keep it only on that topic? Absolutely.
I would suggest we do that.
It's up to you.
About this once and I'll talk about it.
I'm just not in the mood to have workshops. I want to have meetings and make decisions.
Up to you all.
I agree.
I like workshops, but in this one, we want, we might want to make it a meeting.
Okay, so what we're saying is May 13th. We're gonna do a meeting. And we're gonna put only on the agenda signs and hurricane protocol.
Yeah.
Okay. And it will be a meeting at 5 p.m.
And you can get us in advance of that, Jan, some sort of drafts going back and forth and.
Yeah, I'll get some.
Hurricane.
Yeah. Do we
Protocol.
have a draft hurricane protocol already?
Yeah, I'll be sending it out.
And it's early, but we may want to think about for that May one, we're gonna do a meeting and vote on stuff, maybe we'll have an county here for that.
The
Maybe
who, Hilla?
The county,
Mm-mm,
no,
Well, that,
never mind,
no,
carry on.
yeah, I would say you want to figure out what we will want to do here before we
Okay.
open it up to them.
Okay. And where are we now? Tony?
Letters, D. I'm getting this one.
D?
Or E,
Can we just do the-
we finished
Give me a
science.
second.
We're done with signs.
Well.
All right, proposals for boardwalk reviews by structural engineer, we're in E.
Oh, good.
I'm good.
I think we actually have someone here.
Oh, my goodness.
Making him sit.
guy.
You're a resident. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
There you go.
Okay, you're a resident.
Double duty.
Okay.
Home is close. So, I submitted a proposal, for your review to look at as far as the assessment, condition assessment of the boardwalks. One thing you may have noted in the proposal is we did also propose an alternative scheme for the assessment based on just past experience, engineering judgment, what we've seen in doing these kinds of assessments over the years. I have a long history of doing assessments, particularly for wood frame structures. So I've seen a few things and I think that there's ways to streamline some of what's in the RFP to just make the fee lower, make it more reasonable. Versus a resident who uses the boardwalks a lot, I feel like there's balance to be had between making sure that these are maintained and in good condition, but also not spending our community's money in
Right.
large sums if we can help it, so. But I'm here in case you have any questions. As far as what we do and what's involved, what we think of the boardwalks. I've been out there, like I say, quite a bit on runs, bike rides, on the boardwalks, so. Can't say I've been down in the wetlands under them too often.
Yeah.
no, I mean, my basic question was, what's the difference between the alternate and the base case? What are you or what are you not doing?
So with the alternate, the key is saying, look, when I look at these wood pilings and I look at how they're exhibiting signs of decay or distress down at the grade level where they plunge into the ground or at the seasonal change in water line, do I really need to dig down at every single piling? And the answer is no, because I know what to look for. I know what the signs are going to be, that there's going to be distress where oxygen and moisture change is at its greatest. That fluctuation tends to drive deterioration in wood. So I can, as I'm walking these piles, make an engineering call on when I need to dig down versus when I can say, no, that pile's fine. This one's looking kind of shady. I'm gonna dig, do more investigation and find out what might be going on at this location. And that does two things. One, it keeps the cost down because digging at every single piling is very labor intensive and in my opinion, not a necessary use of the funds and the time. It's also going to slow the process down. And I know for you guys, it's going to be important for us to get through this in a reasonable manner. Obviously balancing safety and security and longevity of the boardwalks, but also with this desire to be cost effective and not actually be digging every single piling out. it's one of those things as an engineer, you never want to just. I never just want to take anybody's money. I don't want to say, oh, well, I'll do every single pilot. I want to think through and say, what makes sense given the type of structure I'm looking at? And then propose on that. So that's why I put the alternate in there, because I think there's a way to balance what's in the RFP, which is very good material, but also do it in a way that's efficient and more cost effective.
And does that, if we only do specific piles, what is the risk that the ones that you don't do would be faulty?
Pretty low, just because again, we're looking at these piles. I mean, my sign and seal is on these reports, so it's important to me that we do it right. It's pretty low because we will generally see signs of distress and deterioration at that change line where the moisture and the soils are moving around.
Okay, plus any adjacent pile that you do look at.
Right, and you start to get a sense too, sometimes when you're out here looking at things, you can say, look, in this area of the boardwalk, I'm seeing problems here. Here, it starts to show a repetitive pattern. Maybe it was something about the way that the moisture's been sitting in that area of the wetland for a while. Or it was a construction issue in the way it was built originally, or any of those things can lead to clusters of issues where it's much more rare that you're gonna have, just an occasional pile. There will be some of that, but that you're gonna have an occasional pile that's suddenly decaying when everything around it is in pristine condition.
What's the schedule? Estimated schedule if we were to sign a contract tonight between the two options, how long would each one take?
It's a really good question. I would honestly have to go back and look at the, overall scope of things for timing. I did run some rough numbers back when I was writing the proposal to obviously estimate hours, right? Because I gotta know how long staff's gonna be on it. But I can look at that in detail and let you know. I think one of the drivers in this that's gonna be really important is trying to get out there before it gets too wet. Because that's gonna make it a lot faster moving through those wetlands.
So give me, and again, the gentleman who was here earlier, my objective is to try to get this before we finalize our budget. I'd like to get your report back and realize, do we have a $10,000 problem, $100,000 problem, or $10 million problem?
And budget finalization is June, May?
July. Yeah, and she needs.
So we would have to do
We can
that
absolutely
anyways,
do it.
because rain starts, I don't know, May,
Right.
June.
Yeah, exactly. We can absolutely. That's
Okay.
not.
But you would need us to prove something tonight. You couldn't go over a month to beat the rainy season and beat our budget deadline.
I mean, if you wanted to wait a week or two or whatever and, talk more amongst yourselves, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. And if it gets
Legally, we
rainy,
can't do that
if
unfortunately.
it gets rainy, we will get out there and still do it. It's just a question of what's easier. I have waiters. I've done this before.
One question I had is, in the limitation exclusion, it's the preparation or evaluation of probable costs for repairs. That's gonna be important.
Right.
I mean, after the report, can you give sort of a big scope without doing detailed plans?
So-
So from a budget standpoint, or is that something that we're gonna need to tack on?
No, that's an excellent question, and that's something where a contractor is gonna be the best person to price the repairs based on what we're recommending. So I am perfectly happy to sit with the contractor and go through what we're talking about and have a meeting. I believe I'd look back at it, but I believe I built that into the budgeting on this. I certainly want to, because I think it's important to have that communication with a contractor who's doing the work. Contractors are great with the pricing and the quantities and everything. But it helps for me to communicate to them directly as to what I intended at certain things. When I said, hey, when we're talking about these kinds of replacements on the cross bracing underneath the, the boardwalk areas, or this kind of issue that we're seeing with an anchor bolt, I want to go over that. So while I may not be preparing that price, and that's what the limitation means,
Okay.
I want to work with the contractor to make sure you're getting the right price based on what
Okay.
we intended.
Can we do that instead? Because we haven't selected a contractor yet, we're starting with this. We do that instead with Russ and our engineer, that they would walk with, because again,
Mhm.
any contractor we're gonna go, they're gonna be the ones writing the statement of work and
Yeah.
reflecting what you're saying. Does
Right.
that make sense for you guys to do it instead? I mean, just go with him as he's doing the survey?
Or can you? do
Well,
that?
Or
no, I
afterwards,
think
I mean-
he's, yeah,
The other thing I've
he
done
said it's
with-
part of his scope to talk to a contractor.
Yeah, and the other thing I've done with site visits to job sites, even new construction, right? I'll walk the job site, I make my observations and compile them together. But before I leave the site, or in this case, maybe as we're writing the report, I would go through hotspots too. If there's areas that I think are big ticket items, we can go hit those pretty easily at that point where, I don't want to wait till after the report's done and everything's all neat and buttoned up to do that walkthrough. We can get you guys thinking about what we're seeing out there ahead of time. But rather than dragging you through the wetlands every day that we're out there, because we'll be out there for a little while, so.
Right.
So. The question I would have. Is. Even though you can give your report, we're not gonna really know financially. What the cost of repair would be, okay?
I'm trying to find,
And
that's why I'm trying to find a way
so-
we can do this
so-
into the budget cycle.
No, I get it, so are we gonna have to? But are we then gonna have to go ahead and find a contractor that actually does this?
To work in parallel.
To work in parallel right now?
Do we know a contractor that does this?
Yeah, there's probably, I mean, there's a lot of contractors that do that, but when you say work in parallel, as you identify something, are you recommending that we fix it as we go?
No, I think that would probably be too piecemeal. And
Okay,
I think you're gonna get a contractor who says, well, I'm now having to be mobilized continuously.
so
I think
get
we
your
want that after the
report,
But I think
yeah,
what we should do is, once our observations are complete, walk it with you guys, give you a sense of the big ticket items that we see out there and say, hey, these are the hot spots. And then also.
Are you gonna
after we complete the
prioritize it?
report, We'll prioritize repairs. And then as the report has been completed and issued, that's when we wanna be talking with the contractor now and saying, okay,
Right.
you've read through it.
mhm.
This is what we intended. Is that what you're reading into it? Okay, let's make sure we're on the same page so that when
That
you're
makes
writing the
sense.
price for it, it's.
So they're willing to work with the contractor
Right.
once
and-
we
but
hire
Greg-
them.
But Greg's concern is, once we get the report, we'd have to have a contractor ready to go to actually talk to you.
To talk,
To
right?
go ahead and then estimate, and then get the estimate in. For how much we can put that in the budget.
Well, and given, I'm really gonna complicate this because given what the cost of this could be. We're gonna need multiple contractors
I was
because
gonna
we're
say,
gonna need
We'd
multiple
have to
bids.
have-
We want a couple bids. And maybe it's even, you guys give so much for the community already, but maybe it's creating a meeting with a few of us, at least myself, the contractor, and a few, the maintenance staff who are managing all of this. To sit down, make sure the contractors are on equal footing. I know UCF does that with us when they have proposals they're putting out. They bring us all into a room. They
We can
want
do
to
that.
Answer our questions all at
Yeah,
once.
do an
Yeah.
RFP with the
So,
required.
Yeah, exactly, because you don't want to
Bid.
answer a question for one contractor and then another one feeling like they got a
So,
different
Yeah,
answer.
sorry, just to make sure,
So
so,
we have to
so
put out a bid and then have a
Yeah.
required meeting.
it would
where
be an
they
onsite,
can-
so,
Yeah.
so staff would walk through as appropriate while he's doing the initial survey. Once he gets everything together, then we're gonna pull in contractors for basically as part of the bid proposal process. So they're gonna be mandatory to walk through, everybody goes at the same time.
Well, I mean, were we thinking this is gonna be over 195,000?
Oh, sure,
Oh, if
Yeah,
we're
I think-
replacing boardwalks,
yeah.
It depends.
It's,
on
I don't,
condition.
yeah, we don't know what we're into, but I
I've
mean,
been
I
running
wouldn't,
on them a lot.
I
Doesn't
mean-
necessarily mean anything, but they feel stable. I mean,
yeah.
so I don't know, but
Okay, once we get your report, because we may need you to present a scope. Because if we have to go out, we're gonna need a scope either way.
Yeah.
But if we have to go out to formal RFP, then yes, but if not, then we can use that scope to send out to multiple contractors.
right.
Instead of paying the advertising and everything for a formal RFP.
and that's great, I'm
Yeah,
gonna look at my crystal ball and say with the miles of boardwalk we have, that we haven't replaced the foundationals like probably of any of our boardwalks in 25 years. We've been replacing boards. We haven't been replacing pylons.
We've replaced a couple of those.
Couple.
Yeah.
A few
Yeah.
miles. We're gonna.
so
have
we're
to-
not, we don't know what we don't know.
Kinda
Until you
yeah.
get us the report,
Until
we
get
won't
out
know.
there, But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, fingers crossed, hopefully at this point too. I mean, you guys do a lot of maintenance on the boardwalks, so, I'm hoping it's select spots.
Okay, well, I think, I don't necessarily know that, I mean. Fingers crossed, we might be able to get it into this budget cycle,
Yeah.
number wise, but if we can't. I mean, we have reserves to be able to use it for that, and then maybe you put it in next year. To recoup that or something, I don't know, but we'll try to get. Everything buttoned up before budget cycle, yeah,
For board awareness, we invited multiple firms to bid on this. We had a conference call, there was somebody that was involved in it, we never got heard from again.
Yeah, he had, actually got it this morning, I had some questions, never heard back, so.
Yeah, the third company told me, can't meet your time frame. They did come out last week, they spent some time here. I asked them to get something to us by today, and I probably can't get it to you by today.
Well, thank you for being here.
I wanna. Like I said, I use these all the time, so I have a little vested interest in being able to continue to use them. Long term. And Brian did reach out. Mark kind of created a scope document, Russ and I worked with him and tweaked it a little bit. After the call, he gave me a call and asked about modifying scope. My recommendation was submit an alternate bid based on our conversation. And then just come to the board meeting and explain to you the difference in the two proposals.
Yeah, so the last question would be if we approve the lower cost one, so you get out there and you start surveying stuff and you go out with staff and you start looking. I mean, is that worst case scenario? If you get out there and things start looking bad, you're like, oh, holy crap, I really need to start. I mean, are you potentially coming back and saying, hey, I really need to go with the $97,000 number because it was more than I thought, or
No,
Okay.
what would honestly happen, and this is what I've done many times in the past, is if you start digging into it and it's really that, I can actually make the recommendations based on that, right?
Okay.
And say, we're seeing a pattern here.
Okay.
This is going to be much.
You're not gonna
bigger
dig
than
up
just-
everyone,
I
you're
don't
just
have
gonna
to dig
include
into all of them
everyone.
and say at that
Okay.
point, this is looking really bad on this stretch of boardwalk. And we would be very specific about that, not just broad brush, obviously, we want
Right.
a contractor to be able to figure it out, but. At the same time, digging into every filing, I think is just going to be a waste of time.
I'll make a recommendation.
And I would say the other firm that was out here, very similar conversation. And I told Brian that today when he came in.
But it's good to hear that.
Okay,
I'll make
So-
a recommendation on the 67-4.
so are you making a motion
67
on
for-
67?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Well,
There you go. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Jan, are you gonna wanna draft
Appreciate that.
an agreement for this?
He was talking to you too, Jack. Yeah.
Just send you a.
Move on to 7F.
7F.
Hold on.
We'll get
There's
something over to you, by the end of the week
Hold on.
to get executed.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then let's set up a schedule and get going.
yeah, Carrie
Well,
will be
I
the point of
didn't know.
contact for that, and
Yeah, we'll
they'll
wait.
schedule all that with you.
I know.
All right, thanks.
So is the other gentleman in the audience?
So are you here with another company, so we can jump ahead?
I will not submit.
Oh, that guy, I can't see you. You have tricked me.
Gary's here all night, don't worry about Gary.
He's one.
You're buying drinks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's who Carrie introduced in the beginning.
We'll use that. Okay,
Okay.
so next one, proposal for tree removals.
We already did
That's
that.
just the ones on the boardwalks, just wanted you to be aware
We
of.
have 5 trees that need to be moved.
All right, so the 5 tree removal,
Like 9 of them,
No, 9.
9.
And these are,
plus one palm on the boulevard.
like I said, I'm seeing a lot of these on the board right now on the board.
There's no price or anything.
There's only be one of them. Boulevard.
Is there?
So is it,
Three,
What's the price for this?
I think it was.
Yeah.
one is
8,
650.
9,000.
Oh,
That's for the palm trees and then.
Florida Green is 5,800 and 9,000. So do I need to add those together?
I don't
Where
see
where you
any.
find the price?
We can see the numbers, but right?
I did like
This
that,
is
but
terrible.
take that out? All right,
Yeah.
so that makes more sense.
Oh, wait, there's 3 proposals. You have Brightview Environment.
No,
Like-
Brightview is subbing Enviro, that's what I.
Yeah,
you're
what
right.
she did.
There's no Brightview proposal, there's 2, there's Enviro for 16,750
Got it.
and.
Should be a.
With
The
Florida
lower
Green.
bid is
Brightview
Florida
proposal.
Green for.
There's a
14,800.
billion pictures, but. Where are you seeing this?
Brightview is the cheap.
Yeah. Bright
The
is in there, but it's not
16,750 is on
number.
page 178.
God, that's way from it.
The Florida Green is on page 181. 180, I'm sorry.
So what do you,
Oh,
is that 13.8 is what you're seeing for Florida Green?
14, right?
13.8.
I was confused by the bright view, because you're saying we're cutting only 9 trees, but they've got like 18 pictures or 20 pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so many
I-
pictures.
Where's the Brightview one?
Enviro is
So
16,
that's the Enviro one, it's on bright.
16,750. And then Florida Green
14.
is 9,000.
And 5,800.
And 58. Yeah, there's no pricing for Brightview other than the 650.
I thought you said bright view and Enviro were the same thing.
Byron's at 16,700.
No,
They're separate.
So are we contracting with Brightview, who go with
Yeah.
Enviro?
yeah, Brightview.
If we go with Enviro,
No, Brightview is.
Enviro is almost twice as much. Why
Yeah.
would you wanna go with them?
They're saying they're not separate proposals. They're
But
saying
there's not a price for
Brightview.
Brightview.
There was.
No.
What is it?
Put in there, I don't know.
Well, how do we know Brightview's lower? That's what I'm saying.
Because I looked at the proposal.
Which the
All right, so
cost of it.
why,
we don't have Brightviews anymore.
that's right, so
It's missing the numbers.
It's,
Yeah.
Brightview is $9,450.
$9,450.
Counting the palm tree.
That's all in.
It's
All
not
in.
included in that
Okay.
sheet, you said it, like,
And then
that page is not included.
Florida Green is 5,800 and 9,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then Enviro is 16,750.
And by the way, just so you know, Bright, or not by you, but United uses Enviro. So I didn't even bother getting a quote from them.
Okay.
Oh. I actually, when you said Brightview was using. Environment.
No, it's United.
I know, that's what I told Dave, when Dave asked me, I said, no, you're using Brightview from them.
Oh, you didn't have Davies.
Okay,
I move to improve Brightview then.
all right, so Brightview.
There's a motion.
This is another one, and we could have just went ahead and done it. We got it in the budget, but just wanna let you be aware of what's
Let's
going
do
on.
that moving forward, because this is like confusion
It's
city.
in the budget. Well, because it's not in the agenda though, that's the thing.
Yeah,
That
I
we're
don't
just-
know
I
what
don't know
happened
what.
to the agenda. It feels
All
like
right,
it.
do I have
blew up.
a motion, do I have a second?
If it's in there, we have to do a approval for it then?
Do we?
Yeah, there's a motion in a second. Let's approve it since we're.
I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
And I'm sorry, we're removing these because they're leaning over the boardwalks and threatening to break the boardwalks.
Some of them are on the boardwalks, basically.
Yeah.
Okay,
Aye.
yeah,
Okay.
we don't have to see these anymore. I agree.
I agree, all right. So proposals for dirt path, I'm trying to get the wood out of my mouth, it's too dry. Proposals for dirt path behind Spring Lake.
I make a motion for no, I'm not going to drop $58,000.
Oh, my God.
I don't even know who's asking.
Well, wait,
Well, I will ask for it because what is the liability of keeping that the way it is? You've got an unimproved surface that people are utilizing in the community.
They shouldn't be using.
well, wait, first off,
Residents.
you said 58,000. What's the next one below it? It's 49,
There's, hold on,
48,700.
Spring Lake has an 8-foot wide sidewalk.
Yeah,
Where we're starting at has a 6-foot sidewalk. No one told me what size sidewalk they wanted, running
oh, okay.
Yeah,
365 feet, so I just got two proposals.
One's for 8, one's for 6.
yeah, there's no right.
It doesn't say so.
All right,
Yeah, right here. Well,
Two proposals.
it both says
it's
8,
8 and 4 feet.
but one of them has,
The cheaper ones.
The one on
obviously,
page 184
6
says
foot.
on this third line, 8 foot wide by 160 or 360.
363, yeah.
The next page doesn't say 6 feet, but I'll take plus some word.
So why are we putting a sidewalk in there again?
It came up a while back when the resident came and said, you know, I think there's like 3 residents in there that were saying that people use this path and it's a safety.
But we addressed this by the fence, right? Isn't that
but
what-
not the fact that people use
Not-
the path.
Yeah, they're still using the path. The fence kind of protected
Right.
what was
Homeowners.
there, the
So
homeowner
the concern from the homeowner was the fencing to protect their property. The
and
concern from
people
the
that are.
homeowner was not whether or not they should be paid.
But the concern for us is if we have people using a dirt path on our property,
They shouldn't be doing it.
well, then what's the alternative?
Do we have to get a permit for this?
Block it off.
I don't know. Do we need a permit for
This
this?
is a conservation, we need a permit, because this is a substantial. mark.
Is that in the conservation mark?
This is no different than we own parcels all like grass around a pond. If somebody was walking grass around a pond, are we all of a sudden gonna pave in the grass around a pond because a bunch of people are walking around it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can I call for the next item? Sorry, I'm gonna vote no. I don't know, I don't know why this is a liability for us.
Those people are walking
Well,
on an improved certain.
Yeah, but how many people are there using it?
How many people use the boardwalks?
It's not a boardwalk though.
Make a motion.
Is, so Jane, is this a liability?
It depends how many people use it, where are they going, I mean, is it,
Where does it go to?
yeah, it's behind those 3 houses, I remember the fence to block
It
it
just
off, but
goes,
that's
so
what they connect.
that
What does it connect?
LV2
So
pond, is
I
it?
guess, I guess my
Yeah, what
question,
does it connect?
It goes to Spring Lake.
so I guess my question is,
Hold on, we got a map, just this purpose.
So there's a
You're
sidewalk.
saving about 120 feet.
It's right
of
here.
walking distance.
I'm glad I was talking. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
my question is,
There.
is there, does the cement sidewalk, there's another cement sidewalk, does that connect to this around? Because if it connects around,
Kind of, sort, yeah.
Yeah.
this isn't a
Yeah.
liability because people are choosing to cut through the woods.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah,
We got a sidewalk that goes around and a little bit of boardwalk and then it comes out to the sidewalk again.
So basically, they're cutting this path to get to the side instead of going.
But
on
there is
what's
a
there.
proper safe way to go,
Yes.
and they're choosing not to.
It's a shortcut.
It's a shortcut.
Yeah,
Otherwise, there's a liability on that.
I have no idea.
So,
Jump out at me, that's all.
I mean, we can
You-
leave it
you've
as
got-
is,
You've
but-
got a safe path, if no one's asked for it, and there's been no injuries, no concerns, I mean, no one's.
Is it
raised
just
as a
because
concern.
somebody's like worried or concerned or scared or?
Well, I don't even think the
I
resident
don't know.
requested that, did they? They just requested the fence.
No, I think when we all talked about it, Dave brought it up.
Might not even be the
To,
same.
to look,
Dave's gonna pay
Dave's
for it.
fault.
just to look into it and see what it would cost
so.
to get a concrete sidewalk to connect
When
to the
I
other
heard
side.
that there's people that utilizing that dirt path, I'm like, is there an issue? So if you tell me that there's not an issue with people utilizing the
If
dirt
there's
path.
a proper way to go around the other way, I don't think.
That's my
we have
question.
to
If there
pave in.
is, if there wasn't, I think we'd have to spend the money.
We've done our due diligence, we've given a sidewalk, it's just not the convenient one they want to use.
There
Yeah,
being no
if-
motion,
if
I
there
move
has
we go
been
on.
any-
Well, there's no motion.
If there's been any dismay or concern, then look at it, but if there hasn't, I don't. see.
So is there a motion to approve this?
Monday, make a motion.
I'm asking if it was an issue after it was brought up. So if it's not an issue, then it's nothing to do.
All right,
There's an
so
alternative path.
there is
People
no
are just
motion.
Cutting through the woods.
So
Okay,
no action.
no action.
So I can take this off of the list.
Yeah, you can make sure we put barbed wire up.
Concertina, man, concertina.
All right,
All right, so proposals for United for landscape upgrades, I think we
we already
already
did that. We do need a motion to ratify proposal 145,679 for the sod replacement.
Oh,
I'm not sure why.
I was gonna say, if this was from the budget.
You don't, but she has it on here just so we don't have to because it is within budget, so
Okay.
skip
Move to
over
approve.
that. Yeah,
And proposals for United Land Services Spring Park Loop Elm Trees.
you already did that.
We already did that.
Good, liaison assignments.
You already did these, but Shell was not here during that time. And just as an update, Jan and I had a meeting with Shell just to kind of go over things he doesn't know, right? And I'm sure we'll have.
As a new board member.
We'll have
Yeah.
another one over time, but one thing he had brought up is, let's really think about where his strengths are and what liaison role that he would be able to fill that would be beneficial to the board based on his strengths and his skill set. So just keep that in mind. I mean, again, he's not here, so maybe at the next meeting. And we told him leaving that meeting to think about your strengths and what role that you believe could be beneficial.
And
And I think there's
Yeah.
several that he
Good luck,
could,
Ingrid.
that he could benefit from.
I think these are second.
I don't think that's part of this. I think that we're looking at it.
But I do
Getting
feel he
down.
has a skill set that would be beneficial in several areas.
if anybody has too many, since there are a lot.
That's true.
Yeah.
If anybody has too many and wants to give up one too, that would.
Yeah.
Dave's got a
Pique
lot.
my interest.
Yes.
So
think
again, I
about
think
that for
the
the-
next time or the next meeting that he's at, we revisit and see if we told him to think about it in the meantime. And see what kind of strikes his fancy with the skill set that he has.
I mean, Jack, since you're doing a lot of the county stuff now with the sheriff and all that, you want to give him the finance or the audit committee? We don't have to do it right now, but that'd be.
Audit committee only meets once a year. Not a problem.
Not really a liaison kind of role.
No, I think something else. Let's see.
All right, so that's what I had on liaison, sorry.
So district manager rectangular rapid flashing beacon study and locations. What a mouthful.
Hey, what?
that is.
Yeah, so this is on here just as a point of discussion. You've seen the emails I sent out. There is a gentleman in the community, a resident in the community going kind of back and forth with the county. This started last year around August. Greg was involved or in conversation with the county. I sent you the whole
I
chain.
was copied on the thread and I'm just watching it go back and forth. That's it.
Yeah, I sent
Yeah.
the whole chain to you guys from when it started back in August, so you could see, because now it's kind of blown up and now
So
but
this
there's.
is, this goes back to exactly, I think, what Dave was talking about. With having a say. With now you have one resident who wants to put up
Well, so he,
blinking
So-
signs all over.
So if,
he,
if,
he requested the sidewalk repaintings downtown, and the stuff he's done, honestly, I agree with. The crosswalk paintings downtown, and now he's looking for the flashing beacons on the
So-
crosswalk signs, pretty much all up and down the boulevard. or the-
here's the thing, if you read in the chain, the county is saying, this is in the CDD's purview, basically for us to bring the request if we feel that it's a valid request. But in there now, the county, because I talked to the gentleman who was involved in that chain, and basically I think he took what you put in there as,
Mhm.
nope, the CDD isn't gonna have this, this is a resident request.
Mhm.
So I guess
He took it
there,
and ran with it.
what there is there's some confusion, right? With the county going, well, before, we always left it up to the district to bring those requests, but I can't remember at the time, maybe you were the chair in there,
Mhm.
where he specifically said, no, this request needs to come to the chair. And I think Greg said, well, this is a resident request.
Right.
So now we need to clarify, do we want those things like that coming to the board to vet the request? And if the request is good, do you want to then have the board or whoever, the point of contact, me, a liaison, whatever, go to the county and make that request? Or do we still want to funnel all requests straight to the county?
This is another example, we need an overarching umbrella
Yes.
of how we interact with the county.
100%.
So here's
Now,
what's
what he's
happening.
Requesting though, just to clarify, he is not, on this one, I have not seen he's requesting any new signs. He is simply requesting the existing diamond signs that are crosswalks, particularly like, going into Artisan Park where the road curves going on the bridge. Some of the other places that they're turning, that his request is to turn those into the flashy ones.
So the
Well,
county's now doing,
It's what it's 7-Eleven is what he wants.
Correct.
yeah.
All right, well.
And so the county is now doing, they're doing an engineering study and they're moving forward with
Okay.
this request,
So the
as you
county
see in there.
Doing a study that we can ask for. But they can just, at the conclusion of this study, just start putting flashing lights everywhere. Is that what I'm hearing?
But no matter what policy or procedure we set up with the county's gonna say, if it's a safety reason, we have ultimate control and we can do it.
But,
If their
okay.
study comes up that they need it under whatever guidelines.
It's
they
like they
use
did
it,
at 7-Eleven, those were our
Yeah.
easements. They never asked us on those flashing ones. They
Yeah,
just,
they
they
will-
needed.
This,
They have
and
the
correct me if
ultimate
I'm
control.
wrong, but this started with one sidewalk, right? It started with the one in front of Kinder.
Kinder care, that's
Okay.
where it
And
started,
so this is where
that's where
it-
it initiated.
Okay, I don't think I saw this.
that's for me an invalid request. Because Kinder Care has been there since North Village opened, that was part of it.
Can you pull it up?
And,
I forget his
and the
name.
reality is you can cross
Mhm.
a little further down where Georgetown is, and then there's a light over here. Right? And all the residents are like on that side. So to have a blinky light because one person requested out of a town of like 13,000 people, that just seems.
I gotta tell you one thing though. I agree with what you're saying. I don't want to see a flashing light there because people are gonna complain and say it ruins my TV reception. I can't see at night. because of this." No. Okay, we had that with a radar sign on a
Oh my
Georgetown. one
gosh,
time.
that's right.
And what I'm saying is, I don't want to.
And what did Dave say?
I don't
Oh,
know,
okay.
but.
So it actually started in two places.
But I'm gonna say though, that is a dangerous place because nobody stops.
That's why I
Like
say.
Kinder
the
Care,
Artisan one- and again,
nobody.
We're not voting on it, but there are places, if it were to be brought to us, I would say makes sense, but I don't want to the idea of an overarching policy. This is one of those ones I would say, I don't really want to get into the safety stuff. I just want to deal with parking stuff, and this is not a parking thing.
Well, and so, but here's my other argument too, okay? Putting signs up, flashing signs up. That is a universal cop-out for enforcement.
There you
That's
go.
what they do. That's what the county does. The reason we have so many signs is they put up the sign and say, hey, that's gonna make it all, but it doesn't. It's not gonna change behavior, right? And you know that because on the boulevard, boom, 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 right? I mean, there's a race when that school bus comes with that big stop sign that comes out. Everyone's going before that door opens,
Yeah, but
right?
when the flashies go, most of the time I see people stop.
No.
Today thank God, I saw two kids with the blinky lights jump out of the way as the car goes by, because they work really well. So I'm just saying, they
Mhm.
put it up
So-
because there's no enforcement. That's. my
It
piece.
started at the corner, so he brought up two issues. This was back in August of last year. The corner of Celebration Avenue and Mulberry. And then the kinder care crosswalk in front of the preschool kinder care. So it were those two issues that started back in August of last year.
I would suggest, right now, we do nothing. One, because we don't have a consistent policy. And two, my recommendation is even if we do have a consistent policy, it's not gonna include the stuff anyway, so I would stay out of that.
I want to stay out of it completely. We're a passive community. I don't want to see flashlights anywhere. But the sheriff does have detail that comes out there and does crosswalk monitoring.
Mhm.
If you want to do that, get them out there and
Well, they
nail a
do one
bunch
at
of
Yards
people.
Ridge.
Nail a bunch of people there at the crosswalks.
Well, what I'm afraid of, when you say get out of it and stay out of it, then the county could have they'll just say, well, all we hear is that they want it, so we're gonna.
They will come in and they will put
do
in
it.
flashy signs at all these locations.
So if you say stay out of it, then you're just gonna put flashing signs everywhere. And
They're doing,
So-
I mean, apparently they're doing a road study, so.
As of,
safety
as of
study, so-
February 2nd, he responded to Mr. Clark, Salinas did. Thank you for your email. I apologize for the delayed response. Please be informed that we are currently coordinating with our consultant about your request as it requires an engineering study,
Mhm.
not only at the intersection of Celebration Avenue at KinderCare and Celebration at Mulberry Avenue, but also many other intersections we identified in the county for the installation of the rapid flashing beacons. So once we have an update from the report, we will let you know. He emailed again on February 2nd, and then again, he goes, again, I'm telling you, once we get the report, we will let you know the update. So they've already started their
Whether we
study.
Like it or not, if
Yeah,
the study comes
it's-
back
they've
and
already
says they
doing
need
it.
Yeah.
I do not want this board getting in front of an engineering study saying we need it and us saying, no, we don't like it. 'cause we
Yeah,
don't
I
like it."
agree. When it comes to the traffic safety stuff, they've got to
I
do whatever,
wanna
and they're
see
doing
the
it for
report.
all over the
That's
county.
all at this point I wanna ask is that.
I
before they do
agree.
anything,
I'll be supportive
we
of that.
want- Before they put up before they get a report, before they put up a sign, we wanna know.
You know, we already have flashing beacons on Celebration Avenue in K8,
We do.
where it says 15 miles per hour or 10 or whatever. And the only time people go that speed is when there's a cop there. So they work really well.
That's pretty much everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, wherever there's a cop, people
So
say.
I'm always tailgated and everyone's trying to go around me. I'm like,
Nobody's disagreeing, there needs to be more enforcement.
No, as he said, they're short cops, so.
Yeah, I think
Gonna
that's
stay
the
that
takeaway
way
though.
for
We
a-
just need to, and Henry's the point of contact that.
Henry Salinas. Mhm.
Yes,
Then,
he's the
yeah, you
traffic
need to know
cop.
that we wanna know where anything happens.
anything else?
No, that's all I had on that. Under my report, that was just the discussion point. The other thing is, so we have a task list and I want a couple of clarifications. Number one, it is on the shared drive with all your other stuff. Everybody here has view and access to edit. Do not delete anything, okay?
Hey,
I
Shay,
can see-
Shay,
I
I
can
know it's
see
modern
Lynn-
technology.
I haven't even gone into the sheet yet.
Nobody's
Dave's
deleted
only
it.
adding, he's not
I was
deleting.
gonna say,
And that's fine. But I want some clarifications. Nobody's deleted, but I'm telling you, please don't delete
Are
anything.
you sure you wanna give us edit capability?
Yeah, I don't-
Well, that's part of the discussion.
Well, if you
I
can't
called-
handle it,
yeah.
maybe you should take his access away now.
Yeah, so a couple things. Do we want to give the board access or only view only? So that's one. Carrie, myself, Russ, Brenda, Jan will have access, Mark will have access, but it will be
It's
view.
access. That's a good question.
It will be view.
I think, let's do view only. View only is
Appropriate.
Yeah, we want you to own it.
If you
Okay,
give it to us,
so-
we're gonna break it, I guarantee.
Yeah.
So what'll happen is
I need to get my last
Ev-
comments in first before I can.
every meeting,
You're gonna get it wrong. dude.
myself, Carrie, whomever will go in and we'll provide updates on the things that came out of this meeting. There may be some additions that go on to that task list. The other thing I want to talk about is adding things on there or a request to add things. It really should be tasks that come out of a meeting, right? Things that the board have given direction on, not I don't know, let's talk about putting a dog station over in the corner. It needs to be things that come out because those really aren't tasks, right? Those are requests and we don't need to put requests
So if
on
you
there.
get- you Own it, then you
This
will
is-
put
yeah,
tasks
follow
on
up.
there.
Well, now that all this is a moot point now because you guys have
change.
gone against my edit access.
So just say, Dave, no, and then create another tab and
All
put
right.
Dave, no tab.
I would kind of like it. Everything had my name. I just put Angel.
Exactly.
Oh, is that what you did?
That's not
That
even-
is,
I
yeah.
didn't have anything
Sorry,
now.
Okay,
Right.
so view
At least I know
only,
it'll get done.
and,
Really.
you know, we'll update it after every meeting or daily as we get updates, however that is. So you can, it's in real time, you can go in and view it anytime, and see that.
Right.
But we,
That's good clarification, like today,
Mhm.
I sent out the bad stuff because it appeared on your list, and I'm like, okay, it's on the list,
Yeah,
it's probably in the form everybody.
So for
Yeah.
what it's worth, I clicked on it and it denied me access.
Yeah, it
I read it.
did you,
Read it.
the
it
one
denied me.
I
The-
did,
The latest
you
email?
need to look at the one Brenda sent you that has a link to it, because the one that is not part of Share Drive. That was me giving you guys information going, hey,
And
we're sending this
I-
out.
I checked and I got it to work.
Really?
Cause I had it set.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, so that's why I responded, all right, that answers my bad question. then.
Yeah.
So you can take out a look.
The bat's doing well.
No,
So what we'll do, Carrie,
But
is
if-
I know you spent, you know, some time researching it, so if you want to send, you already sent it out to the board, so we'll just say update and then we'll just delete it off the list. Is that okay? Okay.
Oh, we weren't deleting anything,
We,
they're not.
No.
we're not, you
so
are.
let me ask you, do you want it deleted once it's completed, or do you want us to create a new tab that says
New,
complete?
new tab and
Okay.
complete, because that way when somebody goes, no, we're not done, yeah, no.
So
we already
just,
did.
we'll slide it over. I'll create that in the morning, or you can, whichever, and we'll just slide it over.
Yep.
So that was one. The second thing is the TCC update. I provided that out to everyone. That concern, topic, issue, whatever we're calling it, is now closed.
The K8.
Yes, that conversation is closed. I will tell you, I'm asking everyone here, that conversation, it is closed, like closed. Nobody wants to have that discussion anymore.
Okay.
Across any entity.
So. When you say that it means no further discussion with the school board, school district members, nothing.
TCC,
Okay.
nobody. If the board as a whole decides you want to push it or whatever, then it needs to come before the board and make sure the board authorizes that directive, because right now, every entity knows that conversation is closed.
I think Sam was very blunt, saying. we will
Oh.
not
He was
discuss
more than
this.
blunt.
Right.
Yeah.
So I will tell you that well before this comment, the school district had said they were waiting until a new board came in place. So they are probably doing things in the background right now, that if they come back up and say.
They
That's fine.
can't.
No,
Yeah,
I
they can't.
understand. I'm just saying. They are doing things in the background right now, and they will probably come back up at a certain point and say, hey. Maybe we're interested, maybe we're not. So maybe closed for us, but they are still pursuing.
Yeah,
conversation.
What I'll say is based on what all that information, if you
Mhm.
look at the draft or final draft of the master planning report from Dick's Height, that was removed as an opportunity parcel.
Yes, saw that. So that's the other thing. Number two, Dick's Height sent over actually to Dave and I, because he's part of the Dick's Height thing. They're saying they were short paid like $2,000 and something. It's on the action item list.
Wait a minute, how do you know that? How do you know they're still working on it, or doing stuff in the background?
Good. Several months ago, they had mentioned.
They were still gonna go and do
That's
that.
what I said. They were waiting for. a new
I
board
just,
to come in
I
place.
just wanna protect you, because I know that.
Right.
Sam was very adamant, so I don't wanna put you in a.
No,
bad
that's why I say
position.
several months ago, they had told, the district staff had told me. They were waiting for a new board to come in place in order to pursue the conversation.
Yeah, that was a few months ago. I think that
I
the
just wanna make
temperature's
sure-
changed now.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Well, that has from TCC. I don't know that that's the case from the school.
Yeah,
So
but
I
Based
got
on
it.
the revisions and stuff, they
I'm
can't do
just saying,
anything
don't be
anyway.
Surprised if all of a sudden somebody from the school district pops up and says, hey, we're ready to talk about something.
they
Yeah.
can,
Don't be shocked.
they can approach TCC,
Yeah,
Well, they
We
may approach
would-
us.
and we're gonna redirect them to TCC. We
yeah,
are not.
we wouldn't
we're not
have
gonna
any
do that. They
conversation
don't-
with them.
Celebration Company does not wanna talk to us on
No.
on this topic.
Nope.
They were like diehard. It is blunt,
I tried to talk to them.
Yeah.
I know. So, okay, I just wanted to clarify because
Yeah.
it's just very delicate.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to ruin any relationships that we currently have, so we want to make sure we respect that.
So with that in mind then, so we don't. I don't want to leave a hanging chad with the school district, and that being the last comment that I've heard from them. Do we want to go back to them and say, have Jan or somebody else say, hey, guys.
TCC's already talked to the school board. When we had the conversation with Sam,
Okay.
he made it very clear they have already talked. So the way that it works are the restrictions that are on that piece of property. TCC is the only one who can lift those
Yeah,
restrictions, which means the school board cannot even decide to sell that property, even if they wanted to. We could go to them and say, we're gonna give them $50 million, and they would be like, we can't do anything with it, because TCC is not willing to change the restrictions.
Well, it would be a rezone.
And they're not willing to
Yeah.
give up those, to change the restrictions to get it done.
Yeah.
So that's where they're like,
Okay.
we're not giving up the land, like
I'm just,
it's done.
I'm throwing it out there that just.
Yeah.
We may want to have, because the latest I had heard was they were still thinking there was a conversation to be had, so if we know for sure that TCC has talked to them and said, not happening, then that's.
Yeah, I would say direct them to Angel if they come to you and
Yeah.
say, hey, you know, this is what we're hearing, say,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
The board's been instructed.
Right.
Anybody direct them to Angel so she can.
Yeah, and then I would
be
just
represented.
direct them to TCC.
You need more candy?
No.
Yeah, we-
Dinner.
Do you want some more?
No, I want dinner.
You want to vomit?
Yeah.
You wanna vomit?
Yeah, this whole moving to 5 p.m. so we can be out of here earlier, it just means we're getting an hour longer.
Yeah.
Didn't
Throw that
work.
out.
I know,
Yeah.
this is the longest meeting we've
Um,
ever had.
Yeah.
This is-
No,
No,
no, we're not even
We're not even-
We're not even done yet.
you may have slept.
Well, we're at
Yeah.
the final area.
Um,
Anything else, Angel?
It's the one I
Stop
sent
interrupting
Jay
me.
to, you guys. went on
Um,
For like 5 hours. So bad.
I thought that was intermission.
no, we've reached out to CROA about a couple of things. I haven't really gotten much information, if any,
What have
on
you
that.
asked with Bill?
I asked Lauren for a while ago when we all had our meeting, me, Carrie and Russ in this room, and asked for property maps on what CROA manages versus what CDD manages, because we wanted to put them on the website, because there was some confusion between residents on, well, what does CROA maintain? What is CDD? We asked for that a long time ago. And then I actually sent an update or an email recently.
How is it different than this one?
No. Yeah, but because there's some confusion according to CROA on what they maintain and what they do.
It's a separate conversation.
Yeah.
Who owns what is very clear, who's maintaining what is in my liaison report. so-
And that's what I need.
Okay.
I want actual maps, because here's the problem. Tickets are being submitted into GoGov.
Right.
Right? And they're just sitting, or they'll go to CROA and then CROA pushes them right back to us going, no, that's a CDD issue. And we're like, no, we don't maintain that area.
Right, so if we want to.
Well, yes, you do.
If we want to bust this one
Yeah.
open, we'll bust this one open. I was gonna save it for the liaison report, so I went.
Oh, okay.
From the conversation we had last meeting, I went to Crow and asked about specifically where they were asking for the maintenance on the trees that you had said.
Oh, yeah.
So Jan got you forwarded up to the board, right? The whole CCNRs.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
CCNRs and the
Yeah.
supplementals all said that they would maintain their property in accordance with the construction plan. So that would include the entire park, including the trees.
Right.
And the gist of it was, because they've been doing this for 25 or 30 years, they had de facto asserted their right to maintain all this stuff, which meant that, hey, because you're maintaining it, you can't just all of a sudden wake up one day and say, we're not gonna maintain it.
Right.
So that wasn't, in the emails back and forth with me and Lauren, and Angel was on there as well, that wasn't. We were doing this past each other. So
Yeah.
I went and sat down with Lauren. Angel wasn't able to make it on the call, but I explained to Lauren and I pulled Jan's email and I said, here are the highlighted areas of the CCNRs, which say that, hey, after, you basically assumed this on your own and you chose to do this. She was unaware of any time that CROA had ever replaced a tree. And I said, my understanding
She's
is,
been here 3 years.
I understand. I'm conveying the conversation.
I'm sorry, I'll call a joke, but you know.
She wasn't fighting any of it. She was simply saying she had not been aware of any time where CROA had done it. Therefore, the assumption was CDD had always done it. I said, well, no, from what I've gotten from our staff is we have never replaced any of those trees. It has always been the times it needs to happen was with CROA. There was a separate confusion that I think we straightened out, Jan, on the service area piece. So she is going to send over, or I'd requested, she hasn't sent them yet, maps of the actual service areas so we can understand where those are, because they've got
Okay.
differing responsibilities there versus the rest of their areas in town. But I left her with the thought that if you want to request for us to take over responsibility for some or all of this, I said, A, it's a request, it's not a, hey, drop it off. Number two, at minimum, you need to do it in line with our budget cycle so we can budget for it. I said, because I said, Lauren, I'm gonna call it for what it is. Joe Resin is gonna look out and say, if CDD is coming up and saying we need to budget for X number more dollars in order to address these things, Joe Resin's probably gonna wanna see that Crow is budgeting for X number of dollars less. And her response was, Crow has never budgeted for any of this. It's on Crow, that's not on me.
That's actually not true.
Well,
I actually have proof.
and I don't, not my monkey, not my soup.
No, I understand that. I understand. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So she was going to take it back to her board. I will be at the board meeting tomorrow night to see what the conversation is there that she presents to her board to say, hey, what Jan's argument was is basically Crow had assumed this over 25 years and see what her board elects to do with that. It did not address specifically the ticket question though, Jan. I didn't get into any of the go-go
That's
conversations because I knew you were tackling.
We should keep them separate.
Yep.
Because this particular topic is very important. And here's the deal, here's what I have to say to that you need to take, and I need to forward the landscaping budgets, the last 3 landscapers that you.
Oh, the contracts?
Yes, so the landscaping budgets, when she says she was unaware, is actually not true, because they've had multiple landscapers in the last 3 years.
Mhm.
They've always budgeted for everything. Okay, they've always budgeted for everything. It wasn't until Exquisite came in that they, in their contract, said,
Dropped it.
they made the case, oh, those are CCD areas, so we're not gonna go ahead and plan from it. So the fact that she was unaware, she didn't read the budget, it actually is in there. They actually state that in verbiage. The other thing too is not only are they responsible for the trees, but they actually are responsible for the sidewalks as well.
Mhm.
So, you know, we have a broken sidewalk that they're telling us to go ahead and fix when their contractor for
You're talking about the exterior sidewalk?
the exterior sidewalks, they're actually because I was on the board when we had to go ahead and fix sidewalks along those areas.
That never came up in our conversation. The only thing she was asking was trees.
And listen, there's an argument to be made, should it be involved in sidewalks or not?
Right.
But they have the vendor for the playground in South
They
Village,
busted it.
they broke the sidewalks.
I have no plan on fixing
The
it.
state, the
Broke the
state,
exterior or the interior?
our side.
Our side.
On the right of way. But it's
Not our
actually,
sidewalk,
it's actually
their
Crow's
side.
sidewalk, but it's not in the park. You see, it's not one of the ones that curves around in the playground.
Okay.
The vendor broke it. The answer we got from them, we're not in the sidewalk business, not whether we're gonna fix it or not, we're not in the sidewalk business.
I love that.
We
Okay,
are, we'll fix it, we'll send you the bill.
well, but you see what I'm saying, they won't pay it.
We'll send the bill
I-
along with
I-
a letter from Jan.
The thing is that there's just. You know, there isn't
I
a
haven't.
willing to
Somebody
not
go over
work.
that, cause that's the first I've heard any of that.
It's always been with me and Brian. You got like, Long Meadow Park, I'm just throwing.
Right.
Everything in here is theirs, sidewalks, landscape, tree trimming, all of it.
By this theory.
If they irrigate it. They maintain it,
Well,
it's simple as that.
I will tell you, based on, we never mentioned sidewalks in our conversation. Based on what Lauren. I'm assuming she has no idea of that position that they own sidewalks, because she was only talking the trees.
I'm not saying they own it, but they've always maintained it. They've grinded sidewalks on their own.
It's
At least
just,
what they did, but North Village, what, a year and a half ago, Jack, all inside the big medians there?
Yeah,
Crow did that.
yeah, well, they own all that, the whole thing.
So outside of what Lauren and I discussed on behalf of the board, one guy's opinion now, I'm gonna go to that vote, is. The sidewalk piece, I kind of agree with, like, I can understand from what Jan had said last month of, hey, for consistency of a landscaping plan. I want the trees and the birds to be consistent, and that was something that Lauren and I talked about, so I can understand, particularly if they've been doing it the whole time. That, hey, if a tree fails, they should be replacing it. The sidewalk piece. I agree with the comment that they aren't in the sidewalk business, and quite honestly. I would just assume we fix it. Now, if they broke it, that's no different than the
Yes.
townhomes. If
absolutely,
you fix it, you need to go break it, or eventually I'm going to fix it and I'm going to bill you. But that's no different than anybody else that busted up a sidewalk. But if it's just regular wear and tear on the sidewalk,
Well-
or from pops. I would recommend we take the position, the exterior sidewalks only, that we would just take those.
I'm not in disagreement with that, because otherwise.
I don't like how we got here.
I understand that, but maybe that's a bargaining chip, all right, because otherwise, no, we're not, well, then we're gonna go back to you can cover all of it. Right, because we don't know how this board is gonna vote, it's a 6-person vote.
Can we bring this to a head by just refusing?
The request that's on the table right now, the specific request that started this was in front of the Island Village Clubhouse, the trees that failed during the hurricane.
Mhm.
And those still, as I understand, I haven't
They're
driven
still
out there,
down. They're
they
not
they
there.
still have not been fixed. So.
Not replaced.
Cause
Correct.
we don't replace them.
Well, and what I believe she is going, what I hope she's gonna go to her board with is not only, hey, here's what CDD did. But oh, by the way, here's a quote to replace them, Crow. Do you wanna pay this or not? And I hope to hear some dialogue from Crow tomorrow, not just, hey, here's. what
We've already
CDD 's.
approved it, get those trees replaced.
Why don't we get rid of all of this and just give them that property?
It
It's
is,
their
it
property.
is their
They-
property.
They planted it. They.
Well,
they-
Manatee.
Oh,
I'm
well,
talking
did
about-
separate
You're talking
from
about
us.
quickly.
It's the verge.
Quickly.
Yeah,
It's the verge. It is our
And
property.
it
that they
is,
maintain.
that is our property, but where it comes in and it's convoluted is anytime there's been a park, this is deemed a park. The surrounding area and adjacent, right?
The
I think
the language in the
they
surface
have to
areas
maintain,
said they will
But-
maintain in accordance with the
all
control.
of this.
and they always have.
I get it, but all this goes away if we give them that property.
I don't know that we can, it's an easement.
It's platted, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't.
I guess we could deed it, yeah.
But you know
We
what
could
though?
deed it to them.
There's two
Here's the
different
deal.
If
landscape
you're gonna do that
plans
through
for
the
that.
mailboxes from. North Village too, that we couldn't get 3 or 2.
Well, that was Jackson money.
So,
Don't-
so you're scaring me over here.
Jeez.
But look, here's the thing. I think after this, we need to, depending how this works out, we need to put it in writing.
No, I'm in agreement.
We need to have to.
My question
Yeah.
is from the board, what, do we wanna wait to see what happens at the Crow meeting tomorrow and if they approve to replace those trees or not, or what do we wanna do?
Regardless, you hold off
I've
on,
already approved it from months
Yeah,
ago.
but-
You
but
guys were
Let's
wanting it
not do
done.
it, let's not do it, yeah.
but
not
hold
doing-
off on doing
Hold
it.
off on planning.
Cause
It's
I
more than
I just
two.
went to them and told them,
Not in the village, it was 2 trees.
In front of the clubhouse?
Yeah, we thought it was through, one got stood back up and it's.
It's
only
fine.
So it's two? Well, I would call whoever you approved it with and have them hold off until this gets settled.
But otherwise, once you put it in, oh, they replaced it and
Yeah,
they'll be
then
all
we're
over
gonna be
us.
replacing
So-
all kinds of other
Can
stuff.
I remove my tree up there by your house when I had to put it in?
I would ignore that. The
You
the
know-
focus right now, the focus right now,
Pro-
the focus right now is the flashpoint are those 2 trees in Island Village.
Yeah,
So
that's
let's
what
not solve them.
initiated
I know you probably already
let
did
me
this,
see what
but-
comes out of tomorrow night's meeting.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna guess what's gonna come out of tomorrow night's meeting is we're gonna get some foot stomping and staring.
Mhm.
And at that point, I've got an opinion, but I'll hold it till after tomorrow night's meeting.
You have another issue, because in front of Artisan Park Clubhouse, same issue in the verge. There's roots, tree roots out there, somebody fell, got hurt, we got the work order, go get the roots cleaned out of the verge.
We're not gonna do that.
So I understand.
We don't do that anywhere.
The whole universal concept is that CD owns that verge because there's utilities there, they're servicing the houses. Are there utilities in the verge that's at a park? Do we know
This is in
that?
front of their clubhouse.
No, I'm, in general,
Sometimes
There
there's
can-
irrigation
yeah.
stuff in there.
It could be water mains, reuse main.
okay. So that would be the reason to keep that.
See, the thing is,
But-
ECD.
See all what
It's the
yellow,
utility.
we go by that. That's probably the whole.
The whole
Not
parcel, yeah.
this, but maybe you on the sidewalk or.
So the thing
sprinkler
is-
heads or something.
since the beginning, this is the way the celebration company is operated. This is the way it's always done. Somebody can't remember, I don't know. Now, the fault of the celebration company is probably not to have it as clear cut an agreement. Right.
Things.
Well, maybe, but we've all operated in good faith. We used to operate in good faith that when Crow needed help, CCD would come in and help them out with something. We don't do that anymore, right? That's not who we are, but I think we have to take a hard stance on this.
I would like to understand as the guy going into the conversation.
Don't cry, Greg.
I'm not gonna cry, I promise. I'm just gonna choke today. This is the first time we've mentioned the sidewalk piece, and they haven't brought it up because sidewalks aren't an issue right now.
Well,
But if we're gonna talk about all this, I wanna talk about all this, so we're not string firing this conversation, that we come to an agreement on a tree, and all of a sudden there's a sidewalk.
No, and
And
that-
I'm not
that's-
being
that's a
facetious.
good
What about
question.
what about the light poles that are in the easements around them? Is that theirs too?
I don't think the light poles are theirs. I think those are the ones you maintained. I think in it is just the trees. It's the trees.
I'm asking what the position of the board is, so I can go take some.
So here's the deal. The reality is, it's the trees and the sidewalk. That is the reality, right? Is that in the document?
In the service area documents, it says they will maintain in accordance with the original construction plan.
Does that apply to
So
what we're
then you
talking
would
about?
say that would,
No,
but I don't think that's gonna apply to all
Yeah,
the other areas.
It doesn't apply.
that's why I asked them for the maps of the specific 14 service areas, because CCNR language is different on the CROA service areas as opposed to the rest of the CROA.
Yeah, the rest of the
General
CNRs
areas.
don't say anything about their responsibilities.
Okay. So in the Crow parks, it's just trees. Or it's trees and sidewalks.
Depends where, doesn't say anything about it.
Darth, I'm
So
gonna
you
make-
would assume it would be
So-
CDD.
Okay, so, and that's fine. I just want to,
But, yeah,
it's
I
just
mean,
a
I don't,
question.
I don't
you
think
know,
we have a legal basis to say we can't do it other than the course of they've been doing it for
Okay.
25 years.
although if they damage it with whatever they're
But
doing,
then-
they have to pay
Yes.
for it.
Yeah, we have a rule on that.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. And listen, and it's a good question, because I want to make sure that the landscaping tree thing, they need to know that. Because we got a request, when are we gonna replace the grass along the other side of South Village? I'm like, never, it's yours. They
Well,
own the
no,
whole property. I mean,
we don't replace grass anywhere in Burgess anyway, so I don't feel.
well, they feel, they interpreted that preserve area in the back, whatever it is, it's actually all theirs. They own it.
I'm gonna make a recommendation. I may get shot down, but I'll throw it out there anyway. It's all community dollars. Whether CROA spends $1 to fix a tree or we spend $1 to fix a tree, it's $1 to fix a tree.
But
Rather
it's
than-
not budget.
That's right.
No.
I hear you.
No,
I hear you.
I don't agree with that. I
But-
won't agree with that.
But go, rather than, this is gonna be 3 months of back and forth, 4 months of back and forth. I would just assume just take it over. Just say, you know what, let's codify it.
Take over.
No good deed goes unpunished.
I'm not in disagreement, Tom. What is this?
That's fine. I'm
I'm
not
just
for
suggesting,
it.
is this the hill that we want to die on?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it is. I think it's easier if we just take it.
So let me see if I get this straight. So as homeowners, we've paid into a budget. And they have budgeted every single year. Until they get somebody who just decides overnight, without communication to us or anything, oh, that's yours, we don't. And it's also in their budget, in their landscaping budget.
According to them, well, according to what you said before, it's not, because they went to Prince and Sons, and starting with Prince and Sons 2 years ago, it's not in the budget because they wrote it entirely out of the scope.
That was their decision.
No, I'm not
Without
saying it
talking to
wasn't,
us, that's their decision.
But if that's the case, if that's what the basis of their budget is, they've already taken that where they were budgeting it before.
And we
They've now taken it
haven't
back.
put that into our budget.
I don't
So
know.
we're gonna go ahead and take a hit,
Our bad is that we didn't document any of this.
but isn't it documented? In the CCRs?
I don't
It
think it's that,
doesn't, the regular CCNRs don't say anything about what
it's
CROA
not
has
that
done.
concrete.
Yeah.
I think it's our bad because we never did document that, so now we're.
And to Tom's point, because we're all going on good faith of what the handshake agreement has been for 30 years, I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just looking at this going, just move the goalpost, call it a day. It's still $1. Whether we spend $1 or they spend $1, I don't like the way we got here.
Well, we're not just spending $1. We are now in all those parks taking on additional resources to take care of areas we normally wouldn't.
And when we go through our
Okay.
budget cycle, I will sing from the mountaintops. Hey, guys, our budget just went up $50,000 or $100,000 because CROA abandoned this stuff.
I
don't like it.
Again, I think we're
that.
giving Crow a pass. I think we're just giving him a pass for incompetence.
And guys, if.
And I'll publicly say that.
No, and I'll be right behind you. doing it.
And I'll gather all the last Crow board presidents to go ahead and say, what are you talking about? We've always done this. Because I spoke to all of them. They're like, what are you talking about? That's Crow. They all know it. How come all the other bozos don't? I don't understand that. I'm not for that.
Well, then we draft something that says they're responsible for it and send it over to them.
Well, and we already have. I mean, we.
But it looks like from your,
No, we've not.
it looks from your discussion that it seemed positive though.
You haven't drafted anything, have you?
No.
It wasn't positive or negative. What was drafted was what Jan had sent me.
Just the information about the CCNR.
Oh, yeah.
I just forwarded that over to
Supplemental.
Lauren, and Lauren said, I will take this back to my board. So I expected tomorrow night's meeting, they're gonna go back. What I expect is gonna be, we're not doing that. I don't know. But I'll look at my crystal ball. Well, we don't have to decide this right now. I feel bad for the people in Isle
I thought
Village,
you
it's
had-
their trees that have been down for 6 months.
It's only 2.
I thought I had one.
So you want us to draft a proposal for them that codifies that they're gonna take care of these areas?
Well,
Is that the next step, or? will we just wait and sit
My,
back
my
and wait?
suggestion would be, let's see what comes out of tomorrow night's Crow meeting. If tomorrow night's Crow meeting, him and Hawn, they say, yeah, okay, we're gonna pay for this. Either way, we need to draft a proposal, and I will suggest to them tomorrow night. Is it okay if we take the first crack at that? Is that? I would prefer we take the first crack at that, so we. get
Yeah,
the
you're
draft.
always
No, no, you always were one of the
Yeah.
first
Yes.
ones. I'm fine with that. I'm
Yes.
just. I'm just shocked at just the incompetence. I'm
Talk to
just-
me after tomorrow, because what gets me is the irrigation that we maintain and running all that stuff for them for the last 30 years. Just like that, it's gonna cost them, they've already got quotes for about $800,000 to do their stuff.
And guys, in this conversation, you're spot on. We should be looking at irrigation, we should be looking at light poles, we should be looking at grass, because if we're gonna do this, let's do this and be done.
I don't disagree with them.
If they wanna put hard.
If we're gonna,
don't
I mean,
mind.
but we won't have a
Way
choice.
or salty?
He
started.
Oh, he's had candy. Not the candy that's here, but he's had candy.
I will attend tomorrow and
All
let
right,
you know.
okay.
Got it.
This is unbelievable.
You need a-
I don't need a.
Legal or
I need a
engineer?
big stick.
Do you have anything legal?
Yeah, just two things quick.
Hmm.
The tree trimming policy, I heard from two of you.
I still owe you feedback.
Yeah, do you need I brought copies if
No, I
anybody
need
wants
the-
a written check.
You got it, yeah.
If
Did you get my update?
I got your update and I got Dave's update. I do have a question though on conservation areas, because my notes don't agree with what.
I'm right,
Tom's
but
notes
go
were.
ahead.
If a tree is in the, I feel like I'm like, if a tree falls, I'm going, if a tree's in the conservation area and falls onto someone's property, we don't cut what is in the CDD conservation area.
No, the tree is fallen, right?
It's fallen, yeah, from the conservation area into somebody's
So
yard.
we will cut from the property line, to the conservation area to clear that. The rest is
That-
gonna.
That's nothing.
So we, now, the part that's laying on their property, do we take that off? Do we
No,
pay for that?
We don't go on their property.
Absolutely not.
We're, what
Even if it's
I'm
sick
hearing
and
is
dead?
we cut at the property line and on the CDD.
The
side,
buffer
we'll take it
line.
and Basically throw it into the. woods.
Right.
That's
We
right.
don't take their half?
Nope.
Are you
Okay.
suggesting we should? Based on
I
facial
just was
expressions?
questioning it. That was my
Okay.
thought that we were doing that.
No,
Okay, I
no.
will make that change because Tom requested it and I just was unsure.
We're cutting at
Thank
the
you.
edge of their property line and throwing it back into conservation.
And they can throw their half in as well if they want.
Silence, silence.
Yeah.
silence.
The tree came from there, so it can go back in.
If a tree falls back into the
Yeah.
woods.
That-
Yeah, and then,
And
and
nobody
then.
from there's some CDDs that see it.
Okay.
You push it in, don't leave it don't leave it on the,
Okay,
ground. You're gonna have to
I'm
push it in.
address it, but that is the
Yeah,
next
that's-
logical question. Okay.
Okay.
I have that, and then just quick on.
But just the tree. Not everything else on their property that's fallen and thrown in there.
That's-
You have a no dumping policy.
That's right.
Yeah, no, we can't put anything
Oh.
in there. And just, Jack, I don't agree with you on the sidewalk,
Except for
bikes
you.
on sidewalks.
Okay,
Don't agree with what, on what sidewalk?
E-bikes can't go on sidewalks.
they can,
Yes.
because it says they can. E-bikes are considered bicycles under
No,
the.
Yes, and by,
no,
a
there's a
person
bike.
cannot drive any vehicle other than by human power on a bike path or
No.
sidewalk.
I agree with what you're trying to say, except for one thing. You look further down in the e-bike thing and it
I
says
think
you're,
it's-
By
uh,
ordinance, you can do it, but you can't do it without an ordinance.
no, it's,
But
it-
hold on.
But again,
States-
I will,
That's the Florida statute,
yeah,
right?
I'm looking
Yeah.
at, I'm
All right,
looking,
She's looking at the Florida statute.
oh my.
Please
Oh.
look up 316.20655.
yeah, that's the e-bike statute.
Right.
Yes.
Except as otherwise provided, an electrical bicycle or operator of an electrical bicycle shall be afforded all the rights and privileges.
And subject to the duties of a bicycle or the operator of a bicycle. And then if you go to the bicycle statute, a bicycle is considered a
Human.
vehicle. Yep. And then if
An
you go
electrical
to
bicycle is
the,
a vehicle to the same extent as a bicycle.
exactly,
Yeah.
and a bicycle is considered a vehicle. And if you go to the rest of 316, the vehicles, no vehicles are allowed on the sidewalks unless by human power. And Orange,
That's a
I mean,
bicycle.
Orange County agrees with that. You can
Pedaling.
walk your bike, you can pedal.
Yeah, pedaling, not
human power,
motorized.
Not motorized.
Yeah.
That's why you have to have an ordinance to allow it. But again, I'll talk again to the city, but I believe that is the interpretation when you go and follow all the statutes through there. And
That's how
Orange County-
Hillsborough
That's how Hillsborough
interprets it.
interprets it in Orange County with, they have
Yeah.
that nice handout, the Orange County Sheriff, remember? I handed
Because
that out?
we just banned them in my community in Hillsborough County because they ran over a 12-year-old little girl and knocked out all her front teeth.
banned that from the sidewalks or from the community?
from the community period, but originally they were banned from the sidewalks
How'd they
And
ban
I'm
them?
sure- and I'm not suggesting
Yeah.
I wanted it, but
How'd they ban
mechanically,
them?
how do you do that?
because
They got an ordinance?
we don't have a CDD.
Oh,
It's a master HOA.
oh, so private case,
That's
all
right.
Private roads. so.
private road,
Yeah.
you can do it.
Yep.
Anyway, I'll follow up, but just wanted to let you know, when you do the whole circle of what a bicycle is, a vehicle and a vehicle, and you go all the way through.
Okay, that's consistent with what you told me like last year.
Yes,
So,
I'm, I'm just.
Okay.
So, well, let's pause, because that's a big thing, right?
Mhm.
Well, don't pull this thread, Greg.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you may not want to put it
Don't
on the record.
Workshop.
Oh, no, that's being,
Offline,
now they're
offline.
meetings now, so they're
Well,
on the record.
Jan, this is something you and I are gonna discuss when we meet with Captain Calvis anyway.
I think that's a great idea.
We're
And,
dealing with
and,
that.
and I'll talk to their council again and kind of show him what Orange County and Hillsborough and everybody else are doing.
The interwebs of celebration are already citing this thing and their opinions like.
Of
Well,
course there
And I
is.
got it.
That's
Eventually,
exactly what they are.
I got it. What I'm suggesting is eventually we're gonna need to get to a point where this board expresses an opinion loudly and publicly as to can and can't. And if something's already on the record in law saying one way or the other, then we need to
we
sooner
want,
rather than later
Yes.
get to a point where we say yes or no.
we want to have a discussion with the sheriff. To,
Well, the discussion with the sheriff is an enforcement question. This isn't an enforcement question.
No,
This is
he-
what's allowed
he
question.
said that he was also talking to their,
He
They're,
did.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've talked to, yeah, Alex Clark. we've
But I
dealt
don't
with him
think,
A lot.
my prediction is they're not looking to express an opinion on whether or not somebody can do it on the sidewalk. They're looking as to what they can enforce as far as, can I pull a kid over for riding a bike and blah, blah, blah. I don't know that,
I'm going
maybe I'm
to,
wrong.
yes, I'm gonna try to encourage something like Orange County, and I think Hillsborough has it, where they
Mhm.
actually have, this is the law
Pasco
for
has it
e-bikes
too.
and scooters. This is what you can do, and this is what the sheriff can do. And they can hand it out at schools, because schools can even enforce some of it.
I think that's what happened in Hillsborough County where I live because they have bike lanes, right? So they were they have to stay in the bike lane.
well.
They
So,
can't even be on the sidewalk.
so let me throw, so I sent my notes to Angel. I know she got them out today.
Yeah,
I had
I did.
I had a conversation with the principals at all three schools. Island Village, it's not a problem. The K-5 kids aren't riding bikes. Surprisingly, the high school, out of 2,800 kids, there's like a dozen that are riding bikes. Not that many, it's a K.
Yes.
The principal over there is going to raise it with his leadership to see whether or not, and the high school principal said he'd already be willing to do this. If a deputy, who say detailed deputy, pulls over a kid for not riding safe or whatever else and does any sort of documented violation, it doesn't have to be a written, like a ticket, it can just be a warning. As long as there's some documentation. High school principal is willing to then, if that goes from the detailed deputy to the SRO, to the principal, to then tell that kid, hey, you're not allowed to ride your bike on the school property for whatever he thinks is appropriate. Just to say he can't ride at the school. So that kind of eliminates the problem he's riding to and from school. The K-8 principal is checking with the leadership to see whether or not he's got a different opinion. He likes the idea, but he's not sure if he's ready to pull that trigger yet on his own.
I don't know if that's gonna work, and I'll tell you why. I've started noticing on the main park, Founder's Park,
Mhm.
and in different areas. Kids are securing their bikes in those locations, because remember, we had some bikes over at the trail.
Mhm.
Still.
Right.
Yeah.
They're, whether they do or not, they're parking outside, so it'll create another problem.
Well, and in the K-8, they shifted where the kids can park their bikes, so that
Right.
may be what's driving some of that, so.
Maybe so, that's right,
But anyway, so.
but anything can help, I mean, I'm not against any of that, so.
He is willing to do that. He also says he thinks he knows who, I think I mentioned this before, who some of the kids are, that he will get that to the SROs. So I just need to make sure that there's a way that they can, if you can take this jack to the sheriff.
Yeah.
Make sure that the details are in communicate, what's that communication chain between the SRO and whatever details are coming up? Who's actually receiving that information, so they know you're the kids, here are the problems, if there's a communication chain going back and forth.
Does the SRO come under Captain Calvis or not?
No. No, there's a separate chain to the SROs, but that's why I was encouraging him to be part of that conversation.
Okay.
But I'm. What you just said though before, Angel, is, and
Mhm.
this is an opinion, if the law is, then the law is. I have a concern that if the law doesn't say that, what you did say was there was bike lanes. in Hillsborough. We don't have bike lanes. I'm not suggesting we put in bike lanes, guys. I don't want to bring that one back up. But there is a reality. I will tell you, my kid, I've said it publicly, my kid rides an electric bike in the school. So he will go from all the way to the back of Artisan to about the Catholic church. Well, then guess what? He will take his bike onto the sidewalk and he'll pedal it. because he can't ride on the road because the traffic's starting. to
Right,
back up, And you got cars doing
And
this.
yeah, and it's very dangerous on the bridge.
Correct, and
Mhm.
basically from the Catholic Church into the school at that time, it just becomes too backed up. If state law says it, then there's nothing we can do about it. I feel like if it doesn't say that, I am very concerned if we just say, I want a policy that says everybody off the sidewalks. We are creating another issue, another hazard for the kids who are doing the right thing and are trying to ride slowly, that all of a sudden now we said, can't do that. And now are we saying all bikes? And
If he's
that's,
pedaling, that he can do it.
okay,
If you're pedaling, human power only.
okay.
And you can tell.
And I don't think the district would make a policy regardless because, well, I wouldn't recommend you make a policy.
it-
Because if you make a policy that there's no motorized vehicles on the sidewalk, we're forcing these things to be into the street. And then if something happens, we become now liable because now we've pushed all of these people onto the street.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be the recommendation. The recommendation, exactly what we're doing, work with the county to enforce whatever that looks like and whatever ordinance needs to
Mhm.
be. Now, if the board said, we don't really care about your recommendation, we want to make a policy, well, then that's up to you guys.
And by the law, my other question is, I understand it,
Mhm.
electric bikes are classified differently than electric scooters. Because we've got a ton of electric scooters.
Yeah, the
So we need
electric
to think about-
scooters, bikes, and then there's a third kind too.
Mopeds.
Yeah, mopeds.
Mopeds are licensed things that go over 20 miles. There's no
Yeah.
scenario where those are on the sidewalks.
Yeah.
right?
Well, there's also,
Most of
there's microcars. There are, I've seen some of the
The
moped
motor
thing that
scooters.
actually hold 3 people.
What's
Oh
the
my
Oh,
Vespa?
Yeah.
Well, that's not like a moped, but I've seen so many things I never knew existed.
Great
Yeah.
horsepower.
Over the weekend, I'm like, what is all this stuff? It's like circus town.
Well,
And then of course they all flip.
Yeah,
Jan,
can
you're-
we move on to the engineer?
by state law are
I
allowed
mean, are
to
y'all
decide.
solving something tonight with
No.
this?
No.
No,
Okay.
scooters can't, because they're not.
All right,
bikes.
so
Motors.
anything else from legal, oh, you did?
No, that's it, I'm done.
Okay,
Okay.
good, all right, engineer.
Yeah, just real quick, get my monthly report. We're in the process of looking at all the pond side slopes and plan on having a report to Angel next Tuesday, so we can get
Cool.
brought before the budget meeting.
Oh, cool.
One thing that we talked about at the last meeting that we haven't done anything yet, and I don't know if the board's serious and interesting in doing something is probing all of the pond bottoms for muck leaves.
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Why? You typically wouldn't do that unless you're running into problems, because
I
that,
don't-
that gets
I'm
expensive.
not aware of any reason why we need to do that.
I thought that was the whole thing with ponds, was we were, okay, so.
No, it's the slopes.
Berms, yeah.
That I understood, but I also understood that a lot of the problem we were getting all the schmutz on the top of the pond is because we got a ton of schmutz on the bottom of the pond.
There are certain ponds that we talked about dredging
Yeah.
because they get, I mean, you can't do anything with them because they're so.
But it was not all.
That's,
No, not
that's
all.
next on your agenda, isn't it, the dredging?
Well, the proposal, we got a proposal from a contractor to dredge water street.
Yeah.
Downtown. I don't know. I guess,
That was it.
yeah, we just got it, what, a couple days ago?
Yeah.
It was what, $60-something thousand for them to remove the material and then 80 for them to truck it. I don't know if it's worth you getting your own trucks to try to truck it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm still
What?
talking to
Yeah, we-
contractor
we-
and trailers, but
Eric found another company, with a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
okay.
Is that bio? That has to be hauled out of there? I mean, that's not,
Just leaves.
Yeah.
it's literally just leaves.
We'll have stockpile on site.
Leaves about that big around, second one is
Well, Jesus created. so he did it.
29 years worth.
Good call.
So this is Water Street.
And
But
that's the whole
don't,
canal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
what about the spot next to Mirasol that keeps on,
We dredged that once.
well,
That's
Well,
still
we
there.
dredged it twice, but I didn't, I'm not gonna say nothing.
I thought that one just kind of quietly went away.
It's
Still there.
it's showing up again.
That is showing up
there.
again.
I-
Friends,
Same
I thought the
thing
email
with the
about
one
that
in Lake
just quietly
Elwood.
went away.
There was.
We haven't gotten
somebody-
any complaints. I'll say
There
that.
was somebody there, a truck, and they were cleaning something up today. There was no identification on the truck, but they were in there with a shovel and doing something.
the Mirasol?
Yeah, it was on Mirasol on our side.
Can you ask him to do the Water Street Canal bid?
I mentioned it, but he's gonna come by your house.
Bring him on over.
So I don't know what that was.
So when we get quotes though, don't we still have an issue? I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone here, is what I'm getting. Since they're mobilizing, we hit all of our problem areas at once.
Well, I think Well, you know better, Carol, but what we're wanting to do at Water Street would be a little bit different than sucking all the leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take care of it, yeah, different.
We can ask them if they can do that.
Oh, Water Street's the one with all the leaves that get caught in the grate.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
sorry. I'm thinking of actually dredging up the pond, pulling all the bottom muck. That's what I'm thinking of. Sorry.
What pond?
I thought that's,
Oh.
that's just
But any
leaves,
case,
the
But yeah,
leaves.
that was Greg's
walk-
original
walk-
point, which I have not heard that there's a need or desire to do that.
I'm not using them.
Do us.
To dredge other
Dredging
ponds.
Oh,
I'm tired of this.
well, there's two spots, which you're aware of the one at
Is that
Murray.
is that for those?
Me personally, I think the only way that can be done right is with a backhoe, a huge one. One of them that's got like a 40-foot arm and dig down probably 8 foot deep instead of this little vacuum hose that they're
That
using.
sucks up
and stuff that
the-
Doesn't do
the
squat.
Rug, yeah.
Are we waiting until we get the review back from our pond company to determine all these, or we?
We'll just wait.
Are
till
you
we
saying
get
for
enough
sure there are
complaints.
X number of ponds that need to get done? or
The
what?
pond, the
This
pond
is two
company's
spots.
not doing that inspection, are they? They're not,
Yeah, do a mathematical study if we want them to, how deep the ponds are.
yeah, but are you wanting to pay for that?
Don't look at me.
It's
No,
not me.
the study that he was saying he was gonna, was the water testing, because it's all
He's-
schmutz.
he's just
I
doing
don't
it.
care if there's crap at the bottom of the pond, I care if the crap at the bottom of the pond is causing crap at the top of the pond.
Okay.
Well, now we can bring that to a concern, Brandon, and see.
Yeah,
But I don't wanna be dredging ponds just for the sake of dredging ponds.
Oh,
unless
no.
we're seeing.
you don't wanna do that.
Right. So that's what I was trying to figure out, the ones that were saying maybe we're ready to talk about dredging, based on what?
Well, Water Street it
Well,
floods.
I think-
Water Street, I got.
Yeah, I think that's the only one.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
Yeah, we could
And that's
dredge
kind of
the,
like not a dredging, that's just leaf removal.
It's just leaf
Going on.
removal.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, we could dredge the one on the water side, I got about a dozen golf balls now.
Nice,
Okay.
nice.
Why should you get a bag? You're a bad golfer.
All right, anything else, Mark?
Yeah,
I got you.
Last point, as I was doing some of these pond inspections up in Acadia Lane, 311 Acadia Lane, Mr. and Mrs. Kenneth and Marietta Silva. They've got, CDD property, potentially booby trap with sprinklers. So I was able
Booby
to.
trap?
Booby trap. Walking back there, sprinklers come on, think, oh, okay, it's 5 o'clock in Friday, sprinklers come on. Step dodge, and you get to the property, the adjacent lot, sprinklers come on, turn off. Step back over, sprinklers come on.
What?
Finish going all the way down the pond,
What?
come back, as soon as I step into behind their.
I'm
the
Googling where
property,
your house is, cause I'm going
Yeah.
there after this
The,
meeting.
sprinklers come on.
You can dress all in
That
black.
means the landscapers. are-
Oh, no, I'm not-
So they have city property behind their fence,
Yeah.
they have a fence on their property line, they have 4 or 5 rotary heads. Only aiming at CDD property.
They can't do
You
that.
sure they weren't just sitting in the window, just kind of?
They could have been someone with remote control and waited for me to come back.
It was Jack.
More I'm thinking about
Not
it.
remote control, it's back
And
No, but it's remote.
it's
Same thing.
But for like wildlife,
I think it's-
Pumps for golfers. Because it backs up to the golf course, but there is a pond between them and the course, so occasionally someone might hit a wall over there and have to come around with a cart and maybe they just don't like it.
Oh, I bet they're
What's
pissed.
the address on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
they're-
But that, wouldn't that
311?
cause
That's what it
erosion?
is.
Wouldn't that cause erosion on the pond bank?
If they have sprinklers on it,
No,
could.
No.
just coming on for 10-15 seconds.
Well, yeah,
I'm gonna have to get
depends.
Marvel out.
I can see Mark running from
But they
Just-
do have a utility now that's not approved on our
It
property.
looked to me like with the picture you gave me, their sprinklers are on the inside of the fence and it's spraying through the
That
fence.
was on the outside.
Was it on the outside?
I want to
Yeah.
get the certificate
Ah.
of award.
So we can maybe survey that real property line and see if their fence and or those
That's
heads
right
are on
next to the
CDD
gym.
property.
Probably is.
Go over there and go chuck.
Delisandro's.
Okay.
So we can do that. I think it's soon.
But
Want us to-
who the, you
And-
gotta be a
We'll just
really,
take
the-
the recruiter, bring some buckets and set them
You
over
gotta
the
have a
heads
lot
while
of
they're
time.
serving.
you gotta have
Yeah.
a really mediocre golfer to.
If they,
I'll take
um,
storage, Jan.
At the last meeting, Mark,
You go all
did
the way
the board
across the
ask,
pond.
No, no, no,
Okay.
They live in the
That's not
city.
16?
no.
Control your meetings.
So any, oh, look who's talking. So,
at the last meeting, Mark, did the board ask you to do an inspection of the stormwater system?
We talked about the pipes, but then,
Cause
You
we don't
water-
need that.
plug
No,
right?
no, 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 yeah.
Okay,
no.
okay, I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't like on your task list to do.
Anything else?
So you want me to go ahead and get a survey, stake it out, take those real property lines, see what's on our property or not on our property there.
Oh, 311 Acadia?
So
How about if
if
we just tell them to friggin' turn the heads towards their
I
house?
don't know that I wanna spend a lot of time and effort.
I mean, if it's my my only concern is if it causing erosion, is there an issue?
Well, yeah, actually, there is. You're not supposed to irrigate pond banks.
You can, yeah, you're not
Ooh,
supposed to.
That's good,
They
yeah.
are absolutely doing something illegal. now.
Putting phosphorus.
And
in the water.
it can cause erosion.
I'm worried, well, it's the phosphorus and the nitrogen.
Yeah.
You could have a kid going back there fishing, gets shot in the face with the dirty water.
Yep.
Get an eye infection, ear infection.
And you're not supposed to irrigate
Yes.
pond.
Oh,
But
me,
it's not our pond, is it?
That one is our pond.
It is.
Which is another discussion. There's several, all the ponds in Acadia.
How is that not the goal?
Why don't we give those to the golf course? We might.
But aren't they covered by our permit?
Huh?
They're covered by our permit, aren't they?
Well, all the ponds are.
But I was gonna
Yeah.
say, aren't the ones that the golf
don't-
course currently maintains, they're under our permit?
Do we
Yeah.
want a maintenance agreement? I'm working on that because a number of CDDs have had golf courses maintaining forever.
Yep.
You know, and suddenly it's like,
CDD.
maybe we should like.
We
get
need an agreement,
So,
yeah.
I was
I-
expecting the side of the pond between the house and the pond, figured that's the house, the golf course has been maintaining their side of the pond.
Mhm.
Who's actually maintaining the ponds? I mean, are we, is our guy treating that or no?
Part of it.
Yeah,
That's
part of
some
it.
Confusion.
How do you treat
How do you
half
treat,
water?
yeah.
Well, that's
I
what,
thought the
that's
golf
what we're
course-
doing, and the golf course is treating the other part of it.
That's actually how it's happening. It doesn't make sense. They're all one.
And
I'm not
that's,
even talking about
edging.
grass cutting, I'm talking about water.
yeah,
Yeah, like.
and that's the way it's been forever.
They only do half,
Yes.
We've been maintaining.
I swear to God, every time I come to a meeting, I learn something.
something that's more baffling.
Yeah.
And the funny, baffling is there's no paper anything.
There is.
You've never mentioned
I'm
that
doing
part,
it in
okay?
3 CDDs right now. I'm
So
like,
we're gonna
Yeah.
have to
Bring it
get
up really
clarification on
quick.
that because.
As things come up, we're gonna have to, you are gonna have to
Yeah.
flush them out,
We're
and then
gonna-
we're gonna have to paper them the way that they should be papered, because there's nothing papered right
So
now.
should
That's
we-
just the way that people did it back then, was
Because
just,
the golf courses wanted it
Yeah.
to look better than a CDD would maintain, so they always maintained it.
Yeah.
And I
Feed them the
said,
pond and call it a day.
and I
you
don't.
you
But
can't
how
do
that
it because
works.
it's part of our stormwater.
Well, maybe,
So we
because
could
there's
feed it
other
with-
ponds that the golf course owns there that would probably be part of our stormwater system too.
Do they own some of the
But I don't
ponds?
know.
Yes, we do on some ponds.
Was it part of our permit? Can we detach ours and attach it to their permit?
I mean, I don't even know
I'll
how we
follow
get back there maintaining it.
It's really the.
You can't without
You
being
might
on
just-
golf course property.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you have to go through the. all
Well, you know, this
individual
goes-
ponds.
Never
I already told Jerry I was gonna go.
We've got,
That's, well, according to what
I thought-
Andrew just said,
I
he
thought
said the
we
pond guy's
said
maintaining it.
We maintain it back there.
Get pizza, call it in now.
Not the pond day was.
The one that Mark's talking about.
So actually,
I know.
He said we maintain
this
that
is a
one.
much bigger issue,
Yeah.
because we've got conservation areas that we can't access too, right?
Mhm.
Because it's going through personal property, private property.
really?
Yeah, we have no access to some of these conservation areas. that we have.
We're supposed to have access to every,
Yeah.
every
we should-
conservation
We have to
area.
go to somebody's property.
You either need to go across.
Well, there
the
should
point-
be an
Probably,
access easement.
Most lots do have a 5 foot easement on the side for drainage.
Yeah.
Utilities, but the celebration plats don't specifically list those
Oh,
that I've seen. Just like celebration.
interesting.
Do you
But
have a
you'd have to go to the end of a lot and walk around the last lot to get
Right,
around.
tell me how I access that, but this is what I'm talking about right
I
here.
can't see it.
That is a
Little purple
conservation area
spot.
behind houses.
You walk down the retaining wall and around, or you go through the lady's driveway and then she'll tell you she wants her tree cut down. That's the lady right there.
Oh,
So,
you would access from here.
Yeah, Mark, do we? have
Tom's been
a
there.
pond Of all the ponds?
Yeah, that one I've been there.
Yeah, we got pond.
Yeah, we do, and I'm good.
It's hard, but you can do it.
Clarify
Do that now.
if Premier maintains
Yeah.
that,
And
which
then can we
golf
figure
course
out-
This is
ponds
really
they
difficult.
maintain
Yeah,
half
which
of
one
or
is golf
quarter
course?
of.
Okay.
Drive onto the golf property, really. I mean,
I don't know how you. I don't even know what.
All right, guys, we can't time out for the recording.
Sorry.
Oh, first you can do it, now we can't.
Yeah, these minutes are gonna be jacked.
I want those in a minute.
Mark and Carrie will work on a pond map and we'll figure out
Well,
who's
Mark,
maintaining
we'll
which
have,
maps.
Large full-size map, CDD owned ponds, golf course owned ponds, and then there's some other oddballs in it too that will be color coded.
Okay.
And how many of these can we just ask the golf course to take.
We're gonna have to look at the permit and see what's covered
Okay.
under which.
So we'll
permit,
let you-
how We'd make it work.
All right, so let them,
And
let them look at that.
Yeah.
Carrie-
That's what we sure we're.
Yeah, I know, it's not urgent, but we,
Yeah,
yeah,
no, this is
I would be a good idea to look
Then
at.
we can
Yeah, no,
have
as I come
Carrie's,
up in a number.
Carrie and Dylan will verify which ponds on the golf course that we maintain, half, a hole, or whatever.
All right, good.
Candy?
All right. So
All right, we're
anything
good?
else?
Adjournment.
Anything else?
Adjourn?
Okay,
I have two other questions.
we're not up there yet.
Oh, okay, this is staff.
Okay, right.
Master
A master planning updates.
It's,
That's
everybody
it.
got shared, right?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
You have access to the draft report, look at it if you got
Is
comments
it on the share drive?
yes.
Okay. Cool.
Liaisons. Jack,
You already covered me.
yeah, all right, I don't have.
Come on,
My only two questions were.
you're 3 minutes over.
He's two questions. You only have two questions. Let him have.
Okay.
Shit, no, she's trying to.
No, I forgot my question.
Yes.
Oh, shut up.
Move on.
Are we anywhere with the request from Susan Bona on the fountain? What's?
Do you have an update on this? Yeah,
Check
so
the
I,
task list.
so Susan, was to meet with, some pond folks from Advent Health.
Okay,
Still waiting to hear back.
she told me she was looking to have this done by May when she hit her.
Which she told me that first, by the way.
Yeah, and I've known that,
Okay.
but
Fine.
No, but I haven't heard back from her and I
Okay.
texted her twice, so I'm waiting.
So she doesn't, she's not waiting on us for anything.
No,
no, we're
Okay.
waiting on her.
And
Wait a minute.
you emailed her twice. You didn't-
I texted her.
No, we don't text for public business.
It's I know her. It's my personal thing. I said,
Okay, but
Did you, she texted me. I
Okay,
responded
but
to
if
her.
you're asking
emailed
about the
her.
status of.
Oh,
public
I got,
business,
then
you're
I have to
asking-
email. So I'll
Yes.
email her.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So who's gonna maintain it?
Thank
Who's
you.
gonna pay for the electric board?
we're gonna
They
make,
closed the pizza place. Too
we're
bad.
gonna maintain,
Okay.
I don't know, they haven't gotten to that, but
Anything else? Oh, another question.
for electric,
We-
yeah.
February is their contract renewal date. We usually do the annual reviews in February. Are we doing this again?
Only if everyone fills them out.
What? We just renewed our contract
I know,
in
but,
December.
right, but they wanted to do the.
Oh, the
survey.
annual.
The survey.
Yep, I can send them out, again.
Can we get like a 1 month deadline?
All right, and we're,
We'll probably
we're
shame
reviewing-
people who don't fill it
No,
out.
no, she shaved us and she gave us a deadline. We just-
And
No, but
y'all
I think, like,
ignored
we
it.
owe like $50.
Wait a
to the
minute, some
district.
of us got it in time.
Yeah, two people.
Two people.
Thank you.
It's the same
That's it.
people that read Jan stuff.
No, it's not.
No?
Jack didn't do my tree. trim.
Annual
I
review.
didn't do it.
We're gonna get Jack on the tree. trim.
I didn't have any
Okay.
problems with it. That's the
All right,
problem.
Anything else?
I'll send out the annual review.
All right.
just
for,
reviewing Infomark.
Yes, because Infomark reviews everybody else.
I understand.
And then Infomark will review Dave.
review Dave, yes,
Okay,
we
good.
already have his review.
All right, no other liaison. Any other discussion items?
The poop emoji, is that why I got that?
Okay, good. Any supervisor comments? I don't have anything.
No,
No?
No?
I like the growing number of songs.
Oh,
Dave,
jeez.
I'm-
All right,
Okay.
public comment period? No public comment period?
I do, what are we doing with those signs? I mean, it's nice that we see
We were
these.
this close. You
Why
can
don't you
answer-
take them to Crow and dump them to Crow as being in Mark?
Yeah, it is their
It's on the task
responsibility.
list. You have a letter to write.
Well,
Brenda
They-
is.
They said
writing
they
the
were,
letter.
I did email Pro. This was, I thought we talked about this last month. They said they were going to send their guy around during the weekend, but we also said we were going to send our guy, because we've got one guy who does.
He does.
And yeah.
When he goes by
So-
signs,
so
he
yes,
pulls them.
both staffs have acknowledged that they will go pick signs. Yes,
Well-
there are still
Okay.
shit ton of signs in the program.
All right,
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
No Public comment.
I
already asked that.
No, I already asked that.
second,
Come on, Dan, pay
I'll
attention.
second. Yes.
all right,
Jesus. Even when I try to.
time is
they don't wanna end.
9:06.
You forgot that.
We start early.
This is not gonna happen again.
Everything's
No more than 3 hours.
Everything was.
This is the.
Every.
No more than
Take
3
out.
hours.